It was a normal day, but when she opened her eyes, she saw two stern men in front of her. One of them told her that she had better quickly remember the laws of Winter Castle if she wanted to survive. The girl thought this was a very strange dream, and the man had a disdainful look. And cold, sharp, like a knife blade, facial features and hair with eyes the color of total darkness. She suggested that she was dreaming of the plot of her favorite story, The Shadow of Beratu, where the protagonist Viola became the ruler of Winter Castle and protector of the North, who was adopted by her beloved hero Heron. Although the blood, the Beratu family, did not run through her veins, she still felt that she was very hardworking and had outstanding skills. The girl remembered that, although the main character became the head of the clan, emptiness and loneliness reigned in her soul. At the end of the novel, already quite mature, Viola whispered that Beratu, whom she had dreamed of for so long, was now completely hers, so there was nothing left. The girl felt sorry for the main character and believed that if she were in her place, everyone would have a happy ending. Suddenly, she realized that it was because of this thought that she was now having this dream. Recalling the words the man said to her, she realized that it was none other than Jaron Beratu, the owner of Winter Castle, who took Viola out of the slums. It was in this hall that the prologue of her beloved story, The Shadow of Beratu, began. The girl frantically tried to remember what was said at the beginning of the story. She remembered that the reason Jaron took her to Winter Castle was because when they met, he saw an excellent assassin in her. Viola believed that all the important people in the Beratu family should be thanked, because they probably influenced the decision to adopt her. The girl thought that in the original, Viola always listened silently to the Duke. However, she as a reader was always annoyed by this. But since it was only a dream, she decided she could do whatever she wanted. Therefore, she tried to prevent the men from leaving so that they would listen to her first. As soon as they turned around, the girl cheerfully asked if she would now become his father. Heron coldly noted that she had understood everything correctly and then told her again. Viola thought she had guessed correctly that it was the exact same story. In the original story, Viola, who conquered Berata, was a legitimate daughter because she became the sole owner of Winter Castle. The girl lived as anyone would have dreamed of living, but she always wondered if she was even a part of the family for a moment, because she always wanted to become a beloved daughter. The reader Josephine knew this secret dream of the main character very well, so she decided that in her dreams she would be happy. So, the girl told her new father that she had heard a lot about Berata, for example, that their family adheres to rational policy and values logical thinking. Approaching him, she asked why they didn't give her the opportunity to choose her father. She added that she wanted to choose because it was the Beratu family style. Her speech was interrupted by a servant standing next to the man, coughing sharply, hinting at the lowness of her position. The dangerous man continued to stare menacingly at the little girl, trying to convey to her that it was better not to joke like that. Viola thought that judging by the scar on his face, it was clear that it was Carlton. She knew very well that Duke Heron would hear her provocative question, because her favorite hero is an insightful character. Her new father concluded that she knew a lot about the old Beratu family, to which she nodded affirmatively. Turning around, the girl began to walk in the opposite direction and said that in this place skills decide everything. She added that, in other words, natural selection reigns in the family, because it is a ruthless family that does not forgive even relatives, while being a shield that protects people from the oppression of the snow with pure thoughts. To preserve the family, Viola turned around and said that this Duke's family had silver blood, after which she thought she knew them better than they knew themselves. Pointing her finger at the Duke, she asked why she was not given the right to choose, since their family was so famous for its rationality. Heron said sternly that he had heard her words, and then asked her if she would like to become his daughter. An awkward silence reigned in the hall, because the girl did not expect him to agree to her words so easily. Smiling, she calmly said that she wanted to become his daughter, after which he asked her why. Viola thought it was all because he was her favorite character, but she said out loud that the man was very handsome. At these words, an awkward silence reigned in the hall again, as the two men were a little embarrassed by her words. The girl was the first to break the silence, declaring that their adoption was not their decision, because she belonged to him. She added that her father asked her to be his daughter, so she agreed. Upon learning that the man accepted her terms, Viola said she had one last request. Taking him by the sleeve, the girl whispered to him that he would not regret adopting her for a single day. She said she would not be a sacrificed adopted daughter, nor would she become a puppet. So she would like him to love her too. Even in her dreams, she would like Viola's dreams to come true. That's why she said she always dreamed of a family. It's just about a father. The girl said she would like him to become her real father and love her. Heron continued to stare coldly at her, after which she felt his strong and heavy aura. Viola felt incredible fear and could not move, so she just looked at him fearfully. She felt like he was ready to tear her apart, but she didn't understand why it hurt so much. Because it was just a dream. Turning around, her new father declared that she had held up very well, after which she could breathe the air calmly and catch her breaths. Smiling, the man calmly advised her to do her best to survive. He added sternly that he would not kill her this time, and the girl thought it was some kind of wild dream. Returning to his office, Heron began to think over and over again about what had happened the day before. When he first saw this girl, the girl was sitting in pools of blood and holding a shard in her hands, which she used for the murder. Looking into her evil eyes, the man saw that they were scarlet, as was customary in his family. He decided that perhaps the murdered person tried to kidnap her, but she stabbed him in the neck with shrapnel. The Duke was surprised that a 7-year-old child without training could refute such a thing, just like a child who appeared several times in the story and was born under a star, bringing misfortune. Heron understood that he was taking her out of interest, but no matter how much he thought about it, she didn't look like a 7-year-old girl at all. The butler entered the room, assuming his master was in a great mood. The man confirmed his assumption and said sternly that it was very entertaining. He explained that he meant the words of an adult from a child's mouth, to which Carlton said that, although she claimed to be only 7 years old, her mental development was advanced by about 5 years, and since she was malnourished and growing slowly, so she might be ashamed to say her real age. The Duke said he didn't think the girl was inherently shy in such matters, but her thoughts differed from her actions, to which the butler asked if she was behaving unnaturally. Upon his master's affirmative answer, he assumed that she was pretending to act confidently, but in reality, she was very worried, so now it was clear why everything seemed so natural. Suddenly, he realized that despite all the excitement, she dared to speak to the Duke like that, which means she had a strong character that helps overcome fear. The butler thought that with such a character, it would be very difficult not to love her. Looking at his master, he noticed something unusual in his stern appearance. Jaron kept repeating in his head her words about loving him. He decided that no other person in Beratu had demanded love from him with such pride. Suddenly, the man snapped out of his thoughts and turned to his servant Carlton. He wondered what the probability was that a Beratu girl would survive to adulthood. At the same time, Josephine, in Viola's body, kept biting her finger to finally wake up from this dream. She reasoned that perhaps her dream had come true, as she did not wake up this morning, and 2 days had already passed. She could not believe what was happening, because she had only seen something like this in novels. According to the story, the girl knew she had fallen into a body that caused the death of 10,000 people. This was too much for her, but she understood that she could not escape the truth, because she had moved into the body of the adopted daughter of the Duke of Beratu. Having calmed down, the girl decided that in this place she needed to demonstrate her skills. So even in difficult times, she needed to be on guard. Approaching the window, Viola thought that instead of being a nurse, she needed to make a survival plan. She remembered that this family were the last psychopaths, but she needed them to accept her as one of their own, after which she would help her become the first princess to become heir. When a successor is chosen, the war for this position ends and all major problems end. So the first princess should become heir without any problems. The girl understood that she could not do this the same way as the main character of the original story, because she did not want to kill or die. Clenching her fists, Viola decided that she would live a completely different life, because in the end she did not want to be left alone, and since she cannot leave this body, then she should think positively, but also she is afraid that everything could turn fatal if she makes a mistake. After that, she wondered if her life in the real world was already over. The girl remembered being in a class where classmates discussed that her father abandoned her, and her mother died, so she lived at the medical school. Her father told her he would pick her up after midnight, but 100 nights passed, and then another, and he never came back, and she didn't accept it until high school. As she grew up, she returned to normal life, where she realized that she was the unhappiest person in the world. And when she woke up, she was already standing on the roof of Beryl. Being on the edge of life, Josephine realized that she did not want to jump and die at all, because she was very afraid of death. She realized this when she came face to face with death, but she wanted to live, so she did her best to replenish her self-love. The girl studied diligently and made friends, after which she noticed the result of the enormous work done. Her efforts paid off, and there was hope for a bright future, because now she had found support within herself. One day, during the second semester of her freshman year of university, she fell asleep while reading books in the library. She woke up in her favorite story, where she believed for a long time it was just a dream. Viola reasoned that in this life she had a family and a father, but it was no better than the previous one. Deciding to do her best, the girl suggested that the first thing she should do was find a new title for the novel. She remembered that as soon as she was adopted in the novel, the Duke asked her what the probability was that his daughter would survive in Baratu until adulthood. Carlton thought for a moment and said that, in his opinion, her chances of survival were no more than 10%. The girl began to hit her cheeks, realizing that if her talent was so low, then this was a terrible place and she needed to wake up. At the same time, in the Duke's office, the faithful butler Carlton said that since his master asked for his opinion, he would answer honestly. Placing his hand on his chest, he suggested that the girl's survival rate was no more than 40%. Heron Baratu Mock read other people's thoughts with a single glance, which was called the divine eye. Thanks to this ability, he was able to read the mind of his unborn daughter, where he knew that she really wanted to be part of the Baratu family. It was as if he saw her soul struggling with all its might towards him, because she needed a family so much. The man realized that the girl liked him too much, but deep down he didn't understand why everything was like this. Looking at her pure and bright soul, he unknowingly thought that it was as if she had been waiting for him all this time. Her soul already embraced him when he realized that all that was sincere and alien to him. Trying to put aside unnecessary thoughts, the Duke turned back to his butler. Heron ordered him to give Sino the role of the child's butler, to which Carlton decided that this would be a waste of talent. The man decided to clarify whether this person would stay permanently or if it was a temporary measure. The Duke informed him that the chosen butler would serve Viola permanently. The girl remembered that in the original story, they would have to assign her a knight named Elliot, who was from a noble family and whose name was Sino. She knew that this man had killed 20 of the Empire's greatest knights, and he devoted himself to serving Barat. At first, he did not recognize Viola's talent. He observed her and subjected her to various tests to confirm her skills. Although Viola managed to become exceptional by becoming famous, he kept insisting that she would be tested again and again. And again, her thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door, after which she immediately rushed to let the man in. The voice behind the door said that a new butler had been introduced to her, whose name was Sino. The girl reached for the door handle to open it, not understanding why it was so high. Finally, she opened the door and began to slowly examine the butler assigned to her. Opening the door wide, Viola saw a man with purple hair standing in front of her. The man smiled calmly and asked if she herself had opened the door for him personally. He explained that from now on, she must give orders, because opening the door is the butler's job, not the princess's. The girl quickly realized that Zenon was testing her to see if she was a suitable mistress for him. But she couldn't leave things like that, so, angry, she asked him if he had really decided to lecture her. The butler asked in surprise if she really took it that way, to which she also politely asked if he really meant anything else. Meanwhile, they continued to maintain eye contact, waiting to see who would give in first. Zenon thought she had passed the test, so he bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. The girl said that the butler's job is to give advice and not tell his master what to do. Josephine knew that to survive as Viola Baratu, she constantly needed to monitor the actions of the entire family. In the original story, Viola constantly maintained her reputation and power, but she suppressed everyone with her strength, which is why she lost her circle at the end of the novel. The girl firmly decided that this time she would conquer everyone without exception, so that in the end, she would not be left alone. The Baratu butler plays an important role because he is always close to the owner and helps him achieve success. However, a butler whose master has died or been lost is sent into eternal exile. And conversely, if the butler managed to create the ideal winner, he can acquire unlimited power. Viola knew that, above all, she needed Zeno on her side. So now she said that she had heard that Baratu butlers have an important role to play. She added that she wanted to remember the face of the man who became her butler. That's why she opened the door personally. Hearing her words, Zeno knelt down and apologized, saying he didn't expect there to be hidden intentions in this, and then stated that the princess was very smart and that it was a great honor for him to become her butler. Viola cheerfully stated that she really liked him, to which he asked if she really liked him. Even after the mistake he made, the girl said that this mistake did not make him a bad butler, because it was really not the Beradu style. That's why she said it. Stepping slightly away from him, she bowed her head and began to quietly explain her position to him. The duke's daughter looked at him sternly and said she wasn't interested in his words, but she was concerned about his attitude. Seeing her stern gaze, the butler suddenly realized that, after all, she was really in the right place. He noticed that her violet eyes turned scarlet violet when she was truly angry, which meant that she was born under the star of misfortune. Although her eyes were not yet completely red, he could already feel the strength of her anger, which meant that she could control her desire to murder. All this time, the man thought that the princess had many more surprising qualities than he imagined. The girl couldn't believe she would receive his affection after 10 minutes. She explained that she needed to listen to her first task, to which he thought she didn't need instructions explaining the laws of the Beratu family, because he already knew what to do. Viola still sternly told him to bring her a bird's feather and red frog poison. Zenon reminded her that red frog poison is a very powerful neurotoxin. Noticing her excited look, he thought about what clearly interested her in this first task. Turning around, the girl asked him what his role was in this family, to which he replied that he had to follow the princess and help her. Without turning, Viola loudly said that in this case he must fulfill his duties. The butler got off his knees and said he would bring everything she needed in 12 minutes. Hearing the door slam, the girl turned to check if she was alone. Wiping the sweat from her face, she decided that saying something like that was very similar to the Beradu style. Exactly 12 minutes later, the butler knocked on the door and informed her that he was about to enter. Handing her the necessary items, he told her that he had brought more paper, as he thought she would need it too, to which she replied that he had done his job well and could leave now. Zeno said that if she needed anything, she could call him at any time. There were no common people in this family, so the fifth Prince Vincent, whom she would meet the next day, also had a deviant character, because from birth he was taught to kill, and he was never tormented by remorse, because he was raised as a killing machine. Holding a bottle of red frog poison in her hands, the girl sincerely hoped that it would help her when she met her new brother. The next day, she expected a man who would become her sworn enemy to appear. Viola knew that he was a real killer, which meant that relaxing in front of him would be the same as giving up her life. The maids announced that Prince Vincent had finally arrived, to which she said they could let him in. A blonde boy with red eyes entered the room, whose name was Vincent Beratu, and he was also the fifth prince, who had just turned 8 years old. She knew nothing else about him, and he told her from the door that she shouldn't be surprised. The boy said that someone like her couldn't be his precious little sister. Viola understood that he came to express contempt, but she knew very well that he was pretending. In fact, Vincent dreamed of having a twin, because all older brothers and sisters had younger twins. As soon as Viola was adopted, he immediately rejoiced and shouted that he had to find out everything with his mother. His mother said that the girl was not worthy of being his sister, because she was taken from the street. She added that Viola is simply a commoner. The blood of Beratu does not run in her veins, which means that she cannot be his sister, but only a victim. The boy asked with a trembling voice if he could not go greet her, to which his mother replied that he should go and show her that she didn't belong here. Having gathered courage, Vincent firmly decided that he would show his new sister how terrifying he was. In the original story, Viola, who witnessed this scene, got a wrong idea about her new brother, as a result of which both became seriously traumatized. And from then on, their relationship became very complicated. Deciding that they could not follow the same scenario, the girl cheerfully asked what he meant. The boy involuntarily remembered his strict mother, who told him that the girl was just a victim. Pointing his finger at her, Vincent happily explained to her that she was a victim, to which the girl replied that this was not the case at all. He was very upset because he expected a completely different reaction from her, because in his imagination, she should have gotten angry, after which they would have fought. And since he was clearly stronger than the girl, he could have intimidated her. But now he asked her if she didn't understand that he was trying to humiliate her. While sipping her tea, The girl asked him if he really wanted to make her angry, to which he replied that he had insulted her, so she should be very angry. Putting the cup on the table, she said she would do whatever he wanted, which made her brother very happy. Suddenly, an object flew past him, leaving a small cut on his cheek. His little sister was in front of him, her hand extended forward, but there was nothing in it. Touching his cheek, the boy noticed that he was wounded, and then smiled enthusiastically. Vincent began to shout cheerfully that she was very accurate, which means she couldn't be an idiot. At that moment, the girl thought she was trying to scare him, but if she had done it a little more, she would have hit him right in the eye. Pointing to the wound on his cheek, he angrily asked if this was really a warning from her. He said this was very interesting, after which he accidentally called his sister, but quickly corrected himself. Viola asked him if he liked it, to which he replied that it was a great warning, and that she looked crazy. Extending his arms further, the boy cheerfully offered her a hug in honor of their first meeting. The girl was surprised, thinking that she practically rushed to hug him, but she understood that she should not relax. Baratu hugs are a sign of friendly greeting, and the unexpected hug from her new brother is an attempt to explore her body and identify her weaknesses. The boy was still waiting for her to approach him for a hug, and at that moment, she thought she should act in the family style. Viola gently approached him and quickly hugged him so he wouldn't have time to realize what was happening. Vincent happily clasped his hands on her back and then explained that he really liked her. Angrily, he said he was very interested in knowing which of them would die first, after which he suggested that they do their best. The girl knew that he, as a rival in the struggle for success, was very well trained, but she needed to win him over to her side. She understood that if she made a mistake, he would hunt her day and night to kill her. As in the original, Viola was scared even to think about it, and then she realized that he was hugging her for too long. The butler managed to approach them, who hinted to the young Master Vincent that this was crossing boundaries. Zenon leaned towards them and introduced himself, saying he was the princess's personal butler. He added that the Duke gave them 10 days, to which the boy asked in surprise what that meant. The butler explained that they must refrain from touching each other for 10 days, so he would be happy if he stayed away from the princess. Vincent, annoyed, asked what would happen if he abandoned this idea. The man said that he would have no choice but to report to the Duke, because he plays the role of informant, butler and supervisor of the princess. To the boy's questions about why he would inform on her and follow her, the butler replied that she was too calm for her age and, therefore, she aroused suspicion. The new brother asked if the butler really shouldn't keep this a secret, to which Zeno explained that he had not been instructed to hide this information. Vincent glared at him. He clearly was not going to back down from his new sister. With a silent click, the boy decided to grant this round to an adult opponent. Moving away from her, he quietly explained to her that this time he would let her go peacefully. Touching her shoulder, Vincent angrily declared that they would see each other again soon. As soon as his hand touched her shoulder, she immediately fell to the ground, unable to resist the poison in her body. The whole world spun around her, and the boy absolutely did not understand what was happening to him. Viola asked her butler to get rid of the boy, to which he replied that he would do it immediately. Seeing the servant girl carrying him away, the girl was glad that the red frog poison had finally worked. But since her brother was immune to poison, he should wake up soon. Holding the pen she shot him with, Zeno declared that this was a very valuable move. He added that this was her unconditional victory, because if she had wished for his death, Tun would already be dead. Showing him the pen, he asked if that was why she had asked him to bring a fountain pen and frog poison. The girl answered affirmatively and thought that she should not ask him why she was doing this. The butler looked at her mysteriously and asked if she would mind him asking a question. Viola was very scared, because if he guessed everything, it did not bode well for her. She tried to calm down and stated that she would only answer if the question was worth it. Bending down on one knee again, the butler waved the fountain pen right in front of her nose. Putting the pen to her face, he asked why she allowed Mr. Vincent to hug her. Viola was ready for any question, but definitely not this one, so she stared at him in amazement for a while. The girl feared that he would ask her why she ordered him to prepare in advance. To his question, she replied that during a hug it is easy to analyze a person's physique, as well as identify their weaknesses. The Duke's daughter reported that she was able to determine how long his arms were, understand which body parts were most mobile, and if she had time to feel the muscles, she would have been able to determine which parts of the neuromuscular system were more developed. The butler politely noted that Mr. Vincent could also perform all these calculations at the same time. Zenon thought about what he had heard about this 7-year-old girl coming from the slums. So she did not receive a proper education. But since she arrived at the Baratu estate only 3 days ago, she could not have learned this, which means she had an innate instinct. When she asked him if there was any problem with this, he replied that there was no such thing. Zenon began to take something out of his frock coat and said that her self-confidence was commendable. After a while, he held a knife in his hands, with which he carefully cut a thread protruding from her dress. The girl noticed with horror that such a scene had never happened in her favorite story. Meanwhile, the butler put away the knife and explained that he had to report to the Duke. Handing her a piece of paper, the man said he intended to tell her the content of the report. Taking the paper from her hands, she thought again that this also did not happen in the novel. It is written on the paper that Miss Viola was able to become an integral part of Winter Castle, so she needs to receive a basic education because she has all the necessary qualities. An instinctive desire for dominance and vanity. Butler also wrote that she has a touch of madness that is necessary to become a member of the Baratu family. But apart from that, she is smart enough to control this trait. Returning the paper to him, she asked him why he showed this to her, to which Sino explained that he had been watching her, and that she had fully demonstrated it after meeting Prince Vincent. The inspired man added that he would do everything possible to help her become a duchess. The girl thought she had no intention of becoming one, because her original plan was to stay alive and help the Duke's eldest daughter take the heir's place. Viola looked at him in horror and thought that she should see his persistent gaze. The man did not take his eyes off her, so he immediately noticed the changes on her face. Embarrassed, he announced that he had not seen such a persistent and sincere gaze in a long time. So he again said that he would try very hard to help her. Realizing that this could not be avoided, the girl asked him to look up detailed family records. At the same time, in Vincent's room, his mother stood with a rod in her hand and asked how her son was doing. The boy replied enthusiastically that it was quite an interesting encounter. The woman said that the girl would become his enemy in the future and that one should not show weakness to such people. And then she asked what should be done with such people. Her son replied that such people must be crushed, after which the mother asked him why he behaved like this if he knew everything very well, to which he replied that he was wrong. She asked her son what he should do in this case, to which the boy calmly replied that he needed to be punished. The woman raised the rods higher and declared that since he understood everything perfectly well, who should be prepared for the rods? Vincent looked at her intently and quickly realized that he had to accept this punishment. The boy bent down at lightning speed, exposing his back to his mother to receive the blow. The woman suddenly waved her rods and hit her son on the back with all her might. The blows did not stop for a while, but Vincent did not make a sound, only cried softly. Meanwhile, Viola collapsed tiredly on her bed and sighed deeply with relief. She thought the day had been too busy, but fortunately for her everything went very well. The girl decided that in the future, she would not have to prove that she was worthy of being a Baratu. Sitting on the bed, she remembered that Sino's behavior, which was not in the book, was very unexpected for her. But she also remembered that most likely her new brother was being beat at that moment. But he was thinking about his mother's hands, on which marks from the rods remained. Viola knew that she had not yet met her real mother, Duchess Isabella, so she hoped that part had not changed. Determined to act, the girl called her butler, who immediately appeared at her bedroom door. She said she needed to visit somewhere, to which Zenon asked if it was really so late. The girl explained that he had to accompany her to Vincent's room, and she herself thought that she needed to win everyone over to her side. The boy was sitting on the floor, hugging his knees. Blood was slowly dripping from his back, oozing from the wounds left by the rods. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he kept repeating that he was wrong, that he was a bad boy, so his mother's hands suffered again from the rods. The butler let her in and pointed to the large wooden doors, explaining that this was where Lord Vincent's bedroom was located. Viola calmly praised him and told him to open the doors immediately so she could enter. The man asked her if she was really not going to touch them, to which she replied that she would enter through there. The girl noticed that there was a smell of blood and despair around her. It was the same smell she had read and imagined in her mind. It was the smell of unhappiness emanating from her exhausted new older brother. Zeno calmly opened the door and said she could enter, but was abruptly interrupted. Vincent's butler explained that his master did not want to see anyone at the moment, so they should leave. The man stood right at the door, having no intention of letting them into the room. Viola immediately realized that it was none other than Vincent's personal butler. Zenon menacingly declared that his mistress certainly wants to see Lord Vincent, to which the butler replied that his master refuses to receive him. His butler informed again that the lady insisted heavily on the meeting. The man warned that Zenon should shut his mouth, otherwise irreparable things could happen. His butler smiled mysteriously, and a spark of playful mischief shone in his eyes. Turning to the girl, he asked with interest what they would do in such a situation. Viola asked if she could take him by force, to which the butler replied that, as far as she knew, all butlers on this estate were quite strong. In response to her question about whether she could do this, the man pulled a dagger from his frock coat and stated that it would not be easy, but not impossible either. Her brother's butler asked her not to be stupid, to which Zenon asked if they were really close enough to call each other by their first name. The man asked if their butlers really ignored the rules of Winter Castle, to which he replied that that was why he hadn't stabbed him yet. Violence or murder are impossible within the castle walls. In other words, if it weren't for these rules, Zenon would have stabbed him with a knife long ago. Viola immediately noticed that her butler exuded a sinister aura, which meant she needed to leave quickly. Walking between them, the girl headed into the depths of the dark room, which wasn't even illuminated by the moon. The butler followed her with his eyes, without taking the knife from his opponent's throat. After she disappeared into the darkness, Zenon returned the knife, and his opponent reported that at the same moment he pressed it, his mistress left, and there wasn't a hint of doubt in her steps, to which the other replied that the ability to make decisions, and to act as well as perseverance, which helps to work together at the right time. These are the basic principles of the Beratu family. Vincent's butler asked if he would really have blocked his path, would he have hit him, to which Zenon replied affirmatively. The man said he got a very good mistress, and then congratulated him. He asked him if he was really willing to serve her, to which his butler replied that he had a strong desire for dominance and vanity. He added that injuries alone cannot be avoided here, because she was born to be a ruler, since even the first order she gave him 10 minutes after meeting was to get poison that could poison her brother. Zenon said that she also scolded him, as if he had been born and raised in this family. He explained that if you add excellent observation and a precise understanding of your role in the surrounding reality to your innate skills, this is very possible, and he himself thought that she had already proven it several times, because she had managed to guess the condition under which Lord Vincent will be subjected to educational measures. The man remembered that he had previously asked her if she could stab the knight with a knife if he was unconscious, to which she replied that in that case, he himself would be executed for not watching her. The butler explained that he could not allow this to happen, to which she replied that the death of her servant was not good for her either. But her question is why. The girl angrily said that Viola Barat really needed him. She understood that since she called herself Viola Beratu, she perfectly understood her role and position in this family. The butler did not know that she had a habit of putting herself in the place of the heroine, so she herself did not realize how she pronounced that name. Now she walked through the dark room and thought that Sino's laughter was coming from somewhere. Looking around, she noticed that the room was very large, after which she wondered how many rooms there were in the castle. Upon seeing the door about which she had once read in a book, Viola quickly rushed to it. Looking inside, the girl saw her new older brother sitting on the floor, his shirt covered in blood. The younger sister decided that she could, because she just needed to try to introduce herself as Beratu. So she reported that she looked simply terrible. Sitting in the chair next to him, she angrily asked him if they had beaten him brutally. The girl noticed that there was too much blood on his back, to which he replied that there wasn't that much this time. Seeing the object with which he was beaten next to her, Viola said boredly that it probably hurt. The crying boy explained that his mother also felt pain, to which his sister replied that it was his choice. Vincent said with a trembling voice that it was all his fault, after which she again asked if she had understood correctly. The older brother looked at her with bitter tears welling up in his eyes, but kindly explained that he was a bad boy. Looking directly at him, the girl could not understand how a child could say such a thing. She ordered him to give her his back, to which he reminded her that they were in a winter castle, so if she touched him, she would be in trouble. Viola threateningly declared that she was not going to touch him, but that someday he would fall flat on his face in front of her. and then he would crawl on the floor, trying to please her. The inspired boy asked her if she was telling the truth, and she thought that she absolutely did not expect these words to revive him. He added that he didn't like such a pathetic brother, because humiliating him was too boring. Turning his back to her, Vincent laughed and confirmed her words about his insignificance. Looking at his wounds, she realized that this was too much even for a crazy duchy in a fantasy world. Because the boy was only 8 years old, hearing that she was taking something out of her purse, the boy began to cheerfully ask if it was a knife, poison, or hydrochloric acid. Suddenly, a shiver ran down her body as she felt an incredible pain. All his wounds hurt a lot, so he began to scream loudly, to which she told him not to pretend. He asked what kind of poison it was, because it was the first time he had experienced such sensations, to which she assured him that it was not poison, but an ointment. She explained that she had already said that she did not want to see her pathetic brother on his knees, so he should heal his wounds faster. When he asked her why, she replied with a smile that in that case it would be more pleasant to kill him. But at the same time, she thought that she did not want him to be hurt. Vincent said in disbelief that all this sounded strange, to which the girl decided that apparently she was a bad actress. The boy pointed to her chest and said that he had a strange feeling that arose right in his chest. Tears appeared in his eyes again, but this time they were not out of self-pity or anxiety, but for a completely different reason. Noticing that she was crying again, Vincent asked her why she was crying if she was laughing. The boy asked his little sister when she managed to give him poison to drink. Turning to her, he continued to ask why her eyes were also red, and then suggested that she was also drinking poison. The girl explained that if she wanted to poison him, she would not have used such a weak poison. Sitting next to him, Viola stated that she was almost disappointed in him to see the Duke of Baradu's son shedding tears, to which the boy explained that when he was sad, tears appeared in his eyes. He added that if Duchess Isabella had hit him, he would not have been sad. Standing near the window, his face was illuminated by moonlight, and the boy kept repeating that he was to blame for everything. Viola told him that the real reason for his dejection was that he was being physically oppressed in this castle, breaking an absolute rule. Another rule of Winter Castle was that all children under 10 were under the castle's protection, and those who violated this rule were subject to the death penalty. In the original story, she approached her mother and told her that since she broke the rules, she must now kill her own mother, to which she replied that he must kill his mother to become a true king. She added that she was very happy that he had become a worthy contender, while Vincent, meanwhile, could not hold back his tears. Gathering his will into a fist, he threw a dagger at his mother, after which he became a murderer. The girl knew that her older brother never wanted to kill his beloved mother, but unfortunately for her, there was not a single normal person in the novel. The boy damningly explained to her that this woman was his mother, and that she could not do this to him. Viola said that he himself knew very well that all this was not true, and she herself thought that she had to change the plot of the novel and prevent Vincent from becoming a murderer. She said that time would pass, that he would have to kill his mother with his own hands because she beat him, because that was the law of Winter Castle. Lifting his gaze to her, the boy quietly told her that his mother had given him a task. Viola quickly realized that this also did not go according to the plot, because the conversation about the task was supposed to take place in a few days. Vincent smiled happily and invited her to play with him, which greatly worried his little sister. In the original story, her brother said that it would be more fun if they competed with each other. Now the boy cheerfully explained that it would be very interesting to play with him. The girl understood that she could not be deceived by looking at his appearance, and she also could not be moved, because he was still an extremely dangerous creature. She calmly said that she also thought it would be interesting, but she also thought that this episode was a very important moment for Viola. The next day, Zenon told her that robbers usually use arrows smeared with a weak poisonous substance, and it also happens that in the next battle, they wield axes, but without adhering to a specific fighting technique. They quickly begin to run out of energy. Showing the dagger in his hands, he said that the object was smeared with a strong poison, so she should be careful when using it. The butler hinted that if she touched it by mistake, she too would be in grave danger. Viola couldn't believe how he could say such terrifying words with such an innocent smile. The girl assured him that she didn't need a strong poison, to which he replied that it would certainly come in handy. She said she wasn't going to use poison during the games, and she herself thought she would rather die if she touched it by mistake. The man wiped the poison off the dagger, saying she was right, and then wished her to do her task. He explained that he would accompany her, but he couldn't help her, because that was the fifth prince's job. With a small dagger in her hands, Viola sadly confirmed his words about the game. The game her older brother was talking about was punishing the thieves who hunted in the mountains. Viola thought this was not so much a task, but rather training Vincent, because an 8-year-old boy could never cope alone with the evil and huge leader of a gang of thieves. She knew that the most important thing during this task would be the first appearance of the main male character. The mother of the main character of the novel, Tyrion, could not cope with poverty and ran away when he was still very young. The boy stayed with his father and his sick older sister, but by supporting each other, they were able to get out of poverty. From the age of 6, he began to hunt and was increasingly successful in this matter, so they were not starving as before. He firmly believed that he would become a famous hunter and that his sister could receive treatment at the temple, which meant they wouldn't have to worry about medicine. One day, returning from a hunt, Tyrion cheerfully told them that he had caught quite a large deer. Upon entering the house, his great dream was shattered because his father was brutally murdered. Looking around, he desperately tried to find his sister, but soon thought that perhaps she had been stolen. Getting up from the ground, Tyrion asked his father for forgiveness because he needed to find his sister. The guy quickly discovered the kidnapper's tracks and followed him for the third day, after which he realized that he had gone quite far, which meant that somewhere nearby there was a thieves' den. Pulling out his bow and arrows, the orphan thought that his only relatives were outside the walls of their lair. Viola understood that this was all the information they had told her before Tyrion's first appearance. Her brother said he preferred riding a horse, to which she replied that he had the right. Vincent, irritated, asked why she allowed herself to talk to him like that. To her silent question, he explained that she was only 7 years old and he had long since turned 8. The boy added that she should call him brother, and she thought he was still just a child. Vincent said that he could kill 10 more people than her, and Viola, trying to change the subject, invited him to ride a horse. Her brother said that this way he would consume all his strength, which means he couldn't present himself to her in the best way. The girl thought that she needed to understand what he was thinking and try to take advantage of it, because that training was too dangerous for her. So she told him that she wanted to give him the opportunity to start first. She explained that since the game was originally hers, she should try it first. Viola warned him to expose himself, but not to try too hard to show off in front of her. Looking at him angrily, she added that if things got really tough for him, of course she would help him. The boy enthusiastically said that this would definitely not happen, so she could sit quietly while he did everything himself. His fiery speech was interrupted by the butler's voice, who had finally arrived at the location, and Zenon explained to her that the road was too narrow for a carriage, so they would have to continue on foot. Vincent immediately ran ahead of everyone, shouting at her to watch carefully, while his butler kindly helped her out of the carriage. Entering the thieves' cave, the boy, throwing the dagger in his hands, sadly declared that there was no one here. Suddenly, his older brother smelled blood, something that was too familiar to him. Turning around, he saw a dead man, indicating that the corpse was buried, but someone was digging in the ground. Viola thought that although this was the world of a book, she couldn't miss this, because the buried man looked about 10 years old. Meanwhile, his older brother walked up to the only standing wooden building and knocked on the door. His younger sister immediately approached him and told him that the door was open. But from the tracks, it was clear that it had been opened recently. To his question of how she understood this, the girl explained that usually the doors of the forest senators open by themselves, because this way you can save at least a little time when fleeing from pursuit. Realizing that this corpse was unlikely to be Tyrion's sister, since he looked much younger, Viola loudly said that someone had been here before them. She supposed that someone who knew how to shoot a bow shot the person looking and entered. That's why there was a fight here recently. That's why there was a strong smell of blood. Realizing that she was trying to get ahead of him, the boy rushed into the building, saying that this wouldn't work at all. His butler asked Zenon if he had really explained all this to her, to which he replied that he had no idea about it. The man said he couldn't understand why she was so observant, and his butler replied that if he couldn't understand it, then he should accept it as a fact. Suddenly, Vincent's butler disappeared from his place, saying that he was obliged to accompany his master. So he left. Approaching his mistress, Zenon asked her why she wasn't going in and seeing everything with her own eyes. The girl said that on the way she noticed small footprints, but judging by the size, it was a boy about 12 years old. Since he managed to reach this place, then he has good stalking skills. She added that if at such a young age, he was not afraid to come to the lair alone, then he had a good reason, for example, a desire for revenge, to which her butlers asked her why she wanted to find this boy. Viola smiled wickedly and said it was very funny, because he survived. The girl noticed that there was no disorder inside the lair, which meant that she couldn't take proper revenge. Zenon thought that she precisely notes every detail and deliberately tells him to demonstrate her skills, after which he decided that he would certainly make her his heir. Entering another wooden building, she found a trembling guy inside. Approaching him, the girl suddenly stopped, trying to believe what she saw. The stranger was very similar to the person from her real world, whom she had once been in love with. She began to slowly approach him, which is why the guy began to panic, and shouted at her not to approach him, otherwise he would stab her. The girl knelt down, deciding to make sure that it was really her lover. Lifting his trouser leg, she saw moles on the back of his leg forming a triangle. Once, she saw exactly the same moles on the boy's leg, and said that thanks to them, she could easily recognize him. In that ordinary life, this boy's name was Paul, who was 5 years older than her. In the shelter, he became her only support and reliance until she turned 19. On that day, he approached her and said that he wanted to introduce her to someone. After raising a girl she didn't know, Paul told her that he and she were dating, which made Josephine think that her heart would break into pieces. Crying at night, she suddenly realized how much she liked him. So when she grew up, she decided to confess her feelings to him, but it was too late. She could never do this because the boy died tragically, but he remained forever in her heart. Therefore now, the girl couldn't believe that she could meet the one she once loved again. The boy asked in surprise if she was really the daughter of the thief he attacked. Looking directly into his eyes, Viola felt dizzy and had persistent tinnitus. He continued trying to figure out if she was the daughter of the gang leader or not. His eyes seemed to slowly approach her and convulse her entire body. Zenon observed all this, so he was very surprised that his mistress was behaving so strangely. Tyrion, for his part, jumped up from his seat, pulled out a dagger, and put the weapon to her throat, informing the butler that he must take him to the leader, because if he didn't, his mistress would die. The man still couldn't understand if his mistress had really made such a stupid mistake. At the same time, the girl, angry and severe, asked him if he really allowed himself to point his knife at her. Her eyes flashed with rage, and their color turned bright scarlet, causing him to sense a sinister aura around her. Sino immediately realized that everything was wrong, and that now she would finally show her true face. Viola quickly jumped up and slapped the attacker in the face with all her might. With an unexpected blow, Tyrion fell exhausted to the ground and dropped the weapon from his hands. Stepping on him, the girl told him that he was just a pathetic bastard. She picked up the dagger in her hands and slowly thrust it into the ground next to his face. The girl sarcastically asked him what he thought would happen if he moved aside a little. Looking at the hand with the dagger, Viola tried to understand what was wrong with him, after which she supposed that the main character decided to come to his senses. But then she noticed that the guy had hopelessly given up. Looking at him, she suddenly realized that he simply wanted to give up everything, because he saw no meaning in life. She thought about how she felt the same way that day when she stood on the roof, about to jump. Viola knew that she had absolutely lost everything, that's why she wanted to die. But she believed that she shouldn't even think about it in her lover's body. Paul had always supported her, so this time she decided that she would stand by his side until the very end. When his body began to move again, Viola stood up and heard the butler begin to praise her. The man said that she deliberately showed her weak spot, to which Vincent approached, and told her that he could do the same. The girl understood that it was not she who did this, but the real Viola. But then she decided that she had regained her senses just in time, because she didn't have time to stab him with a knife. Viola told everyone present that she really liked the guy, so she would make a toy out of him. That same evening, Zenon brought the tied man to his mistress's room, awaiting further orders. Throwing him on the floor, the man asked her what he should do with the toy, to which she replied that he should leave him there to be pleasant to the eye. The butler smiled mysteriously, saying that he understood her perfectly, after which he began to cast a spell. Due to his magic, Tyrion, chained hand and foot, suddenly flew into the air. Viola continued to play her role and told Zenon that he did well, so he could leave. To his question about what she was going to do with them, The duke's daughter replied that this dog had bitten her, so he would have to be trained. The man said that, if she meant the method that was forbidden in Winter Castle, then he would pretend not to know anything. The girl politely thanked him, after which, she let the butler go to take care of his affairs. She briefly thought about what was best for her, because at first she had brought the boy to save her, but now she needed to raise him. Viola assumed that the Beratu family only adopted cruel educational measures. The duke's daughter understood that she could never beat him, because he was exactly like her lover. While she was thinking about what to do in this situation, the boy suddenly began to wake up and realize where he was. Tyrion began to speak loudly and incomprehensibly, trying to break free from his bonds. But nothing worked. He tried to tell her that he would kill her if she didn't untie him alive now, but the mask on his face muffled absolutely all words. Viola realized that this man was not Paul at all, but only looked exactly like him. She told him to try to calm down, after which she explained that he foolishly climbed alone into the bandit's lair. But he had only killed two. The girl said that he was sitting, wounded in a corner and trembling, unconvinced of his sister's death. The boy thought about how he could have known about his sister, and meanwhile supposed that he probably wanted to give up everything. Like the last coward, suddenly, Viola explained to him that she too was once as cowardly as him. She added that she grew up in an orphanage and became Viola Beratu after being adopted, so she understood him better than anyone else. The girl knew better than anyone what it was like to lose her entire family overnight, so she promised to stand by his side. Tyrion didn't realize why tears suddenly welled up in his eyes, because he didn't even think about crying. Viola invited him to calm down and think for himself, because she took revenge on his enemies instead of him, and saved his life. She reminded him that even though she grew up in the forest, he must understand how he should behave. Seeing his brief affirmative nod, the girl assumed that he was now ready to listen to her. After freeing him from the trenches, Viola sat him down in front of her and told him everything. She sternly asked him if he now understood the seriousness of the situation, to which he replied affirmatively. A couple of minutes earlier, she spoke about how she was adopted, so she had no reliable relatives or anyone standing by her side. So she needed her people. She explained that she had chosen him to be her man in this dark castle. And sinister, when she asked him why, Viola cheerfully replied that she really liked his appearance. Extending her hand to him, she added that this was why she decided to stay close to him, because she hoped he would become a prominent person by her side. She thought that the words about the gaze were a lie, because unlike Paul, his gaze was too cold. The girl hoped not to start doubting this motive, because Tyrion was an intelligent character and rational. The boy, meanwhile, still couldn't understand how it all happened, but decided that this was his last chance. Calmly, he asked her if he should now really become her personal dog and serve her. Smiling, the duke's daughter replied that he had understood everything correctly, and from that moment on, he became her dog or her toy. This was the only way to keep Tyrion in the Beratu family, because if they took him for their toy, no one would follow or compete with him. She explained that since he attacked her, she couldn't forgive him, because dogs that bite their owners cannot be forgiven. Viola said that this is in the spirit of the Beratu family, so he needs training. The boy thought that although she seemed cold, she had a warm and friendly look, so it seemed that her words were not entirely sincere. And then he asked her if they had met before, to which she replied negatively. The girl said that as soon as everything was settled, they could go to his hut to send his father on his last journey. And then she thought that, according to the plot, Tyrion later greatly regretted not being able to bury his father in time. The duke's daughter looked him straight in the eye and kindly explained that she would go there with him. This time, the boy felt very embarrassed, but managed to sincerely thank her for her help. Getting up from his seat, he said that he had already calmed down and was ready to start being raised. Viola ordered him to sit in a distant place, after which she went to fetch the rods. She explained to him that it would be incredibly painful for him, to which he replied that he knew it very well, so he could hit from the heart. Holding the punishment instrument in her hands, the girl said that this is exactly what she would do, and that he should try to scream beautifully. The boy began to tremble after several blows, and she thought that his soul was very restless. But Zenon was probably listening in the next room, and to avoid suspicion, she had to be cruel. As soon as she swung, Vincent immediately entered the room, interrupting the raising procedure. The boy shouted excitedly if she was really playing, to which she replied that she was raising her dog. When she asked him why he had come, His older brother replied that he wanted to see what she was doing with the toy. Zorka looked at her and asked if she could treat his wounds with an ointment. The girl asked if this was really important, to which the boy explained that it was better not to. He added that if she dared to do this, she would immediately kill his toy. Viola asked why he had the right to dispose of her property. The boy menacingly said that he had said so he would surely kill him if she decided to treat him. The girl explained that this had absolutely nothing to do with him, and that if he killed her toy, then they would not say otherwise. She added that this meant that he coveted what only belongs to her. Viola challenged him to give her a good reason why she shouldn't do this. Vincent shouted embarrassedly that he should be the first, so she didn't dare apply the ointment to anyone but him. She asked him if he really didn't want to cede his primacy to anyone, after which she stated that he was behaving too strangely. The girl said that she was taught that the Beratu family behaves reasonably and rationally, but that she was ready to be disappointed in him. Viola told him to offer her some logical reason, and that if he kept talking nonsense, she would be disappointed in him. She added that afterwards, she would never treat his wounds again. The boy proudly declared that since these were the conditions, he forgives her insolence, to which she noted that he was showing off again. As she was about to leave his room, Vincent loudly said that she could apply the ointment to him as much as she wanted. As she walked out the door, he said that when she turned 10, the first thing he would do was kill him. Walking out into the hallway, the older brother wondered if it was necessary to kill the guy, after which he remembered that his mother said that Bharat should only do this. Entering his room, the boy understood that he did not want to kill his younger sister, Viola. At the same time, the girl wondered why her brother was so attached to this ointment, but she couldn't understand what was going on. Looking at the wounded Tyrion, she decided that the training could end there. While picking up the rods, she suspected that the butler entered the room, after which he immediately entered. She explained to him that she was done raising the dog, and then ordered Zenon to clean the room because she needed to rest. Looking at the wounded man, the man thought that he had already tortured him enough. Holding the rod in his hands, he reasoned that even Tyrion's gaze had completely changed. The butler said that this young man pointed a knife at his mistress. He even brought the weapon to her throat, after which he added that if she hadn't been so generous, he would have torn this little beast's mouth so that he could no longer dare to bark. Viola was very surprised by the amount of anger her butler contained. But then she remembered that it was very similar to the words from the book that the butler said to his mistress when he checked her. For Beratu, generosity was considered a luxury that only someone like Iran could afford. But Viola was generous to Zenon, and this meant that she was stupid and weak. The girl decided that she couldn't just silence this matter, so she turned to her butler. As soon as he sat down next to her, she immediately slapped him with all her might. She added that it is possible that he is checking her right to call herself Beratu, but that he should not do it so openly. Viola said that she was disgusted by this, but then decided that she had hit him too hard. The butler declared that he asks for forgiveness, and that he is also ready to cut off his hand to earn her mercy. To his negative response, Zenon asked him if he really wanted him to give his life. The girl assumed he was serious, so she explained that in this case, he wouldn't be able to work for her. And without his hand, the effectiveness of his work would decrease. She said that next time he should think first and only then say something. The happy man decided that she was desperately trying to control the bloody madness within herself, and he was surprised that at the age of 7, she had such willpower and mind. He thought that if she hadn't used mana to protect herself, there would have been no living space left on her face. Zeno clearly remembered that during the first encounter with Prince Vincent, she also put mana on that feather, thanks to which she was able to pierce the prince's protective dome, and he was left with a scratch on his face. The butler believed that she had an innate ability to manipulate mana, and that she had also reached a certain level in it. After thinking for a while, the man asked her why she had taken him aside. Because he didn't want to ruin his authority in the eyes of his toy. The girl explained that he had understood everything correctly, because he was the only servant in her closest circle. The man thanked her for such generosity, and then thought that Barrett would never have done something like that. Kneeling in front of her, Zeno suddenly began to say that he thought it would be good if she ruled the Beratu clan. Viola couldn't believe that her childish slap had such a surprising effect. She chuckled smugly, but at the same time thought that everyone in this castle was a little sick in the head. A few days later, Tyrion was able to take his father's body and peacefully bury him near the castle. Viola handed him a beautiful flower and told him to place it on the grave. Taking the plants from his hands, the man placed them on the grave and said that his father no longer had to worry about him, and that he should rest in peace. As she promised, they buried Tyrion's father, after which, under the pretext that he was not fit for his position, the boy was given a room, and he was also well fed and dressed in good clothes. Thus, the boy became her faithful dog, but one problem remained. The girl carefully tried not to look him in the eyes, because she had experienced firsthand the consequences of this action. If she looked him in the eyes for too long or touched him, the real Viola would appear in the near future. Leaving his room, the Duke's daughter decided that she could not allow her to take over her body. Tyrion noticed that she no longer looked at him with the same tenderness as before. As they walked down the hall, the butler reported that he had heard that Lord Vincent had been subjected to educational measures. Entering her older brother's room, Viola froze in horror for a moment. She looked deep into the room, where Duchess Isabella was, and a beaten boy lay at her feet. The woman turned around and asked if she had arrived yet, because her son was really looking forward to his sister's arrival. She asked if it was really the same Princess Viola, and the girl meanwhile wondered why the woman was still in the room. Duchess Isabella was surpassed only by her father in power and influence, and she also participated in a political marriage. And although there was no love between them, they remained faithful to each other. Viola knew that the fiery red hair, the venomous gaze, and the scarlet lips belonged only to Isabella, so anyone who had the book in their hands could recognize her immediately. The girl greeted her by name, to which the woman said that since she recognized her so quickly, it means that she was definitely preparing, to which she replied that she lived in harsh conditions. So it was necessary. The Duke's daughter felt enormous strength. It seemed to her that she would lose consciousness, but at the same time, she knew that under no circumstances should she give in to her, because as soon as she showed weakness, she would die immediately, and Isabella. Meanwhile, she said that she quickly realized, thanks to her street origins. Addressing the boy, the woman said that he was good, but lacked anger because he grew up in greenhouse conditions. Viola asked if she really meant that a commoner should not communicate with a noble-blooded boy. The Duke's wife sarcastically replied that this was exactly what she was trying to convey to her. She added that the girl should not only not communicate with her son, but should be prepared to give him a white flower. The woman explained that she didn't know if it was customary for low-class people to sleep eternally with white flowers, to which the girl affirmed that she was not low-class, but simply poor. Viola said that these are completely different concepts, because even in poverty one can remain noble, and the rich can be low-class, but the poor also honor the memory of the dead. Isabella said that she behaves like a lady and such behavior does not suit her, to which the girl replied that she considers honoring the memory of the dead a kind of luxury. The Duke's daughter involuntarily recalled her words that she was going to give the insolent girl a white flower. The Duke's wife said that strangers have no right to express opinions on how a mother should love and raise her child. The girl noticed that she was not a stranger at all, because now she and the boy were brother and sister. Looking at the exhausted body, Viola happily noticed that he was beginning to come to his senses. Examining his neck, she found new wounds and assumed that Isabella had used poison this time. The woman said that she hoped her adopted daughter would not allow herself too much, to which the girl replied that she was allowing herself too much because within the walls of Winter Castle, all children under 10 have the right to protection, and since one of the castle mistresses violates this rule, subordinates can start a riot. Vincent's mother explained that this is acceptable for educational purposes, because the boy finds it fun to play with his rival. And because of such absurd thoughts, she had to start mentoring the future heir. Isabella said that she simply taught him a lesson to be attentive and careful. Viola asked the butler if he carried a magical recording device with him, to which he replied affirmatively. As soon as the girl ordered him to record their conversation, the woman immediately ran towards Zenon. Lisa did not expect such a reaction from Vincent's adult and cunning mother. Isabella kept her hand on the butler's neck and ordered him to stop recording. And meanwhile Viola thought that she was very fast, because no one could catch her movements. The man replied that he followed orders received solely from the princess herself. Viola suggested that, judging by his behavior, she herself understands that she is absolutely wrong. The butler asked him if he should start recording, because blood was starting to flow from his neck, to which the girl replied that she could not lose her servant. Isabella withdrew her hand from Zenon's neck and then fixed her tie, which was stained with blood. The woman said that her adopted daughter is quite cheeky, so the welcome dinner will not be boring. Viola said that she was grateful in advance for accepting her as part of the family. The girl added that Vincent now found out that she was still violating the rules established in the castle. She turned to her brother to find out if he had seen and heard exactly everything that confirmed her words. The boy did not answer, so she began to treat his wounds with an ointment, asking him not to move. Vincent's mother, seeing this picture, said that everything was very funny. She asked him if he had really decided to serve the sixth princess, to which he replied that it was his job, which was not related to his feelings. The woman turned severely towards the children, who were sitting on the floor next to each other. Vincent was still trying to wipe away his incessant tears, and Viola pulled a jar of ointment out of her bag. After collecting some medicine, the girl thought that Isabella had hit him too hard. She understood that it was definitely not love, but addiction and insane violence. As soon as she touched the ointment on his wounds, the boy immediately shrieked that it was stinging, to which the girl said that she tolerated the rod well. His older brother said that he thought he would have to deal with her, and since he was destined to suffer at someone else's hands, then it had to be her. When she asked him why he decided that, the boy replied that he simply felt that way. Addressing his younger sister, he declared that she could not die because of someone else, because it was he who had to kill her. Viola decided that this way he was trying to express his love to her, but she didn't understand whether she should cry or laugh at these words. Closing a story jar, the girl invited him to lie down to lull him to sleep, because she knew very well that he couldn't sleep. The boy, fearful, asked her how she knew this, to which she replied that she had seen the story of his insomnia in family records, and that she thought she had read about it in a book. Vincent turned to the butler and asked him if this was true, to which Sino replied that all servants knew it. Yielding to his persuasion, the duke's son asked him how he would lull him to sleep, if he would really give him a sleeping pill, or if he would immobilize his entire body with poison. Viola helped her older brother get into bed and placed a pillow under his head. The boy thought that she had very small hands and thin wrists, and then wondered why she was so small when there was only a year difference between them. Sitting next to him, she realized that she wouldn't be able to lull him to sleep this way, so she decided to use the method described in the novel. Touching his forehead, Viola intimidatingly ordered him not to relax, because this would create a desire to deal with him. Vincent's eyes began to slowly close, after which he reported that he wanted to sleep. He vaguely heard her words that if he fell asleep, he would definitely die in his sleep, because the enemy would come and kill him. After these words, the boy fell into a deep sleep, and Viola began to get out of bed. Vincent was trained by Isabella from the earliest childhood, so he held out until the end. And when he had no strength left, he fell asleep peacefully, and thus his childhood years passed. Isabella no longer visited his room at night, and he was very afraid of the night. So he developed insomnia. Looking at her older brother, the girl mentally wished him a peaceful sleep and also sincerely sympathized with his misfortune. As soon as she was about to get up, Vincent took her hand and asked her not to leave him. The boy cried in his sleep and said that she only needed to be near him. He asked her and also said that he felt completely alone because no one loved him. Viola wiped the tears from her eyes and asked him not to cry, and then added that she would stay with him for a while, after which she fell asleep beside him. In the middle of the night, the butler woke her up and took her to his room, so she asked him what time it was. The man said that he did not want to wake up his mistress at 3:30 in the morning, but that he had several questions about the report, after which he added that she played incredibly, and she was able to see his real image. The girl thought fearfully that he probably understood that she was afraid of Isabella, but the book said that if she didn't show skills, she would have to kill her. Zenon said that his eyes were full of bloodlust, and then asked her why she acted so affectionately. He listed the moments when she cared for her older brother, as well as the moments when she helped Tyrion stay with his father. He explained that she even seemed a little annoyed, but bloodthirsty people do not experience such emotions, even if Duchess Isabella herself is in front of them. The butler suggested that she deliberately pretended to be annoyed in front of her, and then he asked her if she could find out the reason for such an action. Viola felt the evil aura emanating from her butler and realized that she could not concentrate. She began to slowly close her eyes, thinking that this would not work because she really wanted to sleep. Closing her eyes, the girl muttered that she was not ready to answer, but would simply sleep. The man was slightly surprised by these words, but even more confused by how well she slept. He understood that he should not have said that, but he could not restrain himself while watching her peacefully doze on his bed. Leaving the room, the butler thought that the person who controlled Mana should be able to control his sleep. He closed the door. He said that this was a lice test for his butler, after which he promised to definitely pass this test. That night, Carlton was in the hallway, holding a towel for his master. Heron slowly put on the white robe that the butler had also brought him. The man said that if Mrs. Rail were alive, she would not like all this. He added that she asked him to make sure the Duke put on the robe correctly after showering, because she was constantly worried that his stomach would hurt. Rail was the only person in the world he loved with all his heart. She was always worried that he might get indigestion if he continued to wear the robe incorrectly. The Duke always told her that he didn't have indigestion because his mana protected him from all diseases. The girl insisted that she was still very worried, no matter how he managed to get sick. The man gently pulled her towards him and told her that worrying about his health was her destiny. Rail did not have much time left to live, so she could not fulfill her destiny, and she left this world 15 years ago. While tying his robe, Jaron thought that he missed her very much, so after deliberately swimming, he didn't tie his robe, hoping to be scolded by her again, so it became a habit. The butler said it was time to report on the plans he would have to carry out. The man said that Sino came 25 minutes ago to report in person, so he was still waiting for the Duke outside. After a couple of minutes, Jaron got ready and invited his adopted daughter's butler to come see him. After hearing his report, he asked if Isabella distrusted Viola, to which Sino explained that he had never said that word. The man noticed that his wife told him almost everything that happened in the house, but she did not mention her adopted daughter, to which Carlton pointed out that perhaps she decided that the girl was not worth mentioning. The Duke explained that, judging by Senon's words, this was not the case, after which he thought that if she didn't even mention her adopted daughter, his wife most likely distrusted her. But he was very surprised that she was afraid. A 7-year-old child. Meanwhile, the butler watched his master's face, realizing that he hadn't seen such an expression in a long time. After Madame Rail's death, the Duke seemed to have forgotten what emotions were, so he focused solely on work. Carlton realized that he hadn't seen him like this in a long time, because the one for whom the Duke showed interest had appeared. Aaron said that the 7-year-old adopted daughter knows how to put on various masks and use those around her for her own purposes. Sinon explained that the knight would not regret it if he deigned to see his daughter in person. The man asked if the butler really had enough confidence to ask him for a personal meeting with her, to which he replied that the lady had organized a test for him. Baratu's servants constantly question the abilities of the heirs and test them, because if the heirs do not develop properly, the servants face dismissal. The Duke asked Carlton when the welcome dinner would take place, to which he replied that the event would take place in 3 days. He then asked if he had time before dinner, to which the butler replied that he was free the next day from 3 to 5, after which Heron informed Zenon that he would dedicate this time to his adopted daughter. Suddenly, Zenon began to say that he would like to say something else before leaving that was not related to the report. Carlton couldn't believe that the butler was going to directly express his personal opinion about his lady. The man said that he thought Princess Viola was an extremely sweet girl. An awkward silence filled the room, and Carlton and Heron stared inquiringly at the butler. Sinon explained that this word is not entirely appropriate for members of their family, but at the same time, the girl is a true Baratu. Turning his head away from him, the Duke noticed that this was a useless assessment, but his butler thought that these were useless moral principles. Iran said that he had to prepare his adopted daughter for a meeting with her father, and he himself thought that such a quality had no meaning for his family, but he also understood why the butler excluded this from his report. The next day, Viola looked at billions of dresses and told the butler that she didn't like any of them. Zeno explained that they were very popular among young girls her age, and that she would look very cute in them. The girl tried to find out what kind of test he had prepared for her this time, and why he was choosing a dress. She understood that if Viola had originally been a nice character and acted like this, everyone would have loved her. Noticing that he was holding a pencil with a notebook in his hand, she asked what he was writing, to which the butler replied that he was noting that she didn't like the dress. He added that it was his mistake not to be able to find clothes that suited her. Having chosen a snow-white dress, the girl said it would suit her because it looked quite comfortable. after which they went to the city. The butler told her that he would accompany her everywhere, and Viola tried to find out what he was doing. Realizing that she would torture herself more than she would guess the truth, the girl decided to stop thinking about it. It turned out they had arrived at the Azuleja Cafe, where they sold egg tarts, which she adored so much. While enjoying the delicacies that were everywhere, she decided that she couldn't help it. Holding the sweets in her hand, she remembered that she had wanted to try them so much when she first read their description in the novel. And now, she really had the opportunity to try them. Having bitten off the first dessert, she felt how warm and tender it was, and also that her mouth was filled with a pleasant sweetness that spread through the veins of her entire body to the tip of her toes. Everything was like in the book, so the girl was very happy to be able to be in the novel. Her pleasure was interrupted by the unexpected silence that fell in the cafe, and all the people remained in a reverent attitude. Suddenly, she saw nothing less than her adoptive father, as well as her favorite character from her book. Walking towards her table, Viola couldn't believe that the butler had organized all this, because their first meeting was not supposed to take place in this cafe. The Duke's daughter didn't know whether to get up to greet him, because she really wanted to finish her egg tart. When she lived in the real world, she dreamed that she could eat sweets whenever she wanted. Therefore, now she was not going to so easily give up the half-eaten dessert in her hands. Josephine loved sweets so much that she preferred to eat everything first and then greet the Duke. The people around began to whisper about where such a lady came from, if she dared to behave like this in front of the Duke. She thought that the issue was not at all that she did not know the rules of etiquette, but that her body simply did not obey her. The girl supposed that the butler would not simply invite her to a cafe with sweets. With one move, her adoptive father forced everyone present to stop whispering. Viola knew that it was too late to greet him, because otherwise, everything would be even worse, after which she decided that she should behave with as much confidence as possible, because she knew her favorite character better than anyone. When her adoptive father approached her, she realized that there was something she hadn't noticed last time. Now she clearly understood how handsome the Duke was, because he looked better than any star. The girl thought that now she understands why in the novel you talked about the book 100, and one ways to conquer Jaron Baratu's heart. Viola greeted him, to which he asked why she was looking at him like that, and his adopted daughter asked him if she could really look at the man who would become her father without looking at him like that. The man said that this was exactly the case, after which she asked him why he thought so. The butler approached him, holding a document stating that he was now officially her father. The Duke added that as of yesterday, according to documents, she is his legal daughter. Viola quickly remembered that Jaron did not like obedient children, so she decided to show character by asking him if she should thank him. Her new father affirmed that this would be appropriate in this situation, after which she asked him again why he thought so. While he was talking about her asking too many questions, the girl took the next portion of treats. Realizing that she was behaving strangely, the Duke stopped saying anything and just watched her. Suddenly, the girl found herself thinking about eating the egg tart again. And then she wondered why she couldn't stop. Trying to show hospitality, she handed her new father the next piece and told him that he should definitely try it because it was very tasty. The man noticed that she seemed sorry to give away the dessert, to which she replied that it was indeed the case, but that she was sharing it with him because he was her father now. The Duke noticed a crumb on her cheek and then tried to gently remove it with his finger. He said that Sino should start teaching etiquette because it was the first time he had seen family members sit with crumbs on their lips while eating. Iran said that everyone in Winter Castle, when they see him, expresses their respect by placing their right hand on their chest and bowing their heads, after which he asked her why she didn't do this. Viola asked him if this was exactly what he wanted from her, and then said that if so, that is exactly what I would do. The girl noticed that it seemed to her that he really didn't want this, so she didn't bow to him. Her new father asked her if everything really looked like that in her eyes, to which she replied affirmatively. She calmly added that she would never do anything he didn't want her to do. The man immediately remembered his beloved, who told him in the same way that if he doesn't want something, she won't do it either. The Duke said that his butler informed him that she was a 7-year-old princess, capable of manipulating people. He added that the girl made the right decision because to dominate, one needs to be able to pretend. Garza warned that this time he was mistaken in choosing the mask, as she should behave like a true Baratu. Viola put a teacup on the table and said that she hadn't lied at all when she asked him to be a real father to her. The girl proudly said that he should treat her person very carefully. Carlton interjected and said that this was not proper for Princess Berata, because she didn't watch her words, but the Duke's gesture quickly stopped him. Getting up from his seat, his new father announced that they would now meet at the welcome dinner. Viola also got up from her seat and gracefully bowed to him, saying farewell words. As soon as he left, the girl thought she was using the so-called emotion management method. In the real world, she saw a blog post from the novel's author about the Duke secretly courting a cute hedgehog in a monstrous coffin that had 7 magical barriers placed on it, which meant that the seemingly stern man liked cute things. The girl believed that since she had little tenderness and cuteness in her, she decided to use the emotion management method, so it would be much easier if Viola's character was cute to begin with. Sitting in the carriage, the Duke couldn't stop thinking about the encounter with his adopted daughter. The man thought that Zenon's report was quite reasonable, because it seemed that she was carefully trying to hide her madness. He reasoned that Viola was trying to act like a normal 7-year-old girl. Suddenly, Heron asked Carlton if all children really have such chubby cheeks and soft. The butler suggested that children's skin is quite delicate, so children can easily get cut even with blunt objects. He wondered if his master was really going to cut more Rivers, because no matter how rude she was, it was still forbidden to kill a child under 10. The Duke asked if all children really get that messy when they eat something, and why he asked if that was the reason Zenon said she was cute. The man added that this was a little girl who wanted to trick him by hiding behind a mask. After a while, Viola returned to the palace, where the maids changed her and put on a different dress. After letting them go, the girl collapsed on the bed, thinking that she had managed to visit heaven and hell. She was worried about the question of why Heron came to her and what Zenon told him. Realizing that there was a butler by her side, she began to wonder if all butlers really follow their master, as if they were tails everywhere. She only knew what was described in the book, so she had to act carefully not to pay with her life. But it was extremely important for her to know something. She asked her butler to call Tyrion, after which the boy quickly ran to her room. Viola sat at the table, looked at him, and thought that he looked like Paul at 12 years old. The girl asked him if he knew why she brought him to the castle, to which he replied that he wanted him to become her faithful dog. Getting up from her chair, the Duke's daughter slowly began to approach him, telling him that she needed a dog, a well-trained house dog with sharp fangs. Approaching him, she asked what kind of fangs he had, after which he explained that she meant what kind of weapon he could use. Taking his hand, she assumed that he would not think anything strange if she simply touched him. She turned her palm over, thinking that when she looked him in the eyes or touched him, the real Viola began to emerge. So there must surely be some threshold she wanted to find to be prepared for this in advance. Continuing to feel the boy, the girl noticed that the muscles in his back and shoulders were quite developed. She added that at that moment, he was wearing some kind of ragged clothes made of animal skins. And although it could protect the skin, it wouldn't have saved him from the cold. Viola said that this is why she decided to drive through the area where he lived. But at the same time, she thought that if she didn't hug him, then nothing would happen. The Duke's daughter said that, judging by the fact that he was attacked by bandits, she assumed the area was very poor in terms of security. Intertwining her fingers with hers, he continued to say that if he was the son of a hunter, he probably knew how to shoot a bow. The boy was a little embarrassed by the touch, and meanwhile, she asked him why he had calluses on his index fingers and middle. Tyrion carefully examined her and said that he had a strange feeling that he had seen her somewhere before, but he didn't remember where. The girl looked at him intently. She let go of his hand and thought that intertwining fingers was also acceptable. But the test ended there. She knew what her future teacher would say about him, that he had good eyesight and excellent reflexes at close range, in addition to innate physical abilities due to instant muscle contraction and relaxation, and his body was very suitable for handling a sword. Therefore, Viola now said that she didn't need to master archery, but the sword. The boy told her that he had never held a sword in his life, to which she replied that he simply hadn't had that opportunity. Taking his hand again, she told him that he was lucky to be the dog of Viola Berardo. After removing the handcuffs that held him, she said that she didn't need a dog that didn't know what fangs it had, so he had to master the sword for his own good, because she needed a pet who knew how to fight. And for this, she would introduce him to an outstanding teacher. Tyrion fell silent and attentively looked directly into her eyes, while the girl, meanwhile, counted the seconds until she began to turn into Viola. When she counted to 5, the boy suddenly turned around and became embarrassed. She thought why he was shy. Suddenly, he asked her in a trembling voice if she did this often. The girl kept looking at him confusedly, awaiting at least some explanation. To her silent question, he explained that he wanted to know if ladies from aristocratic families always touched the male body so much. Viola thought that, of course, he was cute, but she had the mind of a 21-year-old adult girl, so she didn't even perceive him as a man. Trying to stop him from being embarrassed, the girl stroked his head and told him that he was her dog. The boy knelt down and said that he would study fencing to become a good man. Bowing his head to her, he added that he promised to sharpen her fangs. He hoped that if he diligently studied the sword technique, she might pat his head again and finally recognize him as a man. Suddenly, he reached out to kiss her shoes, which greatly surprised the 8-year-old girl. Viola quickly moved away from him, thinking that it was very unpleasant because his feet smelled bad. Tyrion expressed his respect with all sincerity, but for a person from the 21st century, it was unpleasant and unusual, so she sent him to the room. After a while, Zenon approached her, carrying food on a tray, telling her that he had brought food for the dog master. The guy asked him to call him by his name, to which the butler quickly agreed. Seeing a paper on the table with the inscription companion, the man asked what it was, to which he replied that his father taught him to dream and told him that dreams come true. And he also told him to always write down his dreams and recite them. Stop. The butler asked what this had to do with the companion. The boy explained that the animals that aristocrats keep at home are called that. Tyrion gave the example of a canine companion, and then assured the butler that he would become that. He added that this was his new dream now, and he himself thought that if he learned to wield a sword and his owner recognized him as a man, then he could become his companion dog. The boy imagined how he would pat his head again and gently take his hand. The butler reported that a companion dog sounded quite good for the boy he had chosen. Zenon sincerely said that he congratulated him on such a good dream, to which the boy also sincerely thanked him. At the same time, Viola herself felt a certain coldness surrounding her everywhere. The next day, the butler accompanied her and told her that in this country, there was a building separate from the palace. The girl knew that Tyrion's future teacher was staying in the outbuilding of the Duke's estate, where only great merchants, descendants of famous families, brave knights, outstanding mages, and all other famous people could stay. Among all these people was Hickson, who would once have been Duke Heron's comrade-in-arms. This man was called a hero and savior at that time, but the years still took their toll. Viola told the butler that many people now called him a fool, that he couldn't stop drinking. She added that she read about this in the notes he gave her not long ago, to which the man noted that she had acted prudently. He asked her why she chose him, to which she replied that her dog could not be controlled until it became a faithful dog. No one was going to restrain the princess's dog, who was supposed to have been trained by some drunkard. But the story said that Tyrion, having learned ball handling from Hickson, showed extraordinary skills, so the girl explained to the butler that she had seen this teacher when she lived among the poor. Sino supposed that she had seen him when the man entered the slums several years ago looking for his missing daughter. But Viola was no more than 3 years old at that time, so it was a mystery to him how she could remember his face. The butler kept looking at her mysteriously and admiring her, but the Duke's daughter still couldn't understand what was wrong with her this time. She knew that in the original story, Hickson met Tyrion completely by accident, but she couldn't miss this opportunity, because she also wanted to win the master over to her side. Meanwhile, Hickson sat on a bench and remembered how his daughter once told her father that the sky was orange. And then they all laughed together. The passing maids decided that this man was in a bad mood again, so he sat alone with a bottle of wine. Hickson, Heron's comrade and Tyrion's future master, stood up and shouted at them to leave immediately. The girls tried to quickly retreat from his field of vision so that he wouldn't attack them unconsciously. Suddenly, a childish voice called him, asking if he really thought his deceased daughter would return this way. Turning around, he saw a 7-year-old girl standing bravely in front of him. The man took the bottle in his hands and shouted that she was crazy and should get lost. Meanwhile, Viola calmly told him that her own daughter had died a long time ago. Angrily, the master began to swing a wine bottle and shout that she was crazy. Suddenly, he heard his daughter's voice, after which his hand trembled and he dropped the bottle, saying that he asked her to leave him alone. The girl asked him if he really didn't want to know who killed his only daughter. Viola looked at him expectantly and told him that she had seen the same murderer. Hickson exhaled heavily, straightened up, and almost completely recovered from the words he said. The man severely asked who she was to know such details of his life. The girl said that she saw his daughter in apartment 11 in a poor neighborhood and that the crime scene was a sewer. She said that the girl had fiery red hair, freckles on her cheeks, and small cross-shaped earrings in her ears. And then she added that the girl, even before dying, believed that her father would come to save her. Josephine read this terrible moment in a novel that said Viola saw it with her own eyes. Hickson asked how she saw it, to which the girl replied that she was hiding behind a sewer pipe. To convince him, she told him that his daughter called him a hero and a black whale. To his question of what she meant by this, Viola replied that in addition to this, he was also friends with her father, the owner of Winter Castle. The man remembered that there was some kind of commotion in Winter Castle, so he heard from the maids that the Duke had adopted a poor girl. Hickson asked if she was really the same famous Viola, to which the girl replied affirmatively. Tyrion's future master looked at her in disbelief, not realizing what he wanted. The master let them into the room where she lived, saying that it was a little messy, but she washed the apple teacups. The butler noted that it was simply an unprecedented case, that the man had deigned to invite them. He added that the whole city knows that he doesn't invite anyone to his house and fights with everyone, to which Hickson offered to fight him. Sitting next to the lady, Sino said that the teacher had not allowed anyone into the hall for 3 consecutive years. The butler said that the Duke, although he assigned a room to Sir Hickson, never visited him. Hickson reasoned that his old friend had an unusual daughter, to which she said that almost everyone said that. Shortly before this, Viola told him that there were at least 2 criminals who kidnapped her family. The master listened carefully to her story, assuming that she would give answers to the question that tormented him. He said that while searching for his daughter, at that moment, he lost his wife, as if someone had arranged everything. The girl suggested that he think carefully if this could be an accident. The man understood that at that moment he was not the same, so he could not reason seriously. But now that she started talking about it, he realized everything. Hickson assumed that she would not simply tell him this information, so he asked her directly what she wanted. Viola put on a mysterious face, pretending to think hard about his question, to which he asked her to stop testing him. A little later, she announced that she had a personal dog, to which he looked at her surprised. The girl explained that the dog is a human, but he is quite large and bites, so he needs to be trained. After listening to her carefully, Hickson asked surprised how exactly he should train him. The Duke's daughter said that this was nothing special, because he just needed to be taught fencing. Upon hearing the cherished word, he replied negatively and added that he did not want to do this. Viola tried to convince him, telling him that she would find his daughter's killers, to which the man replied that he could find them himself. The girl knew that, according to the plot, he actually found them, but deciding not to retreat. She asked him why he didn't want to do it. Hickson did not invent beautiful speeches, and simply said that he was lazy, to which the Duke's daughter asked him to meet the student first. When he rejected her for the second time, she thought that this was a tough nut to crack, after which she decided to use something that would undoubtedly work on Hickson, that is, the emotional method. Knowing that his dream was to become a good husband and a loving father, Viola began to tell that when his daughter died. She called her father, after which she affirmed that she hoped he would become a true hero. The girl added that now she sees that this is completely wrong and that his daughter was cruelly deceived by him. To his silent question, she asked him if he really had to tell him this, because she asked him for help because she wanted to survive. Zenon closely followed her speech, trying to figure out what his mistress was doing at that moment. Viola explained that he must know that in Winter Castle survival is for the fittest, but her mother is addicted to stick beatings, and her brothers are just waiting for the moment to kill her. She said that she also has an abusive father in her life, so Hickson began to recall his past. He grew up in a family of tyrants, so he hates cruelty and aggression towards children. The Duke's daughter said that her father was not interested in her at all, so he let her be devoured by predators, and showed no interest in her life. She added that if he was smart enough, then he probably already understood exactly why she came to him, but still pretends not to know anything. Viola held out her small hand to him and asked him to be by her side, because she needed an adult she could trust. Because she was alone, Hickson thought that her hand was much smaller than it should be at that age, so he decided to help and said that it was simply incredible. That same night, Heron sat in his office and calculated purchases for the castle's needs. His thoughts were on the moment when his adopted daughter said that she thought he didn't want her. At that moment, the girl was chewing an egg tart and saying that if he didn't want her, he wouldn't make her. His thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected cry of his butler, who was shouting loudly in the hallway. Carlton said that Sir Hickson should observe manners and decorum in Winter Castle. The Duke ordered that the guest be left alone, and then asked his old friend what had happened. A friend said that the castle owner has a quite sweet daughter, even too seductive. Continuing to take notes, Heron explained that this was not at all like Bharata. Tyrion's future master said that he once dreamed that one day he would laugh at him, lonely and unhappy. But now his dream was gone, and his world collapsed because he had become a drunkard. After listening to him, the Duke asked him what all this meant and why he had come to him. The man replied that he knew why they were keeping him closer to the castle, and pointing at the butler. He said that probably this boring old man always advises him to kick him out. His cunning wife is just waiting for a chance to poison him, because he is ruining her Barado reputation. Handing the papers to Carlton, Heron noted that he knew the current situation in the castle very well. The butler obediently took the papers and headed towards the exit of the room to take them where they needed to go. As soon as he left, Hickson declared that the Duke allowed him to live in the outbuilding anyway. Heron interrupted him, saying that he did this to kill him personally if his friend did not recover. To his question of how long he was going to wait, the Duke replied that he had allocated 5 years for this. Amid laughter, Tyrion's future master explained that this was exactly what he intended, because it was a way to respect his dear friend. The Duke noted that he had finally come to his senses, to which the man replied that he had a dream again. He added that last year, they established an absolute rule that it was forbidden to kill children under 10. Hickson explained that all this had to do with his daughter Viola, who is now legally his daughter. The man said that he wanted to try to make her his daughter according to his heart, because her legal father was not interested in participating in her life, because for him she was a capable heiress. Heron said nothing and only looked severely towards the depths of the room. Without seeing his opponent, the master asked him if he didn't like his proposal, to which he replied that he was free to do whatever he wanted. Moving away from the window, Hickson said that the girl held out her hands to him and asked for help. And he also wanted him to be close, because she needed an adult she could trust. He added that her behavior seemed familiar to him, because she was very similar to Bharata. But at the same time, she was completely different. The man explained to him that she was a very unusual girl, to which the Duke said that he spoke exactly like Zenon. The master said that he wanted to be a support for her, so that she would grow up and become the right person, because he wanted her to grow up in a slightly more beautiful world. Heron continued to look deeper into the room, without turning to his friend, and tell him that he should do whatever he wants. Hickson immediately realized that Heron Baratu was diligently pretending that he didn't care at all. Deciding to end his speech, the man headed for the exit and said goodbye to him in a low voice. As soon as he left the room, the Duke began to sign the documents again, but the handle he held in his hand broke in half due to tension. That night, Carlton was surprised to see that there were as many as 7 broken pens on his master's desk. Sitting at the table with her father, the girl talked about the advantages of moving into Viola's body, because now she had a warm and soft bed, as well as delicious food on her schedule. But that day she had no appetite at all. Observing the stern features of her adoptive father, she realized that no matter how beloved the character was, he was still cold towards her. This time, the Duke invited her and simply remained silent for 10 minutes, putting her in an uncomfortable position. Viola was thinking that there would soon be a welcome dinner, so she didn't understand why he called her. The Duke had a rule. He did not hold personal meetings with the heir candidates so as not to take sides. The silence was interrupted by Heron, who said that he knew how to wear a mask, and then asked if she had asked Hickson to be by her side. The girl replied affirmatively, but decided to herself that her adoptive father somehow found out about her meeting. To his question of why she asked for help, she replied that if she used it wisely, she could win him over to her side, after which she added that an idealist with a wonderful dream is very easy to use for his own purposes. Viola believed that her father was testing her with his question, because Baradu should not ask others for help. But his behavior was a little different from what she read in the book. The man asked if Hickson really agreed to help her, to which she replied affirmatively. Garza advised her not to reach out to everyone, because at any moment the attendants might disappear. The girl quickly realized that even if her favorite hero had changed somehow, she must not let her guard down. Looking at the food brought, the Duke calmly announced that they could start eating. Viola began to eat calmly, hoping that the questions would end there. Next to her, ripe persimmons in honey sauce were placed, and after tasting them, she decided that it was the first time she had tasted such a delicious dessert. Returning from the fabulous world of sweets, she noticed that the Duke was still looking at her. The girl asked him if he could stop looking at her when she ate sweets. She added that it is indecent to look at a person like that while eating. The Duke immediately remembered his beloved, who uttered the same words in exactly the same way. He then replied to rail that he was, in fact, her husband, so he had every right to do this. Now he replied to Viola that he was her father, and all the comforts she enjoyed. And the delicious food, and even that egg tart and the cold persimmon, all this she had thanks to him. He concluded that he had every right to behave this way, to which she replied that he didn't bring her to this place because she wanted to. Viola asked if it was possible to boast that he adopted her of his own free will. The Duke immediately remembered how Rael said that he married her because he fell in love. The girl told him that she loved him too, but he was the first to propose to her, so she couldn't boast about it. So, the man said that he couldn't say that he was happy to hear that. But she was completely right. Noticing her gaze, he reminded her that she herself had just said that it was indecent to look at other people like that while eating. To which the girl replied that, in fact, he started first. Viola thought that Baradu always gets back what she receives, so she decided to do two things with one action. To prove once again that she is worthy of being Baradu, and at the same time, she will look at the face of her adoptive father. The man decided that the girl really couldn't help but be cute, and then asked her if she was really demonstrating self-defense now. His daughter proudly declared that he understood her correctly, and that this was truly in self-defense. The Duke decided that complex words were difficult for her, so he repeated the word self-defense again. The girl repeated, again saying self-defense, to which he again repeated the word self-defense. Heron explained to her that she needed to speak correctly, and then spelled out the word self-defense. Angrily, Viola got up from the table and loudly shouted the word self-defense, syllable by syllable. Looking at him, the girl thought that she was actually not small anymore, so he could laugh at her pronunciation. Her adoptive father said that she was rude, and that she also pronounced words incorrectly. The man added that, on top of everything, his adopted daughter is extremely harmful. Viola was very surprised by this analysis, so her anger subsided on its own, and he decided that she knew how to restrain him. The Duke wondered why he couldn't hide his passionate desire to eat cold persimmons, but he could calm his anger. He suggested that it was all a carefully calculated act, in which she put on the mask again. The man decided that his adopted daughter could easily change emotions, changing them as if they were gloves. He understood that the demonic look and barely suppressed killing intent were her real appearance, and that's how he liked it. Garza thought that some sweet appearance of his adopted daughter could not deceive him. He still kept watching her furiously devour persimmons in honey sauce. The man again saw crumbs of the dessert on her face, which made him very nervous. Garza told Zenon that he had ordered him to take care of the princess's education, after which he declared that he should not be forced to repeat it twice. The next day, early in the morning, someone persistently knocked on the door. But there was no such episode in the book, so she wasn't expecting anyone. The man broke through the door with all his might and announced that he had finally arrived at her house. The girl asked him if he always knocked like that, to which he replied that his mana had recently activated, and he couldn't control the power. Hickson slumped into a chair and stated that, thanks to her, he was able to find a thread leading to those bastards whom he was going to destroy. Viola said she was very happy to hear this, and she herself thought that she just had to start, and that he would continue with everything. The man asked how her dinner with the Duke went, because that was all anyone was talking about. The girl said that he scolded her, saying that she was rude and that she also had bad pronunciation, so she was still angry with him. Hickson said that maybe she wouldn't believe it, but her adoptive father used to be very emotional. Viola calmly informed him that she was well aware of this, which greatly surprised the man. She was very proud of her favorite character, because he looked like a handsome and inaccessible man, and he himself served a hedgehog. To his question of why he started talking about her father, the teacher replied that it seemed to him that he had some kind of interest in her. Noticing her calm reaction, He asked why she wasn't happy, to which the girl replied that initially he was interested, and that's why he adopted her. Hickson loudly asked if this was too weak a reaction to being adopted by the strongest duke on the continent, the great Heron Baratu of Winter Castle, and then asked if she was acting strangely, expecting a more emotional reaction from her, which is characteristic of 7-year-old children. Viola calmly noted that she didn't like that her adoptive father was such a tyrant. The teacher stated that what she said was true, and then added that he would protect her so that she would have a reliable adult by her side. The girl said that he must first get rid of his belly. Otherwise, she might hit him with a sword when he starts waving the weapon. The man explained to her that he had come to her room for a reason, but with a question about where the dog he needed to tame was. Tyrion had been full of anticipation and hope for the past few days after Viola promised to introduce him to a fencing teacher. The boy imagined how he would learn to wield a sword and become an exceptional dog, protecting Princess Viola from everyone around her. This became Tyrion's goal and driving force until he met his teacher. Seeing Hickson for the first time, the boy couldn't understand how a man with a huge belly, a sloppy face, and smelling of smoke could become his teacher. Meanwhile, Zeno said that he couldn't even think that he would still agree. And Viola cheered up Tyrion, saying that he only had a small belly, but that he was actually a good teacher. The boy, trembling with anger, asked her if she would really raise him, to which the man asked what he meant. Tyrion shouted that the girl told him that he should learn to wield a sword for her, and also that he should sharpen his fangs, and she treated him with such contempt. He had been waiting for this day to finally have the opportunity to be close to her. But now, his teacher was asking him how he dared to speak to adults like that. The man explained that the boy would have to learn to deal with elders again, because his training was quite strict. The master threw him a wooden sword, which the boy effortlessly caught next to him. Hickson asked the girl to leave them alone, because it was time for the trainer and the dog, and he hoped it would be a cruel spectacle. Viola happily noted that the man seemed much more cheerful compared to previous days. The master said that he likes people with that sparkle in their eyes, because his old friend immediately comes to mind. The girl calmly reminded him that now he is just an uncle who likes to drink alcohol. Looking at him with interest, she added that she sincerely believed that he would become a good adult. Viola said that if he also lost his belly, maybe he would become a little prettier. Hickson knew that if his daughter had lived, he would have been a good father to her. But now, he decided to become a good man for these two. He told her that he would try to be very kind, after which he asked the boy if it was time for them to talk like men. Leaving them alone, the duke's daughter and the butler went about their business. And meanwhile, she thought that she had calmed down a little after introducing them to each other. Her path was blocked by a woman dressed entirely in a red suit, who was interested in knowing who she had met. The girl tried to recall his description from the book, because he was very tall, with fair skin, short hair, and red lips. As soon as the man, in a hoarse and masculine voice, asked if she was really Princess Viola, who had recently appeared in the castle, the duke's daughter immediately realized that it was Sabin Marcos, one of the members of the duke's inner circle. This man was a master of masks and a puppeteer who used corpses to make masks, and he also had the ability to change appearance and skillfully control puppets. Sabin paid Zenon a small compliment, to which he replied that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Viola immediately asked him if he was Sabin Marcos, to which the man was surprised that she knew him. He mysteriously asked if her duke had already spoken about him, and then suggested that Heron was not such an attentive man. Changing the mask on his face, the man wondered why he loved the duke so much if he was so absent-minded. Returning to his natural appearance, he explained that Jaron Baratu was a very handsome man. The original story said that the reason this man stayed at Winter Castle was because of the duke's appearance, which made Sabin simply fall in love with him. When her adoptive father told him that Sabin should not allow himself too much, otherwise his neck would be cut off. Even then, the man admired him, and said that even death at his hands sounded quite charming. Aaron not only did not kill the man who flirted with him, but also allowed him to enter his inner circle, and this spoke of the man's extraordinary skills. There was also cruel discrimination against sexual minorities in this world. Viola noted that he looked much better than she thought, to which he asked her if she had really looked for information about him in advance. Sabin wondered what the sixth princess thought of him, since others thought he was disgusting. The girl rudely said that he was really disgusting, and that he also looked like a pervert with something wrong with him. The man noted that these were very offensive words, but he often hears that something is wrong with him. In the book, Viola often spoke openly about her disgust, and the Duke's close associate liked this frankness. Now the girl said that, if you don't take into account the gender he likes, continuing to bother a married man is disgusting. She said that, of course, there is a marriage of convenience, but it is still an agreement. And an oath of two people. Viola said that somehow it was not entirely normal for someone to enter into this agreement and flirt with her father. In fact, she no longer liked Sabin, who always bothered her favorite character, but she still tried to be useful to the Duke. The girl assumed that if he were an ordinary pervert, then her father would not have left him alive. So it turns out that even he was of some use, and she believed that he was a quite useful person. She also added that she really hopes he will be useful to her too. The man, who constantly heard that he was crazy and disgusting, was very surprised that there was someone who could accept him. Shaking his hair, Sabin declared that these were very good words coming from a girl's lips. He suggested that she put on makeup for the welcome dinner to show him her skills. The man assured her that she would shine brighter, because with the help of color magic, he would add bloodlust to her arrogance and swagger. Sabin said he was going to give her the image of a poisonous lily, radiating the energy of the ruler. The girl sincerely did not understand what he was talking about, but she assumed that he was the soul of a crazy artist. The puppeteer unexpectedly quickly stared at her and asked if she also wanted this. Viola realized that this man could not be refused, so, trying to hide her fear, she replied that she was looking forward to it. One day, passing by a wardrobe with a mirror, she realized that she looked very sweet and beautiful. Behind all this, she also saw a sinister coldness, after which she wondered what would happen if Sabin's makeup was added to this. It seemed to her that if she appeared in this form at the reception, everyone would see her devilish eyes, her aura of greed and charisma, which means that they would immediately see her as a candidate for heir, and they would want to kill her when she came of age. 10. While mentally thinking what she should do in such a situation, suddenly someone approached her and took her by the shoulder. Frightened, she abruptly pulled out the dagger hidden under her skirt and quickly attacked the approaching person. Her older brother jumped away from the blow in time and told her that this was turning into trouble. He jokingly hinted that she was holding a knife in her hands, which meant that she was now more dangerous. Seeing the dagger, the girl decided that the real Viola did it while thinking. Realizing that she had attacked her older brother, she got very scared. But the boy, meanwhile, calmly asked her what she was doing here. Viola explained that she had been looking in the mirror the whole time, to which he asked if she was really imagining herself as a princess. Answering him approximately negatively, the girl asked why he had come to her, to which he showed her a wound on his knee and told her that it hurt him very much, so she should treat the wound with an ointment. Putting the dagger back, she asked why he couldn't apply the ointment himself, but at the same time, she thought that he said that after being stabbed with a knife, it didn't hurt him. But because of an ordinary scratch, he came to her for help. The boy confidently stated that he had never done this for himself, so he didn't know how to do it, to which she advised him to order his servant to do it. He argued with her for a while, and then pulled a jar of ointment from his pocket and gave it to his little sister. She agreed, but also said that she had one condition that he must fulfill, because otherwise she would do nothing. Offended, Vincent walked away from her and said that she didn't have to do this because he could handle it himself. A few seconds later, the boy was asking her what he would have to do. The girl calmly said that then he would have to fulfill one of her wishes. As soon as he started talking about thinking it was too much, she immediately started handing the ointment back to him. Seeing what she was about to do, Vincent confidently declared that he would fulfill her wish. The girl thought that his passion for the ointment was much stronger than she thought. And then she handed him a sheet of paper, telling him that he must sign the contract. As soon as she said that if he signed she would apply the oil, the boy immediately began to bite his finger. She wanted to give him a pen, but she was very surprised that he was going to sign with blood. When Viola finally applied the ointment to him, she immediately asked him why he wasn't leaving, to which he replied that he still felt pain. With a jar of ointment in his hands, Vincent said that he was very jealous of his little sister. The girl asked, surprised, what exactly he was jealous of, because she had a difficult life. He explained that they were preparing a welcome breakfast for her, but that he had none because he was told not to say anything at all, just to eat. Viola thought that there was absolutely nothing to envy here, because the purpose of the breakfast was not at all to greet. If it were really so, they would simply spend time with their family. But the main characters of this dinner are Duke Heron, Duchess Isabel, and Viola, so it will be assessed how worthy the adopted daughter is of the Beratu surname. Even in the novel, this event is called the Duke's Cruel Trial, so she told her brother that her father was just busy eating. Trying to cheer him up, the girl promised him that next time they would play with him. The boy immediately started asking her if she knew that she had to keep the promise, to which she replied affirmatively. Vincent ran cheerfully out of the room and said that in that case, they would see each other the next day. As soon as he left, Viola realized that the day had finally come, and she felt a little excited. Later that night, Zeno woke her up again and told her that since the welcome dinner was scheduled for 9 a.m., they needed to prepare in advance, so he woke her up at 4 a.m. The man explained that there wasn't much time left, and although it wasn't easy for her, she needed to get up. The girl unconsciously wanted to hit him, but she didn't calculate the force, so the boy's palm flew past. But she managed to notice a small amount of mana. Zenon politely advised her that next time, she should tilt her hand a little to the left, about 3 degrees, to be able to hit him accurately. Lifting her onto the bed, he continued talking about how if you relax a certain part of your arm, when you swing it, the probability of death increases by 10%. She didn't understand what was happening and why her body was moving at its whim, but she couldn't talk about it because she was very sleepy. The next time she opened her eyes, Sabin was telling her that it was already 8:30, and she looked very beautiful, like the most elegant 7-year-old lady he had ever seen. But the girl thought that she had she had a different face. But then she remembered that he was a master of disguise. The man asked for the scissors to be put back in their place, as during this whole time, she almost died 3 times. To which Viola realized that her body was once again moving at its whim. Sabin said it was very fascinating to watch her when, with her eyes closed, she tried to find a vital organ to strike, and then suggested that we look at ourselves in the mirror. Viola finally woke up completely and was very surprised at how beautiful she was. The girl slowly felt her face, not understanding how she could achieve such beauty. The Duke's daughter decided that this was not just a technique for changing appearance, but probably some kind of special magic. Suddenly, the butler approached them and told her that she looked very beautiful. The man bowed and called her Princess Viola. Then he held out his hand to her. He said that he was seeing her off, because that day she was the heroine of the event. Taking her hand, the butler told her that today she would shine brighter than anyone else in the family. He added that she should be the brightest, to which she thought that she knew this very well, because everything was part of the test. Sino led her to the main gates, after which they opened, and then the butler announced that the 7th princess of the Beratu family had arrived. The man solemnly reported that the name of the newly arrived guest was Viola Beratu. The girl began to walk slowly, but confidently towards the table, where all family members were waiting for her. Passing by the butler, with a sharp movement of her hand, she cut the stretched thread with a dagger. Viola knew very well that this would be the first test of the Duke's Cruel Trial. It was a test of reaction to the incorrect announcement of her title as the 7th princess. But the real Viola would have stabbed a knife into the servant's throat without hesitation. In the book, a thin thread was tied to the butler's left ring finger, so she aimed at him so that the person controlling the puppet would realize that he could not be trifled with. Stepping on the lifeless body of the doll, the girl said confidently, turning to Sabin Marcos, that those jokes are not funny. The man just laughed mysteriously, after which he said that he had no tact. He apologized to her, to which she asked him if he wanted to commit suicide if he felt so much guilt. Sabin said that he did not consider his offense that great, so he offered to count the scratch he received in the morning as part of his apology. Their conversation was interrupted by the Duke's voice, saying that they should stop, and she take a seat. The girl greeted everyone humbly, but thought about how wonderful her favorite character was. Sino kindly pushed her chair back and said that she could sit in this place. As soon as the girl sat down, he immediately pulled the chair closer to the table, and she thought that this was the place for the main character. Viola looked at those sitting at the table and realized the discomfort she felt among all the bloodthirsty family members. She decided that she wouldn't talk to her siblings anyway, so she shouldn't even look at them. Viola considered it necessary to look only forward, towards Geron and Isabella, who were the most important. The Duke's daughter thought that, before her adoptive mother started asking her questions, she should take the initiative, and then said that this was not simply welcoming a new family member. She added that they brought her here of her own free will, but to check her right to call herself Beratu. Another person had to come, and since he wasn't there, the girl supposed that Duchess Isabel would do it. In fact, there were two duchesses, but one of them was not present at that moment, in fact. As in the novel, the woman cheerfully said that the sixth princess was quite intelligent, to which she replied that she was grateful for the compliment. Isabel immediately asked why she didn't stab the puppet that called her the seventh princess in the heart. Viola asked if that was really her question, which greatly puzzled everyone sitting at the table. The woman explained that she only asks questions for which she received the Duke's permission, and the girl shows her disdain. The Duke's daughter said that it was too obvious, so she didn't immediately understand if it was a correct question, and then added that she didn't want to be scornful at all. But if the adoptive mother felt that way, then she apologizes. An uncomfortable silence fell at the table, because no one dared to report how brazen the little 7-year-old girl was acting. The butler thought that not even Duchess Isabel herself shamed her lover. She had no interest in her siblings. He believed that she behaved with as much freedom as a true princess should. And the girl, meanwhile, wondered why they only talked to Isabella. She perfectly understood that if she made a mistake, it would be the end for her, because the real test was starting right now. Isabella asked again why she didn't stab the servant, because she really understood that he was a puppet. To her affirmative answer, the woman asked her how she knew, to which the girl proudly replied that he called her the seventh princess instead of the sixth, and that this was a direct request to kill him. Viola said that there are absolute rules in the territory of the Winter Castle that cannot be broken. The girl said that today's meal is intended only for family members and the inner circle, but the puppeteer Sabin, who is a stranger, is present at it. She added that this meant that a doll of such high quality could be killed. The Duke's daughter suggested that the man could not act voluntarily without his father's permission and, therefore, he was simply following orders. She concluded that this was the reason why she did not kill the obvious puppet. The woman couldn't believe that a 7-year-old girl understood all this in such a short time, having heard only one word, and also guessing who controlled the puppet. Meanwhile, the Duke proudly announced that his adopted daughter had brilliantly passed the test. One of his sons thought that only the first princess had heard the Duke's praise, and praised the sixth, who was the last to get involved in this battle for inheritance. Isabella stated that this was very unexpected praise from him, to which the man said that she deserved it. The woman announced that there was no point in asking the second question now. The girl said that the second question was also obvious to her, because she was going to ask how she dared to draw a weapon in front of the Duke. And the Duchess, the adoptive mother, thought in horror that this girl was dangerous, because she also managed to guess it. Their conversation was interrupted by Heron, who ordered them to stop arguing during the family breakfast. He understood that now his adopted daughter was not only not inferior to Isabel, but, on the contrary, she was worthy of opposing her. The man believed that the girl acted as a Beratu should, and deserved praise. But he still couldn't help but think of that Viola, who was not like a Beratu. The Duke assumed that he felt some kind of inexplicable sympathy for this girl, who was so impeccable and calculating, which pleased him greatly. Stopping the flow of his thoughts, the man decided that he was simply very happy to be able to adopt a child who was very suitable for the Beratu family. And this had nothing to do with sympathy. He then asked Carton to bring a gift, after which the man entered the room with a box containing several vials. Viola quickly remembered that this was the Duke's final test at the welcome breakfast. The girl understood that all these vials contained a poison so strong that it caused instant death, so none of them should be drunk. Isabel, for her part, said that a gift had been prepared for her, because these were extremely healthy medicines, but each had its own effect. In the original story, Viola threw the entire tray to the floor while talking about how she felt like she was being tested. The protagonist addressed her new family members and told them that they brought her to this castle without asking for her opinion. The girl decided to do what suited her best, so she thanked her for the gift. The butler knelt on one knee to make it easier for her to choose a potion. Viola gradually began to pull out bottle after bottle and examine them carefully. The Duke's daughter said that from the moment she was named the seventh princess, the test for the right to call herself Viola Beratu began. Having deliberately dropped the first bottle on the floor, the girl said that any person with the surname Beratu should treat absolutely everyone, except for himself, with suspicion and doubt. Isabel asked who gave her such advice, to which she proudly replied that the owner of these words was her servant. Zeno immediately opened a small vial to cover the scratch on his shoes. Viola thought the butler was right, and then decided that she was putting too much care. Taking out the next bottle, the Duke's daughter asked what it was this time, but then said that a familiar smell emanated from the bottle. She added that she had a feeling that he had some kind of special story. Noticing how the Duke trembled, the girl quickly realized that this drug was related to Rael. Rael is the only woman Geron loved. She was also a prominent alchemist and potion master. 15 years ago, a girl fell ill with a rare disease and left a vial before she died. His beloved gave him a potion called Viola, which she prepared herself, hoping that they would leave this place together and go to warmer lands, because if they died together, it wouldn't be so painful. Now Viola remembered that Geron was about to drink the drug, but Carlton, the head butler, stopped him. The girl realized again that there is not a single normal person in this world, because her adoptive father named this poison after her. When she was about to open the bottle, she assumed it was the name. But the novel said that Viola was not affected by the deadly properties of her potion. Seeing what was happening, the Duke asked her what she was going to do, to which she replied that she knew very well that it was a deadly poison, but that she really wanted to try it. Zenon suddenly appeared and said that this was the most potent poison out of the 5 provided. The girl explained that the potion invites her to drink it, as if it contained the voice of some woman. Her father sternly asked her what she heard and where, to which she replied that she saw it with her own eyes. Viola added that she feels longing for someone, as well as a love stronger than death, and a cherished desire. Gathering courage, the girl said that the potion smelled pleasantly of wine, and then she said that she was going to drink it. She was a little worried about still dying due to the most potent poison that could exist in this world. Isabel watched with surprise as the girl absorbed the potion and thought that this child was born with a thirst for murder, but that she could control her bloodlust. The woman decided that she had amazing insight and extraordinary resilience, as well as the ability to prove her worth and use the situation to her advantage. Isabel thought that the girl did not hide her skills, which meant that she herself wanted to take the place of the head of Beradu. Aaron watched everything in disbelief, thinking that she was simply the perfect Beradu, but for some reason, he was not happy about it at all. The girl quickly downed the bottle, saying that she had drunk it all, but in her heart, she rejoiced that after all, everything was fine for her. While consuming the potion, Viola felt a strange bloodlust, but then assumed that it was a side effect. Returning to her seat, the girl confidently asked if they could start eating now. The Duke took his cutlery and informed everyone that they could start breakfast. Viola involuntarily noticed that, although there were many people sitting at the table, only the sounds of the instruments were heard. The girl was proud that she had succeeded, and the Duke was happy because otherwise, he wouldn't even have looked in her direction. Looking around the whole table, she decided that her brothers and sisters had accepted her as one of their own, so she must act in the same spirit. The Duke's daughter suddenly felt a heavy gaze upon her, after which she raised her eyes and met her sister's gaze. This girl was the 4th princess, whose name was Hera, and she was lame from birth. But her sister was a true genius who compensated for her physical inferiority with mental abilities. In the original story, Viola often fought with her until she took the leader's place. But now, the girl decided to definitely win her over to her side, because she was a brilliant strategist. Viola also knew that Hera would possess incalculable wealth thanks to her intelligence. The Duke's daughter decided that she had to be nice to her sister because she was about to become fabulously rich. Realizing that she had been outclassed, the girl quickly turned away. And the adopted daughter remembered that the real Viola did not take her sister seriously, but that she would correct it. She tried her best to send her rays of kindness. Hopefully, her efforts will bring spectacular results. The welcome meal ended, and Viola immediately fell asleep from exhaustion. So she vaguely remembered what she told the butler before finally falling asleep. In fact, the girl quietly asked him to bring her strawberry lemonade with lots of ice when she woke up. Zenon promised that he would prepare crushed ice and decorate the drink in the shape of snow. Viola thought that maybe she wouldn't try so hard, but then she imagined how delicious it would be. After this, the Duke's daughter quickly plunged into a dream world, very tired from the tension. After approximately 4 hours, the girl opened her eyes and asked the butler what he was doing, to which he replied that she constantly threw off the blanket with her feet. She asked him if that's why he had been sitting next to her this whole time, to which he replied that under no circumstances should she get sick. especially after something like this. He explained that she drank Viola's potion, so he realized that he couldn't just worry about her. So maybe he was afraid of rumors that she had drunk poison and was now lying in bed. Because Barrett should not be given a truce, Zenon quietly said that he was very glad that she was not sick. As he had supposed, Viola thought that maybe he was being sincere and meanwhile offered to bring him an ointment, because it seemed to her that he had minor burns. When he agreed, the man took off his glove and removed the blanket from her legs. Then he opened the ointment. He gently rubbed the healing agent into the wounds and said that he felt a little sad when the wounds appeared on his legs. When she asked why, Zenon sadly replied that he himself did not understand, and he considered it strange. Viola couldn't believe that the same butler, who has no compassion for the pain of others, and who does not know his own feelings, was sad. The girl believed that this character had no emotions, because in the novel, he never said that he was sad. The man explained that this was very strange because he had wounds, but for some reason he was sad. He added that it was some kind of extraordinary feeling that he was experiencing for the first time in his life, because somehow it was unpleasant inside, but he did not want her to have these emotions. And the butler said that he understood exactly what would happen if she got hurt again, which will make him very sad. Sino said he sincerely hopes that everything will always be well for her. Viola decided that maybe the butler had changed because she had changed Viola's character. Continuing to examine Zenon, she spent a long time speculating about why he too had changed. She soon decided that this was also another test, because the butler would not worry about her. Viola asked him if he really didn't want her to get hurt, and then asked him who he thought she was. The man said that she was Princess Baradu, whom he faithfully served and whom he was going to make heir. After hearing this, the girl told him to stop talking nonsense, but then regretted it for a long time, because she wanted to tell him that she would try to be careful, since the Foundation was very worried about her. The butler knelt down and told her that she could give him orders. He explained that he would definitely fulfill her order to guard her and protect her from any adversity. The man assured her that he did not want her to get sick, so the desire to protect her arose in him. Viola thought that it seemed true, but then decided that she had almost fallen into the trap again. The Duke's daughter said that he is still a butler, not a knight, so he must protect himself. And protecting people from the danger of the snowy North Forest is the responsibility of the Baratu family. Getting up from his knee, the butler asked her if she would have asked him for help if he had been a stranger. Like Sir Hickson, Zenon continued to look at her with interest, waiting for what she would answer. At that moment, she still did not know the true meaning of this question, so she replied affirmatively. When she woke up, the butler brought her strawberry lemonade and told her that he had submitted his letter of resignation. He added that from now on, he would no longer be her butler, which is why the girl didn't know what to say for a long time. The man asked if he could now protect her if he tried harder than Hickson. C had no overly big plans, but Carlton explained that he hadn't worked in 7 years yet. The butler said that if he wants to resign, he will have to pay a penalty for violating the terms of the contract, which amounts to $10 billion. When he told her this, Viola asked him if he had really signed such an unthinkable agreement. Because it was a huge amount, he said that he thought he would never resign, so he didn't even look at the clause describing the termination of the contract, and the rest of the conditions suited him. The novel said that there were almost no butlers as good as Zenon. Therefore, she now asked him in horror if he had $10 billion, to which he replied negatively. Drinking cold lemonade and rejoicing that he was not leaving her, the girl said that he could continue to be a good butler by her side. Zenon smiled cheerfully and warmly thanked her for this offer that warmed his soul. He suddenly revealed that he had more news for her about her dog Tyrion. The man said that he was beaten every day and that he would not give up, but many believed that he might die. The girl remembered that in the original story, it was described that Tyrion trained a lot, which means his strength increased. Viola said that Hickson would not allow this to happen because the dog belonged to him. Putting the book back in his tailcoat, Zeno confirmed her words, but at the same time thought that the master was a hero. And then for 3 years he was nobody, so he couldn't understand why she trusted him more than him. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, and he assumed that it was the same jealousy that he had only heard about. Looking at his lover, he thought that since she needed a good butler, then he had no reason to be jealous of her. The man asked her if she wanted to personally go to the training ground. Sino suggested that she should see in person how Higson handled his item. The girl was surprised, thinking that he wanted to complain about Tyrion's master. After a while, they walked towards the courtyard, and she thought she was very curious to see Tyrion's training. Hearing the sounds of battle, she assumed that they should now hone their skills. Viola watched her faithful dog push his opponent back a few steps. When the enemy landed on his feet, the girl realized that the boy was fighting with Vincent. The Duke's daughter felt a strange and fierce aura emanating from both duelists. Higson approached them and asked why they had decided to come to training. The girl asked why they were fighting, to which the master replied that it was a duel. Viola asked him if he could really call it a duel, and thought that his anger was so great that she could feel it on her skin. Trying to change the subject, she said that she had lost weight and was starting to look much better. The Duke's daughter reported that her father was present at yesterday's welcome dinner. She added that, compared to him, Higson looks like an ordinary sea squid. The master noted that it was the first time he had heard such an expression, but he perfectly understood what it meant, and this made him feel unpleasant. The man asked when he managed to get so close to the Duke that he started calling him his father, to which she replied that they were not that close, but she didn't know how else to call him. Upon hearing that they were not close at all, Higson began to sing melodiously, and happily said that then it didn't matter. Viola continued to watch the fierce duel, with wooden swords between Tyrion and Vincent. This time, her older brother began to quickly attack his opponent, giving him no chance to counterattack. Higson asked her who she thought would win if they fought for real. The girl asked him if he was talking about how they normally are, or how they are now during the fight. In response to his answer that he meant this particular moment, the Duke's daughter said that Vincent would win this time, because he had trained a lot since he was born and was also a pure-blooded Beratu. She added that it would be very strange if her older brother lost, to which her teacher asked why she was talking about the current situation. The girl explained that Vincent and Tyrion have completely different skill levels. She said that the son of Beratu learned to handle cutting weapons covertly, so a duel in an open space is not suitable for him. Viola said that Tyrion, on the contrary, learned fencing from a master, so he felt free in these kinds of fights, but he was inferior to Vincent in skill. The Duke's daughter said that if there are no serious mistakes, Vincent will win. The man thought that this little girl understood his question quite accurately, even though she was only 7 years old, but did not fully appreciate the situation, the place, the weapon, and the degree of preparation. He asked her what serious mistake she was talking about, to which she replied that, in a fit of emotion, Tyrion might make too big a swing, get distracted, and give the enemy a chance to strike him. Seeing her older brother take a few steps back, she added that he was still too young, and that it was a great game for him. Suddenly, the two dueling duelists saw that the one they hated so much had come to watch their duel. Tyrion immediately decided that he could not disappoint his lover, so he would give it his all. And Vincent thought that he had to show her how strong he was. He was fueled by the idea that he had to show how tough and strong his older brother was. And his opponent thought that he needed to calm down, because he only had one chance left. Their tournament was interrupted by the master, who grabbed their swords and said that this time they had tied. Vincent said he could pierce his opponent's heart, to which the man replied that then he would have pierced his throat. The boy shouted that he knew it very well, so he was going to quickly dodge the blow. Hearing such brazen speeches, Higson painfully hit him on the head, and when asked why he was fighting, the man replied that he was being too brazen. The older brother began to look at his master with hatred, without even trying to contain his anger. The boy shouted that he would kill him immediately, to which the man said he could try. Viola was already approaching them, and Vincent immediately started making excuses, saying that he hadn't lost anything. The girl showed him the contract, and then announced that she was ready to express her wish. She said aloud that no matter how strong he was, he should not kill the master's uncle. She reminded him that he must keep his promise, because he is her older brother. Meanwhile, Tyrion asked her to forgive him for showing that side of himself. The girl said that he was doing a great job, and most importantly, that he was not injured this time. The boy thought that his owner was praising him, which made him very happy, and then decided that he needed to try harder so that she would constantly praise him. But he said aloud that he would become a good dog for her. Viola asked him why he constantly called himself a dog, because he is a man, to which Tyrion said that she promised to keep him by her side. The boy explained that there was a faithful dog next to the owner, so his dream was to become his dog. The girl tried to understand why he was behaving this way, and if he really lowered his head so she could pet him. Without thinking twice, she finally decided to do what he had fought for so insistently. Tyrion looked at her with breathlessness and confusion, and then said that he was very pleased with her praise. All this was observed by Vincent, who wondered why she only praised his opponent. The two youths hated each other, so the older brother thought that one day he would kill the enemy, and his rival thought that one day he would have to kill Vincent. The girl saw sparks of hatred run between the opponents, but at that moment, Hickson was watching her. The man said that she had definitely revealed his secret, after which she decided that perhaps he had guessed about the transmigration of souls. The teacher threateningly explained that such a small girl had the skills of a real mercenary. She said that with such observation skills, she could easily manipulate people. Hickson said that she pretends to be a helpless little girl, but in reality, she is the iron-blooded princess. As she demonstrated at the welcome dinner, the girl knew that rumors that iron blood ran in the adopted princess's veins spread quickly throughout the castle, and they had already reached the teacher. She asked him what it was that he didn't like about all this, to which the man replied that he only said that she was very kind. Zeno caught these words and decided that even Sir Hickson finally realized how sweet his lover was. Viola, meanwhile, asked if the fight was over, as she urgently needed to speak with her older brother. As soon as she heard that she was going to talk to him alone, joy immediately appeared in his eyes, and his body lost weight. Looking at Tyrion, the girl said that she hoped to see him stronger next time, so he should continue training. The boy, meanwhile, thought that next time he should play with him. Upon entering the castle, Viola informed her brother that he should not be so openly aggressive with his loan, because he was Beradu. She added that he should behave correctly and maintain the dignity of his surname. The boy asked her if he would look nobler at that moment, and then asked if she wanted to see him like that. After this conversation, the Duke's daughter again asked the butler to bring her strawberry lemonade. Recalling the conversation with her brother, she thought that with the help of nobility it would be easier to control him, but she was not sure if she was doing everything right. Looking at Sino, she also decided that her butler was also behaving strangely, and that Tyrion had said he would become her dog. The girl believed that the most important thing was that Hera should have come to her, but she wasn't yet, and the story said she would visit her sister in a few days. After 2 weeks, her older sister still hadn't deigned to appear, so Viola decided she was wasting time. Preparing to cast the bait, the girl asked Zenon to deliver a note to her sister Hera. To his question about what was written there, she mysteriously replied that she was simply inviting her to make friends. The next day, the butler informed her that Princess Hera was waiting for her, who would love to come in. As soon as she gave permission to open the door, a servant immediately entered the room, carrying a stroller in which her lover was sitting. Viola looked at her sister suspiciously and then said that she could come closer. When the servant took her to the right place, Hera ordered him to leave through the door and wait for her signal. The girl also ordered Zenon to leave through the door so that she could speak to her sister alone. The man asked if he should bring them cookies, to which the girl asked the guest if she wanted any. Hera dryly said she wouldn't do anything, so Viola also replied negatively. As the butlers left, the girl thought she was stressed from her brother's crazy anger, but her sister's coldness didn't bother her at all. As soon as they were alone, Hera, angry, asked for what purpose she was insulting her. Viola suggested that she seemed to have read her note, after which she assured that she hadn't said anything bad about her. The girl wondered if she really meant that the purpose of this note was not an insult, because it said she wanted to make friends. In the Beradu family, such words meant that a person was becoming a competitor, and they were considered insulting. And for Hera, who refused to be head of the family due to physiological characteristics, it was even more insulting. Viola slowly began to approach her and told her that she was very sincere, but she didn't know that this could offend her. And then she asked her why she came to her, to which her sister replied that seeing a younger family member is a moral duty. Duty of the older sister. At that moment, the adopted daughter approached her and said that she could look at her as much as she wanted. The novel said that Hera rejected the title of head of the clan, but decided to help the future head, so she hid her sharp claws to get closer to her family. At the end of the story, she herself decided alone who would be the heir, and who should become an ally. In the book, even the Duke himself recognized her choice, so he told his wife that the heir would be the one she chose. Now Viola reasoned that she had come to see if her adopted daughter could become heir. So the girl decided that she also needed to be won over to her side. They stared into each other's eyes for a while, and the older sister thought that during the meal she felt the swagger and the relaxation of Viola, innate qualities of her personality. The adopted daughter said that she didn't know everything about the Beratu yet, but she knew that the principle of natural selection was at stake, where only those who could prove that they belonged to this family survived. Deciding to step back a little, the girl stood to the left of the wheelchair, but continued to watch her sister with interest. While walking around her, Viola asked how such a lame princess could stay afloat in this place. The girl reported that she did not find any records indicating the presence of responsibilities. Viola perfectly understood that first she needed to become smart, because she only loved those whom her sister loved. So now she mysteriously asked her if she was willing to listen to her. The adopted daughter said that Vincent came immediately after her adoption, but for some reason did not run to Hera. She added that the older sister constantly visits her father's office, although she has no responsibilities. Viola explained that, wherever you look, it seemed as if her father had ordered her not to touch his new daughter. Hera calmly said that she was absolutely right, and her father gave her exactly that order. The girl asked if this really applies to all children, because the one who enjoyed his father's protection could never become the head of the clan. Viola realized that the older sister probably knew this, so she assumed that she herself did not want to become the head. The adopted daughter explained that what she really wanted was the power to choose who would become the future heir. Hera didn't understand how a 7-year-old girl, who had recently become part of their family, could find out something she hadn't told anyone. The older sister decided that this was very funny and that she needed to control the younger sister properly. The girl stated that she had never told this to anyone, and then asked why she was so confident in what she was saying, to which Viola explained that her older sister was very intelligent. The adopted daughter said that most likely she had made a deal with the Duke himself. She added that in exchange for patronage, Hera refused the position of head of the clan, promising to provide all possible support to whoever occupies this place, so that the Beratu family prospers, and since the father is a quite rational person, he immediately accepted her offer. Viola asked her if she correctly remembered that in their family, such people were called White Beratu, to which her sister replied affirmatively. The Beratu clan has always been divided into 2 types of power: the Black Beratu, responsible for physical strength, and the White Beratu, who had unsurpassed mental abilities. The blacks were perceived as real, while the whites were treated as if they were making their plans from hiding. Being inferior, that is, they were seen as cowards who needed protection, and they were also not considered competitors. Many people thought of Hera this way, but Viola thought she was very special because she made that deal at only 10 years old. Viola said that although her older sister grew up in White Beratu, she probably made the best decision, making a very smart and profitable decision. The adopted daughter kindly said that she considers her older sister the real Berata. She added that the girl made a very smart and profitable decision, so she respects her very much. Hera thought that it was the first time she had heard such kind words addressed to her. Taking a deep breath, she asked if my younger sister was tired of living under a mask and of playing a role that did not suit her. And Viola, meanwhile, wondered if her acting was really unnatural, because everything had already been done before. Hera suggested that it must be difficult for her to hide her madness, which was about to break out. The older sister asked if she really didn't want cruel games with knives and poisons. She added that whoever openly thirsts for blood can no longer be a Beratu. They will simply be a madman. Hera asked if the butler had told her to control her madness, and then said she was very curious to know if Zenon had given her too generous an assessment. The older sister said that now she saw with her own eyes that the man was right, because he also liked her. The girl said that her younger sister has such an interesting face that she really loves it. Viola couldn't believe that events were unfolding so quickly, because her older sister already liked her. Pushing her hand away from her face, the girl decided that she needed to compose herself, because this was probably another test. Because Hera wanted to see a perfect person, so there was no point in showing her what she desired so much. The adopted sister moved as close as possible to Hera, and then began to touch a strand of her hair. Viola looked at her angrily and told her that her beautiful sister should not cross the line, because she chooses her, but not the other way around. The older sister tried to understand where the evil mana suddenly came from. The girl understood that Viola was lacking a lot compared to the older children, and that she had no position or support from her mother. But at the same time, she was only 7 years old. Hera couldn't help but think how strong her little sister could become if she lent a hand. Viola, for her part, said that she hoped they would definitely become a friendly family. For Barato, such an expression meant the opportunity to use the dignity of each to gain the greatest benefit. Although the girl, of course, did not mean that at all. But still, she would be happy if her older sister agreed to help. So, Hera emphasized that her younger sister was too kind, but at the same time thought that the girl wanted to use her due to lack of other support. The older sister reasoned that she really liked this ingenuity on her younger sister's face. Viola was worried about why some kind of threat emanates from Hera every time she smiles. Meanwhile, the girl asked if her younger sister would go somewhere with her. She added that she wanted them to share a secret, so that not even the butlers had to know about it. Hera explained that she would like to go to the same place with her to show her strength, which she cultivates in secret. To Viola's question about why she kept all this a secret, Hera replied that the invisible knife is much more terrible than the visible one. The next day, Viola received a strange note and now didn't understand what she should do. The place where Hera suggested IARE turned out to be the Terra Trading Company, which was one of the organizations prepared by the older sister in advance. The problem was that the novel said nothing about this because the two sisters were not close, so the girls had to figure it out on their own. Besides that, the older sister did not notify the butlers or the father about this, which means it was clear that this was a test. The girl understood that in this case, she definitely had to prepare for any outcome. Heading to the trading company, Viola reasoned that it was too easy to leave the castle, because for some reason, no one was embarrassed that a 7-year-old girl went somewhere alone. The third largest area of the winter castle, the seasonal crossroads, looked very bright, but there were very poor areas located next to it. The girl quickly found an inn on a moonlit night, after which she had to turn into a corner to the right, where she should have seen a small 2-story building. Reaching a dead end, Viola turned around and saw a gang of robbers in front of her who were interested in knowing why the precious lady had come to them. They were armed with axes and clubs, but at the same time, they confidently approached her. One of them said that Charles was right, that you can meet stupid girls in this place, because she was the second in these 2 days. Viola had no doubt that this would turn out to be a trap, and meanwhile they were arguing that the girl was clearly from the aristocrats, so they should deal with her quickly so as not to be caught by the guards. Deciding to stop being idle, the Duke's adopted daughter took a deep breath and turned to them. She introduced herself, saying that her name was Viola Barato and that she was only 7 years old this year. The robbers began to whisper if she really belonged to the Barato family. The girl realized that Hera managed to hide her name, but at the same time informed them in such a way that they didn't even know the target's name. One of them asked her why she had come to such a place alone, to which she replied that, firstly, she honestly informed them that she belonged to a noble family. She added that, secondly, she did not hide that she was 7 years old, because in the territory of the Winter Castle, by order of the Duke, all children under 10 years old are under his protection, but they still continue to threaten her with weapons. The robbers were clearly bewildered, but one of them said that outside the Winter Castle, no one would know what could happen. Zenon suddenly emerged from the shadows behind her, from whom she asked for clean water. The butler immediately handed her the bottle, and the girl said that she needed to wash her ears after such dirty words. The robbers became tense again and started shouting where he came from. The one closest to her suddenly felt a sharp pain, after which he could no longer stand. The guy fell to the ground, without even having time to do anything to protect himself. The butler said that this man was poisoned with a powerful substance, so he was paralyzed, but that he would give them a chance to make a decision. The man said that in an hour the fallen one would die, so they should take him away and move away from the Winter Castle, so he wouldn't kill the others. Zenon slowly began to count to 3, saying that he would release poison on all the remaining ones as soon as he counted. The robbers quickly grabbed their leader and hurried away from the crazy butler as fast as they could. The girl thought that murder was a terrible act, but those bastards had to be destroyed, so she must be prepared for anything in order to get used to this world. She asked the man to get rid of them as soon as they left the Winter Castle. Viola loudly announced that if her sister did not appear at that very moment, she would kill all the employees of Terra Trading Company. Hera immediately entered the alley, shouting that they had agreed that she would come without a butler. The girl said that she could consider herself very lucky that the man came with her. Otherwise, she would have killed everyone present. She added that she immediately said that she was a member of the Beratu family and was only 7 years old, so she might as well kill them in self-defense. Viola explained that even if she did this, the investigators from the Beratu castle would not side with the instigator of the crime. The girl asked if perhaps they would side with her because she behaved as a Barat should. Hera replied that she only hinted that a daughter of a bankrupt aristocratic family would appear in this alley, after which she offered to declare a tie because the younger sister had brought a butler. Viola agreed with her proposal because she herself understood that there was no point in them being enemies. The girl approached her older sister and told her that since they were now going to the place they originally intended, she would push her wheelchair. Sino tried to stop her by offering help, but Viola said she could handle it herself, because this was about her older sister. Suddenly, Hera felt that the girl's words seemed very warm to her, after which they talked incessantly all the way. The younger sister stated that money is the main thing, and Hera wondered if it was really appropriate for a duke's daughter to use such low expressions. Viola suggested that she seemed to understand why aristocrats did not talk about their love for money, because they were all well-fed pigs who did not know hunger and pretended to be noble. Her older sister suddenly burst out laughing, which greatly embarrassed the girl. When Hera spoke to someone she liked, she let out a short laugh, so her adopted daughter assumed that her sister was now on her side. They continued talking for a long time until they finally approached the trading company. Viola was very surprised that the building was multi-story, unlike other buildings in the city. The girl was surprised that they could build a 10-story building using the technology of this world. But since they had a lot of land, there was no need to build tall buildings, which means that construction technology could not be more advanced than in the modern world. Viola thought that her older sister already owned her own building when she was 12 years old, so she said aloud that she really liked it. Hera felt a little embarrassed by this revelation from her younger sister, because she had never felt the support of her loved ones before. Upon entering, the older sister said that this was her office, although the sign indicated another name. Viola asked who she had appointed as the nominal director, to which her sister asked if she really knew such words. The girl calmly said that she once had a very good merchant friend. The adopted daughter suggested that she had to kill him, to which she replied that he was already dead, so she ordered his body to be buried. Viola exhaled and thought that most likely they were talking about Savin Marcus, who took the place of this merchant in her company. The younger sister asked where the well-known Savin Marcus was now. Hera was a little surprised that the girl knew so much about her company and who worked in it. The older sister asked Viola to give her her palm, but did not explain why. Placing her hand on her chest, Hera said that she should feel how strongly her heart was beating. The girl explained that she was very happy to have met her on her life path. Viola thought that somehow she was ashamed because she had used her knowledge of the plot to win Hera's heart. She assumed that she could still make true friendship with her because the girl laughed several times, which confirmed her sincerity. The younger sister wanted to help her with her knowledge with all her might so that they could get even closer, and then fully side with Viola. The adopted daughter asked if her older sister had a lot of money, when she asked if she really wanted to rob her because she saw precious things in her office. The younger sister said that she didn't need a cent. Hera calmly stated that although she considered it a cent, she could still consider herself rich. The older sister didn't understand why a girl who grew up among commoners, looking at a tall building. She said that all this was priceless. The stepdaughter explained that she meant cash, properties, and funds. Viola asked if she really didn't have enough money, to which Hera asked why she was asking about this. The girl said she was going to invest in his business, to which the older one asked how much she had available. The adopted daughter honestly admitted that at the moment she doesn't have a cent in her name, but she promised that she could get any amount. Hera wondered if her sister could get her 100 million, because it wasn't that much money. She asked directly if she could get $100 million, or if it was too much for her. Viola reported that she cited a much smaller amount than she expected to hear. A few days later, the adopted daughter went directly to her father's office. The man asked her if she really needed pocket money, because the butlers told him. The girl explained that she really needed money for her own needs. The butler thought that if he kept talking in that tone, he would be in trouble, but he noticed that the Duke didn't even bat an eye. Shortly before, Zenon arrived and said that Princess Viola was asking for some money for personal expenses. After hearing this, Heron immediately asked him to call his lover into his office. Carlton decided that the Duke was going to scold the princess properly, but it turned out that he loved brazenness. The girl used Rail's method, so she easily achieved what she wanted. She very kindly asked if her daughter couldn't ask her father for money, to which he asked why she was coming to him. Viola explained that she was really bored, so she came under the pretext of earning pocket money. The man recognized that she was again showing interest without a good reason for it. Heron asked her how much she needed, to which she replied that she wanted $100 million, because she could still get that money at the age of 12. The girl asked to be given $100 million in advance, which all heirs apparent receive at the age of 12. But unlike Hera, who presented a detailed investment plan, the adopted daughter acted too boldly. The man asked her what she was going to do with them, to which she replied that she was going to earn money and help her sister, because finding capable allies was one of the tasks of Beritu, and this sister could not yet become an heir. So she decided that it was better to win her over to her side. Her father said she was a pretty good student, to which she replied that otherwise she would lose her mind. Carlton continued to observe his teacher's expression, because he noticed something strange again. Viola said that she is not asking for money just like that, but April is approaching, the time when wild boars wreak havoc, so the village always suffers losses. The girl said that she would solve the problem with these monsters and thus prove her skills, to which the man asked her if she was confident in her abilities. His city-adopted daughter said that she was absolutely sure of it and was even ready to risk her life. She made him laugh a lot, but it didn't seem like enough, so he kept talking. The girl said that he likes to give and receive something in return, so he should give her money first, because she put something more valuable at stake. The Duke again asked if she really needed the $100 million, to which he again received confirmation in response. The man enthusiastically told her that he would give her $200 million for pocket money. Later, he reflected on why a 7-year-old child instinctively understood the principle of financial strategy for increasing income. Heron still couldn't understand why she resembled Rail so much in her determination. He called his butler and told him that if the adopted daughter did not achieve the desired results by the age of 10, then the question of her succession would no longer be discussed. The man decided that she would no longer make him doubt, because he would stick to his original goal regarding blood heirs. Looking out the window, as Viola calmly walked along the path to the park, Heron was still lost in his thoughts. The Duke sincerely hoped that she could cope with the burden, because otherwise he would have problems. After this decision by Heron, spring came 3 times to the cold winter castle, and after 3 years, Vincent burst into her room shouting that she had finally arrived. Viola still couldn't get used to the fact that he was so attached to her. She had finally turned 10, which meant that the immunity rule no longer applied to her. Seeing her older brother, the girl said that they hadn't seen each other in 5 months. Then, she immediately asked him if he had already informed the Duke of his arrival. And then he approached her. The boy said he was about to do this, to which she asked him if he really wanted to blame the butler for everything. He said that by law, he can now compete with her for the right to inherit. The girl added that if he does not properly fulfill the duties of a direct prince, he will not be able to treat him as a rival. Viola said the last part of her sentence much more severely than she expected, so Vincent was very scared. The older brother immediately headed for the door, saying that he would immediately go to his father. As soon as he left, Zeno approached her and told her that Mr. Vincent wanted to inform her of his arrival before anything else. The man noticed that there was much less anger in his eyes than 5 months ago. The butler said that the boy was still interested in her, but in addition to this, the prince began to control his emotions much better, because before he constantly tried to fight with her. He asked her if she was behaving this way on purpose, to which the girl replied that she didn't know anything. Approaching the window, she thought that to win him over to her side, Vincent still needed to grow. She understood that she was already 10 years old, which meant that other descendants of the Duke would not stand idly by. The most important episode was the Spring Garden, which was supposed to take place on May 12th, according to which she would become a princess for 10,000 years, where she would announce to Heron that she was going to fight for the heir's place. Viola firmly decided that she also needed to change this episode. When spring arrived and the wild rose blooming season began, the Duke began to go out to the garden more and more often. Aaron waited for May to arrive because his memories were very dear to him. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden approach of his adopted daughter, who addressed him rudely. He asked her if she had really come to him on purpose, to which she replied affirmatively. The girl asked him if he remembered that day 3 years ago when he announced something important. Viola recalled that on that day, he said that she would be expelled and deprived of the right to inherit if she did not achieve the desired result at the age of 10. She said that she managed to save that village from the wild boar's raid, and even without the mass killing of livestock. The Duke had to sacrifice them every year, but Viola found another way. So she bred a hybrid of the red-lipped worm and the toothed mole to fertilize the mountain soil. And thus there was plenty of food for the wild boars, so they stopped coming to the village. The man understood that, thanks to the ingenuity of a 10-year-old child, this problem could be solved quickly and easily. Heron asked her if she really wanted to receive thanks for her achievements, to which she replied negatively. Viola explained that she wanted to know why he didn't call or ask her anything. She explained that it was all an accident, but that she had contributed to magical biosynthetic engineering anyway. So the girl asked why the Duke did not deign to bring this incident to light. Viola asked him if he didn't want her to become a black Beratu, since he adopted her for her skills. She explained that when he brought her to the castle, she was the nutrient for his children, and he wanted her skills to make them move. To which she said that she had assumed this, but hearing these words in person was a little strange. The man continued to say that from the very first days, she showed extraordinary abilities. That's why he wanted her to become a black Beratu. After picking a wild rose flower, Viola asked what would happen if she disobeyed him and became the white Beratu. She had a good reason, because it was the only way to avoid the bloody fight between them and her sisters, and this was a guarantee that they would not kill her like the last dog. The girl said that she believes she has already proven her right to be called Beratu, so she is not trying to run away from the competition, but rather makes a decision, because an outstanding commander can defeat several opponents. A good strategist can defeat a king, and an entire army therefore, if with her hands and feet you can kill 100 people, then with your mind you can deal with tens of thousands. Viola understood that this was radically different from the novel's plot, but the result remained the same. His adopted daughter continued to say that if he could be called a 1,000-year Duke, she would become a 10,000-year princess. Later that day, the Duke listened to the materials brought to him by the butler Zenon. While skimming what he had written, the butler said that he was recording exactly what Princess Viola had spent her money on over the past 3 years. The man reported that she was truly astonishing, and he wasn't saying this because he was serving her. The Duke thought that after his adopted daughter turned 10, he deliberately did not accept reports about her so that he could make a sober assessment. The man was very shocked by the data received, so he asked for Viola to be brought to him. The girl quickly arrived at her father's office, wondering if he had called her. Heron quickly examined her and asked what she was hiding behind her back, to which the girl did not answer. He asked again to tell him what she had brought, but he himself thought it should not be dangerous. Viola took out a crown woven from wild rose flowers from behind her, after which she said that she thought he loved these flowers, so she made him such a gift. In response to his question about whether she had made a mistake, the man said that some kind of crown could not be a gift. The girl quickly approached her adoptive father and told him that she had worked hard for him. Viola quickly put the gift on him and happily said that it suited him very well. The Duke roughly said that he didn't like so much tenderness at all, but at the same time, he was in no hurry to take it off his head. His adopted daughter said that the gift suited him very well and he looked beautiful. The man sternly realized that she was smiling too much, something he hadn't noticed before. Viola showed her dark aura and said that this is her usual state, but she only behaves like this with him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a butler who ran into the office, clearly out of breath on the way. Carlton spent a long time trying to catch his breath and also to understand what was happening. Immediately, he noticed the colorful crown on his master's head, so he was speechless. Heron took the gift from his adopted daughter off his head and asked if something urgent had happened. The man said it was related to Princess Viola and then asked if he should report it now. The Duke said that since she wanted to become a white Beratu, he should determine what Carlton wanted to tell him, to which she suggested that it would be related to the money he gave her 3 years ago. Heron gave Viola $200 million, which she used as collateral to apply for a bank loan for another $100 million. In total, she had 300 million in her hands, 100 of which she gave to Hera. And with the remaining 200, she bought the wasteland, which was located between the Winter Castle and Garnia, but it was abandoned and infertile land. However, the Monaco Empire, located in the center of the continent, announced that it intends to build a trade route called the Golden Route, which will connect the empire and the Winter Castle, as a result of which the price of this land has increased dozens of times, but it was Viola who owned the majority of them. The girl was very proud of herself for managing to carry out such a cunning plan at such an early age. She said that the Winter Castle stands to resist monsters, because this is the only way to unite the internal forces of the castle and use them to fight the monster. Viola reported that the situation in the empire has changed and is currently running at a loss. She knew that to stop this, it was necessary to connect the cities and therefore develop transport connections between them. So, when her father asked her the reason, she replied that everything was hidden in the coming economic crisis, where the value of the currency would continue to fall, and the empire would try to boost its economy through large-scale construction land works. The girl said that 3 years ago, a very talented minister appeared in the empire. Viola said she thought a person who does a lot for the good of the people would propose such a policy, and she also assumed that this would happen in 3 years. That's why she told her father that she was going to become white. Viratu. The Duke looked at the silent butler Carlton, who was clearly no less surprised than him. His adopted daughter said that if this land belonged to someone who did not have enough power, then those who had such power would take it away, and at the same time silently get rid of the owner. The girl added that her father was Jaron Beratu himself, so even the emperor would not dare to take the wasteland from him. At the end of her speech, she smiled sweetly and said that she was very happy to be his daughter. The Duke continued to look at her coldly because he did not know how to react to this. Later that same night, he sat on his bed and looked at the portrait of his long-dead lover. When he told her that, he was very happy that she was his wife because now he could have her. But then he remembered that Viola was very similar to Rael. In the depths of his soul, he believed that the girl had sent her on purpose so that he would not feel so lonely. But then he quickly dismissed this thought. Holding the rest of the flower crown in his hand, the man remembered his adopted daughter's words that the gift suited her very well. The next day, Viola had dinner with her older sister Era, who was interested to know why she decided to become White Beratu. The girl said they had already talked about this, but that she had probably forgotten. The older sister stated that she believed she was just trying to mock the White Beratu, to which Viola replied that she herself was one of them, so she didn't even think about mocking them. Hera severely reported that it was completely different, and the confirmation of this was the welcome dinner, before which she showed herself on the side of the blacks. The older one was haunted by the question of why she decided to become white, because she was intelligent and had no physical disabilities, because at the age of 10 she could deal with 10 robbers, to which Viola recalled that, in fact, Tyrion and Hickson did it. Everything. The younger one recounted that her sister 3 years ago could not understand her, asking why she was buying this useless land, to which she replied that she was simply lucky. Viola, angry, asked if she, as a businesswoman, really believed in luck. She added that if that were the case, she would risk disappointing her quite quickly. The younger one approached to hug her sister, and then said that she didn't say that she didn't understand her, and that she also knew perfectly well what she was going through. The girl assured that one of the reasons she wanted to become white was because she didn't want her wonderful sister to be belittled just for being white. Because without White Beratu, there would be no blacks. Hera continued to say that it would be unfair and bad for her. The older one quickly softened and said that she couldn't say she didn't like it. The girl assumed that her father considered Viola a black Berata, so she asked if he really thought he would agree. The adopted daughter foresaw that her father would probably arrange some kind of difficult test for her. Immediately after lunch with her sister, Viola went to her room, where Tyrion immediately came to her. The girl said that she had more business now, to which he replied that he had also heard about it, so she was going to become a White Beratu. Viola asked with interest what he thought would happen next. The boy suggested that the Duke would arrange tests for her, to which she replied affirmatively. Tyrion asked if he could raise his head so they could talk more easily. The Duke's daughter said he shouldn't do this, but in return patted him on the head. The boy was still happy that she still, like 3 years ago, periodically patted his head. When he left through the door, He thought that in 3 years he had never seen his lover's eyes. So he was constantly waiting for her to give him permission. Mentally, he assumed that when he became stronger, she could trust him more. Tyrion quickly snapped back to reality because he suddenly smelled the strong smell of blood. In front of him was one of the Duke's sons, who reeked of death and fear. The boy quickly bowed his head because in front of him was the third prince, whose name was Kundo. The Duke's son asked if he was really his stepsister's toy, and then asked if it was better to call him a dog. The boy said that dogs must bow when they see their master, to which Tyrion replied that his mistress is Princess Viola. Kundo reported that the dog spoke like a person, although it should only be able to bark. When asked to bark, Tyrion explained that being the third prince of Barad-dû did not make him the master, after which he received a spit in the face. The Duke's son handed him a dirty rag and said that he had accidentally coughed. Suddenly, the Duke's adopted daughter appeared in the hallway and told her brother to stop immediately. Kundo asked if she was really ordering him, to which the girl replied that she was only asking. At that moment, Tyrion turned to look at her, with a terrible spit dripping down his cheek. Realizing this, Viola asked the boy to come closer to her to wipe the saliva from her face. The girl took out her handkerchief and carefully wiped her cheek, saying that if the butlers or maids saw such behavior, it would become very awkward. The Duke's daughter kindly asked the boy to return directly to his room. Tyrion looked at her scarlet eyes and thought that was her real eye color. At the same moment, Kundo began to look around, after which he said that there were no butlers nearby, but there was a maid. He said that if he was embarrassed in front of the maid, he would get rid of her. Thanks to this witness, he would not be left. His adopted daughter began to approach him and asked if he was such an insecure bastard. A moment later, the girl with a sharp movement attacked her older brother. Suddenly, she also noticed that his eyes changed color to scarlet instead of violet. Kundo was ready the whole time, so when she attacked, he immediately drew his sword. He thought that she was a special star, about which it was written in the history book. The boy suggested that the star had reincarnated into a human, and then quietly said that it was wonderful. In his opinion, the adopted sister was fast and elegant, something that not even his sister Medea, at the age of 10, was like that. Guarding against her next blow, the older brother said that she was using the first Barad-dû-style fencing technique, called pentagram. Viola tried to attack him quickly, but immediately ran into some kind of invisible shield, which made her jump back. The girl was thinking if she really shouldn't let the real Viola show herself. Kundo walked slowly towards her and told her that she had achieved great things at the age of 10, despite the fact that she had never studied the Barad-dû fencing style. The man added that he was only using protection, and that the fact that she hit herself was entirely her fault. Suddenly, his hand was engulfed by the invisible space next to him, and he said that since he and she had met, it was time to give her a gift. He threw an injured cat from an invisible space, so she decided that she would have to let him go in peace to save her. Wiping the blood from her face, the girl said she felt very sorry for her older brother. The boy asked her why exactly she felt sorry, if it was for the Barad-dû's decision to become white. Viola, angry, said she was very sorry that it was her first meeting with him and that it turned out to be a bastard. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud cry from a man, directly related to the third prince. Hickson ran towards him as fast as he could, saying that he was a stupid monster. Because of him, an innocent cat suffered, which couldn't even speak. The man picked up the weak body from the ground and asked him if he really wanted to die, after which he ordered him to follow him. Kundo said fearfully that he had insulted Barada, but then offered to go to the field. The master easily defeated him in a one-on-one battle, so Kundo's servant quickly rushed to the rescue to raise his master. The beaten guy said that it was too cruel to use Sir Hickson. Viola replied that he should thank her for his praise, but clarified that it was better to call it a tactical move. The butler, carrying away the beaten knight, turned around and said that everyone would regret it. The girl, meanwhile, thought that no one had asked this boy to touch cats, because she knew perfectly well that Hickson simply adores them. The teacher turned to her and asked if she was okay, to which she replied affirmatively. The man said he was very surprised, because the call via the calling bracelet was quite noticeable. If one party puts their mana, the other party will hear a warning tone. But depending on the mana level, the power of the call can change. So the master said that he almost broke this bracelet because he thought it would explode. Deciding to change the subject, Viola turned to Tyrion and asked him to bury the cat, which he had been keeping in a bundle all this time. The boy carefully took the bundle from her hands and said that he would definitely fulfill the request. When he left, the girl asked him what was wrong, to which he simply dismissed her. The guy kept walking away, and Viola and Hickson watched him until his figure disappeared in the distance. Tyrion easily found a place to bury the little cat, and after doing so, bitter tears sprang from his eyes. He believed that he couldn't do anything, that the day his father died, that now, because he was hiding behind the backs of others. But if he were stronger, he could protect his lover. But it seemed to him that there was no way he wouldn't be useless. Thunder rumbled outside, after which it began to rain heavily, but the boy didn't want to go to the castle. Viola approached him, holding a heavy umbrella in her small hands, under which both of them fit. The girl said she guessed he really came to shed tears. Reaching out her hand, she ordered him to stand up, but for a while he didn't dare to do so. Still, he got up from the ground, and the Duke's daughter reported that she had done everything she had to do. Viola gently stroked his head and told him it was okay, but she didn't call the teacher. The boy finally calmed down and firmly promised her to become much stronger to protect her. Tyrion explained that he would become so strong that no third prince would dare to look at him. For a long time, he continued to say that he would certainly crush anyone who dared to offend her. Or offend her. Viola, of course, assumed that Harren would immediately find out about the fight with Kundo. So with the help of mercenaries, she proved her skills to the White Barato. But there was something she couldn't foresee. The older daughter approached her father and told him that everything had turned out just as he had told her. The girl's name was Medea, and she was the eldest among all the children of Jaron Baradu. She told him that Kundo was recovering thanks to the priest's prayers, but that it would take several days. Then she said that there was a very strange detail in this whole incident. The girl explained that a deep wound appeared on the third son's chest, apparently inflicted from the inside. Medea assumed that Viola inflicted it because Sir Hickson only used his fists. The older daughter noticed that to inflict a wound from the inside, one needs high skills in mana control. But not even she, at the age of 10, was capable of doing that. She said that her adopted daughter wanted to prove to Barrett her right to be white, and prove that she was worthy of being called black. The man asked if his eldest daughter was finally interested, to which she replied affirmatively, and then asked to meet with her. Viola understood that the meeting with Medea was not supposed to happen in the near future. But to her regret, the eldest of the Baradu clan's children came to her immediately after a confrontation with her third brother. All of this was not so important, because she was Viola's favorite heroine from the novel. The girl told her that she had come unannounced, so she thought the younger one would not accept her. To which she replied that this was possible, in case of an unwanted encounter. Medea asked her if she really wanted to see her, to which the girl replied that she always wanted to look at the white north wind. Medea, the eldest princess of Baradu, was a black Baradu and was active, so at the age of 12, she received the status of knight. In the same year, the Order of Knights sent her to war, where she single-handedly destroyed a pack of goblins, receiving the 9th level of knight as an exception. After this, the girl repeatedly confirmed her genius and received the status of the first in history. Because she single-handedly destroyed a pack and gray jackals, she became the first in history to reach the 8th level of knights at the age of 10. She saved the inhabitants of Garin, and much more. That's why she was the first on the continent to receive the first level of knight at the age of 12. And she also received the 32nd star from Emperor Nelak. Viola understood that thanks to all these merits, she was called the White North Wind, a snowstorm that occurs once every few decades. Zenon brought them tea and lemonade, and Medea said that her younger sister exaggerated her merits a little. The girl said she didn't believe it at all, and then asked if she had really come for some business. The girl took her cup of tea and said that everyone was talking about how she could hurt Kundo. The adopted daughter said that it wasn't her, but Sir Hickson, because it happened on the training ground. Medea got up from the table, drew her sword, and said that hiding her power was the right choice, but that she shouldn't have shown it. Viola noticed that it was very difficult to catch all the girl's movements, because she trained constantly for it. The butler noticed that the girl was on the estate, to which she replied that he was a knight who received a star from the emperor himself. Those who managed to get the star from Emperor Nelak have powers in all areas, except for those related to imperial decrees. Therefore, now the duke's eldest daughter declared that imperial laws were superior to the laws of the duchy, so nothing would happen to her for drawing her sword. Viola angrily asked if imperial laws were really superior to the laws of the duchies. The girl asked if she understood what she was talking about, because that's why it seemed to her that she was an intelligent girl. The girl explained that she didn't think the laws of the Winter Castle's owner were inferior to the imperial ones. She added that the owner is her father, and she considers him the strongest person. Viola said that whoever is stronger will be right, especially on the Beratu estate. Looking directly into Medea's eyes, the adopted daughter said that she also has a special visual power, which means that the older sister must understand that she is serious. The girl said with childish affectation that her dad was the strongest, and the older sister wondered if this outstanding child was really a common child. And current 10-year-old. Sheathing her sword, the girl calmly stated that she was willing to admit this thought. She wondered if her younger sister would be willing to accompany her to the training ground. The girl said that she had already mentioned that she shouldn't show her strength if she decided to hide it. Viola thought that she probably wanted to know where her brother was hurt, but then she decided to buy time and find a way out of the situation. So she said she would like to drink some more strawberry lemonade. Medea leaned back in her chair and said that she was not afraid in the slightest, to which the girl replied that it was a very rich drink, because it was prepared by the butler himself. She said that the man himself ground and froze the strawberries, and then made lemonade out of them. Zenon said that his lady loves strawberries very much, so he had to practice a little. Medea said that she heard that her butler was called the master of the ice sword. The girl asked if next time she could try strawberry lemonade made with the ice sword technique, because she was very interested. Viola knew that the older sister was a straightforward character, and her genius was not limited to innate qualities. So she also made great efforts to achieve good results. The reason for this was that she didn't want her brothers and sisters to die, so she decided to become strong, because she didn't want anyone in her family to die. After thinking it over, the adopted daughter decided that she had finally found a way to pass her test. When they reached the training ground, the girl asked what kind of weapon her younger sister used, to which she replied that she normally uses a dagger. Medea asked if she was aware that this was not the most advantageous weapon on the battlefield. Viola said she understood everything perfectly, after which she asked to be given a slight advantage. And then she added that her sister should not move, because that was the only way she could defeat her. The girl was interested in how she would do it, and then offered to try. Hickson sternly said that if they needed him, he could become a second. The girl turned around and agreed with him, thinking that the spirit of a hero had reawakened in the man. She remembered that a few years ago everyone around him thought he was about to die. Medea perfectly understood that the reason for all the changes was none other than the Duke's adopted daughter. The girl raised the dagger and said that she was going to attack him immediately, so he should prepare. The girl put the ball in front of her, saying that if she attacked like this, she would easily cut it. To prove her point, the older sister began to wave her sword. Seeing that the girl was not going to stop, the girl threateningly asked her if she really couldn't hear her. The tip of the sword passed a couple of centimeters from her face, but this caused a small scratch to appear on the cheek of the adopted girl. Viola knew perfectly well that Medea would never harm her family, which is why she chose such a seemingly stupid method. In the novel, Viola felt sorry for her older sister, but at the same time hated her. So her adopted daughter won the fight, but she was not happy about it at all, so she asked why she didn't dodge if she knew that she would attack. Medea said that she was already old and tired, so she wanted to finally find peace. The girl said she was very sorry to leave her with a heavy burden, after which it was beautiful to forgive her stupid sister. Kneeling in pain, she continued to say that she had loved her little sister all this time. The girl did not want this result, so she simply ran forward and hugged her older sister tightly, telling her that she had won. Medea explained to her that this was too reckless, because if she were her enemy, she would already be dead. The adopted daughter calmly said that in that case, she would simply strike with a dagger. Stepping away from her sister, Viola said that she believed that she would not attack her, since the second and third prince were still alive. The girl couldn't believe what she heard, so she was a little shocked and fell silent. The girl took her hand and told her that she wanted to talk to her face to face, but for this, they needed to find a quiet place. The teacher immediately ran up to them, asking how they would leave without him, to which she asked, what does he have to do with it? Hickson explained that he was the adult they could trust, and the girl thought he had that expression on his face, as if the father had heard from his daughter that there was a man in her. Looking at Tyrion and Sino, Viola explained that this is not a matter of trust, so they can be offended, but they will have to stay where they are. When they entered the park, they immediately sat on a nearby bench, after which the older sister asked what she wanted to talk about. The girl said that she had diligently worn a certain mask all her life. The girl said that everyone in her family lives like this, to which Viola said that the main thing was what kind of mask it was. She added that she felt it at the welcome dinner because he didn't look at her with curiosity. Agard, Viola explained that the words she believed him in were truly sincere. Seeing the incomprehensible look on her older sister's face, the adopted daughter asked her if she understood what they were saying, to which she replied negatively. Approaching her, the girl explained that if she didn't want to speak openly, she would, because all this time, she hated all the disputes about inheritance and intrigues. Viola said that family is important to her, and that the family she dreamed of should not be like this. Medea sternly noted that her adopted daughter was not at all like Berata, and the girl thought that her sister exuded a sinister aura, so it was not in vain that she became the knight of the first star. The girl reminded her that she was not actually the biological daughter of Duke Geron Beratu. She said that before joining her family, her life was hard and lonely, and her only close person died. Leaving her alone, the girl assumed that her close person was Hickson's daughter, because she had said before that she became friends with him thanks to his daughter. Viola couldn't resist her guess and simply confirmed it, and she herself thought that her older sister's face had become a little softer. Leaning back on the bench, Viola told her that she had long wanted to be friends with her, because even common people were carried away by the white wind of Beratu. The girl added that even if she was wrong about her, she would still like her to become her sister. Medea said that her sister was too brazen, to which the girl asked if she had made a mistake. The older sister hugged her and told her that she congratulated her on finally becoming a true Beratu. Her hug felt very warm, so Viola thought that to survive in this world, she often had to lie about her feelings, but at some point she got used to being Viola, so she also hugged her sister tightly and decided that she definitely needed a family. Later, the Duke approached them, whom she also asked to hug her, but she explained to him that he had no reason to do so. When he took her in his arms, the nice girl said that she was very grateful that he was hugging her. Later, in Heron's office, Medea wondered if he would really punish his adopted daughter. The man reasoned that this should have been done much earlier, when she first arrived at the castle. He asked her why she decided that he was going to punish her, to which the older daughter replied that her behavior seemed unusual to her. The girl believed that her father seemed as if he no longer expected anything from Viola, so he behaved very gently towards her. Medea suggested that with her help, her adopted daughter could once again prove her strength as a member of the Beratu. She said that if he didn't mind, she would like to complete one of the tasks together with her younger sister. Then she returned to Viola's room, where they were finally invited to enjoy the famous strawberry lemonade. The girl immediately told her that an order for the task would soon be issued. She added that her younger sister would do it with her and Viola. Meanwhile, she wondered why they had been assigned such a high-level task. Medea informed her that they were going to the assault fortress, to which the girl asked if this was really related to the murder of Sir Jack's storm sword. Her older sister said that she was too white for Beratu, as she understood everything very quickly. The girl promised that she would definitely help her prove her right to be Beratu, and Viola decided that her smile was too beautiful. The task was called Hurricane, where it was necessary to kill Jack Farlisle, the head of the Storm Fortress who protected the Empire from the Wild Gorge. He wrote several unflattering criticisms about the Winter Castle several times, and also claimed that the benefits of the discovery of the Golden Road belonged to Berat. He accused them that the youngest princess, Veratu, illegally possessed several billion dinars because she used other people's funds, and the privileges of the Winter Castle. Viola knew that in the novel, this task was supposed to appear only after 3 years, which means that the plot had changed, although the main development of events remained the same, because the situation in the Duke's family was the same. The older sister asked if she knew the latest trends on the continent. The girl explained that this is why they gave her the task of killing Jack, to which the younger one replied that in that case, the suspicions would fall on her father. Medea asked, surprised, if this really had any significance in this world. The girl knew that it was important for them to destroy all evidence, and then decided that the older sister was the true Beratu. This task was one of the 5 most terrible, because after killing Jack, her family will become an enemy of the Farlisle clan, which will subsequently achieve success and pose a great danger to her family. A day later, she went to Tyrion's teacher's room to discuss the issues that worried her. She asked him if he knew Sir Jack, because she knew they studied together. Hickson looked at her in disbelief and asked why she was trying to find out something about him. The girl asked him if he had read the article and if it seemed strange to him. In history, Jack was the commander of the Storm Fortress, as well as a man of iron will that nothing could bend. By showing the article in the newspaper, Viola said that this man was the type who would appear in person, but that he would not incite through newspapers, to which the man said that she was right, because he would definitely come and organize the process. The girl said that she also heard that Sir Jack also has a single son. Medea resorted to no tricks and officially announced her intention to visit the assault fortress. So that same day, she sent a letter using magic, and then permission arrived for the visit of the delegation headed by her. Zenon was wanted in that place, so with the help of Sabin he changed his appearance. Tyrion and Hickson also went with them, as the matter was quite dangerous. At the end of a long week-long journey, they finally arrived at the Storm Fortress. Thundersword Jack approached them and told them that he was very happy to welcome Princess Medea. And Princess Viola, the older sister, enthusiastically said that they hadn't seen him in a long time. As they approached each other, strange wind currents formed around them, as if their mana was fighting for them. The man said that the girl had too kind an expression on her face for someone who had come to kill him. Medea said she came on an important mission, so she doesn't understand what he means. Drawing his sword, Jack said that as a greeting he wanted to cross swords with her. Sensing their evil auras, Viola realized that everything hung by a thin thread. This was on a completely different level than when her butler threatened Vincent's butler. She understood that if she intervened, she risked losing her mind, but for the sake of her future, she decided to trust the book's plot. Tyrion and Hickson watched their movements closely and were surprised by what she was going to do. Medea also noticed that her younger sister was approaching, so she also wondered what she would do. The girl realized that if she kept the sword, she would immediately lose and couldn't allow that to happen. But if she didn't keep it, her sister would die. The actions of Princess Viola did not escape Jack either, so he was a little distracted. At that moment, Medea attacked him hard, after which he told her that it was a good time for murder. And then he asked why she didn't take advantage of it. The girl explained that he was the first to make a concession and lowered the concentration of the barrier. She added that she should thank him for doing this for her sister's sake, and in fact, the loss is still his. Viola bowed nobly and said that she was very happy that he didn't attack her. The man noticed that she acted very unreasonably, because in this fight she could have gotten hurt. The girl firmly stated that all this time she relied on his paternal feelings. She said that she heard that he had a son her age, so she thought he wouldn't hurt her. Jack took his sword again and said that she was being too arrogant. This did not scare Viola at all. On the contrary, she said she would introduce herself again. The girl kindly said that her name was Viola and that she belonged to the White Baratu. When they were inside the castle, Medea said that Sir Jack was right because she had acted unreasonably. Viola explained that it was not reckless and that she was sure that neither her sister nor Sir Jack would have hurt her. The girl asked why she had such confidence in her words, because there was no reason for it. The younger sister explained that Sir Jack probably remembered his son when he looked at her. She herself values it more than winning a duel. The eldest of the Baratu family's children asked if this was not recklessness, but the tactic of the White Baratu, and then asked what the final goal was. The girl said that she doesn't plan to kill Sir Jack, but to resolve this matter peacefully. Medea said that the murder of this man was her direct responsibility, to which Viola said that she had already received another task, and his father's signature. She explained that it would be much wiser to leave him alive, because if there is no one to protect the Wild Canyon, who will turn to the Winter Castle for help? And as a result of this, their family will direct its forces and become vulnerable. Viola said that she had no intention of interfering with her sister, but she also could not allow the murder. So first she herself would try to meet with Sir Jack. Later that night, Tyrion was waiting for Viola and told her that he would serve his mistress because he was her loyal dog and should always be there. Zenon said that he would serve her because he was her personal butler. Meanwhile, Viola tried to explain to her two nosy companions that she could hide on her own. The butler said that as soon as 3 hours and 23 minutes pass, the princess, out of habit, takes off her blanket and, as he was still serving her, did everything possible to prevent her from catching a cold. The guy, angry, asked why she didn't want to give up her duty to him. The man replied that it would be strange if he refused her, to which the boy stated that the possibility of temporarily renouncing his privileges was also his responsibility, after which she threw them all out of the room. The next morning, she went with Hickson for a walk around the storm fortress. Seeing the warriors practicing their attack skills, the man informed her that they had been doing this since 4 in the morning. Suddenly, Sir Jack approached them and wiped the sweat from his face tiredly. The man said he got up quite early, to which the girl replied that she had heard about the majestic storm squad, and that she wanted to see it in person. Jack shook Hickson's hand and told him that he hadn't been able to greet him properly last night. The fortress owner stated that he had heard he was in bad shape, but then explained that he looked quite good now. The teacher said that it was all thanks to his efforts, after which Jack looked at her and asked her if looking at the Thunder Squad was just an excuse. He asked why she had come to see him and what the words of his dear friend meant. The girl asked him if he knew Sir Hickson's story, to which he replied that he did, and expressed his condolences to him. Viola stated that it must be sad that his only son is also missing. Jack said fearfully that he didn't understand at all what the little princess was talking about. He explained that his situation is very similar to the teacher's story. But on the continent it continues because powerful people keep kidnapping people without any evidence. The girl said that she was doing everything possible to avenge Sir Hickson and also to prove to Beradu that she had the right to be white. So she wanted to help him too. The teacher immediately said that he would try to explain it to her and then began to tell his story. He said that his whole family was kidnapped at exactly the right moment, without leaving any trace. And after that he couldn't do anything and became a nullity. The man said that the owner of the fortress also had his son stolen, so he went crazy and attacked the winter castle. Hickson suggested that both in his situation and in his comrades, they seemed to be bewitched. He added that he couldn't say for sure, but most likely it was terrible magic. Jack asked what they meant, to which the girl explained that it was most likely hypnosis, or the magic of suggestion. She explained that this ability turns love into fear and paralyses the mind, and when they stopped thinking clearly, they began to be threatened. Viola said that this is quite difficult to believe, but it is the result of her 3 years of observations. The girl said that at the age of 12, she will be able to appear in secular society, so she wants to become the most dangerous and influential. That's why she learned everything about her competitors in advance. The Duke's adopted daughter said that she also found out everything about the heir to the Thunder Sword, Jeremy. Viola remembered that he had a special relationship with the Terra Trading Company, which often visited this fortification. She said that she had resorted to all means to meet his only son, Jack. The tower owner said that this place was well guarded, and then asked if this was really possible in the territory of the Storm Fortress. The girl suggested that if she managed to get information about Jeremy, it would also be possible to organize a kidnapping by all possible means. The man put his hand on his head and assured that after her words, his head seemed to clear up. Hickson said that he constantly felt as if his head was in a fog. The girl decided that since the veil had been lifted from their eyes, they would take care of the rest themselves. Now Jack was telling Medea that he was going to send a letter directly to Duke Aaron. He explained that it would be better to issue an official apology a little later, so he asked for a little time. The girl said that she didn't understand what he meant, but she would be willing to deliver the letter to her father. Medea constantly wondered what trick her younger sister had resorted to this time. The man said that he was bewitched, so he did all this, but now he was very ashamed. Viola remembered that this only proves the love he has for his son, and she doesn't consider it something shameful. The girl kindly said that this was even quite praiseworthy, and she herself thought that Jeremy was really falling in love, of which she was a little jealous. Jack approached her and told her that he was waiting for her to turn 12 so he could become the sharpest sword in his collection. In his letter, he wrote that he would certainly save his son, but for now, he asked for a little time. And Geron, meanwhile, wondered if he was really so stupid and short-sighted that he attacked the Winter Castle because of his son. The Duke continued reading, where it said that Miss Viola was interested in Jeremy, so 2 years before her debut in secular society, he would like to introduce his son to her. Jack asked the Duke what he thought about it, but he himself assumed that they would get along. A month later, Jack officially issued a sincere apology, which caused him to be ridiculed. But it didn't last long. Jeremy managed to return safely to the Storm Fortress, where, together with Jack, they destroyed the monsters in the wild canyon. After all these events, 2 years passed, and Viola was finally ready to present herself to high society. One day, she heard a strange sound outside the window, so she got up from her chair to see what it was. Approaching the window frame, the girl noticed a pigeon with a note tied to its leg. The short letter said that someone would visit her soon, to which she thought that there were no such crazy people in the winter castle, whom she would decide to kill. Zenon noticed that the paper bears the seal of the Storm Fortress, which means the bird was from there. When he asked why they wrote to her, the man replied that she had turned 12 and had become much more beautiful than before. The butler explained that he was worried that it might be the machinations of the Duke of Storm Fortress. Jeremy Farlell, the son of the owner of the Storm Fortress, Jack, was the same age as Tyrion, and he was 17 years old. According to rumors, the boy had an extraordinary appearance that could leave a mark on history. All the girls in the Empire called him the incarnation of a beautiful dragon, and recently he had become the most talked-about person among young women in high society. However, Jeremy has never appeared at social events, but now he has expressed his desire to visit Viola Berata. There was confusion in the city. The girls whispered that a delegation from the Storm Fortress was heading towards them, and that Prince Jeremy himself would be in it. The girls commented that the son of the fortress owner was a wonderful young man. At the same time, the young man was walking through the square, and everyone around him was talking about his beauty. He approached his favorite cafe, where Viola often visited, and then noticed that a long queue had formed. Covering his face with his hair, he decided to change his appearance a little. The men in line talked about how amazing the egg tarts in this place were. A stranger approached them and asked if they both knew Viola Berata. Seeing the boy's sword, one of them asked if it was a future knight, and the other replied that the girl was quite a famous person in the Winter Palace. Jeremy asked them with admiration what interesting things they could tell about her. After an hour, their turn finally came, so the waitress came out to get them. The men happily went in and wished good luck to their new acquaintance, whom they had just met. The boy learned that Princess Viola destroyed a pack of boars and drank their blood, so she was considered a bloodthirsty princess, as well as the incarnation of death. People completely distorted the rumors, because it was a boar that only a level 7 knight could handle. The boy decided that he really wanted to meet her, but the only thing he knew was that she had purple hair. When they were finally called in, he saw a girl sitting at the table, cheerfully devouring the desserts. He immediately assumed that this was the same Viola he had been looking for all this time. The boy sitting next to her was talking about how he could eat his portion, because he didn't like sweets. Viola, for her part, thought that it was much richer to eat them hot, and also regretted that they only sold 2 per person. Her pleasure was interrupted by an unknown voice, who asked permission to sit next to her. Because there were few seats in the establishment, the boy took his portion and said that they had a table for 4, so everyone would fit. Viola immediately guessed who it was, and Tyrion explained to her that he couldn't sit with them because he was a stranger. Jeremy replied that he didn't care at all, so he approached them. Tyrion gave up and allowed him to sit next to them, to which he thanked them. When he sat down at the table, Viola asked him if he was a student at the night school. The boy confirmed her guess, and Tyrion asked again, because he couldn't believe it. His dog wondered if the stranger was trying to hide his identity, and then prepared a dagger and pointed it at the guy. The girl explained that everything was fine, because he was her guest whom she had been waiting for a long time. Viola ordered him to put down the dagger, because it was impossible to start a fight on the territory of the Winter Castle, and Jeremy asked her how she knew who he was. She explained that he had a blue cord tied to his sword, which was a symbol of a thunder sword, and then asked if he really thought no one would guess it. She really didn't want to get involved with Jeremy, but it was safe to show all her cards from the beginning. Viola decided to leave after a brief conversation. She finished the tart and said that it was better for him to approach her in his true form, and that now it was her turn. As he watched them leave, the boy thought that she was not at all what they said about her, because everyone thought she was a witch. He thought that she was quite kind, although this could be dangerous, because a priori one wants to treat kind people well. After trying one piece, he heard strange exclamations, saying that he was forced to wait a long time, and that they were only selling 2 pieces. The boy complained that some commoner had become too arrogant, to which the woman explained that he should not behave this way. Jeremy wondered why an ordinary person would respond like this to an aristocrat, and then he realized that there was a very good reason for it. The waitress said that the bloodthirsty princess really liked her establishment, but even she stood in line and bought only 2 cakes. The woman explained to him that if she sold him more, it would be a sign of disrespect towards her. The boy shouted at her that she had too long a tongue and then asked how she dared to threaten him, to which she replied that it was not about threats at all, but she simply expected his understanding. The boy demanded that she shut up and then told her that by night he would take his last breath, because he couldn't allow such an attitude towards himself. Jeremy intervened in the conversation and ordered the stranger to stop the farce. Viola and Tyrion immediately heard a strange noise coming from the cafe they had just been in. They were both cautious, because just a couple of minutes ago everything was fine. The girl ordered her dog to open the door for her, after which he immediately went to do it. As he was opening, the Duke's adopted daughter felt a terrifying energy. She noticed with horror how the sword stump of the guy's defender, who made the noise, flew past her. Jeremy demonstrated impeccable sword technique, which surprised her greatly. Viola asked if Tyrion had seen Jeremy's movements, to which he replied affirmatively. When she asked him what he thought about it, the boy said that he moved much faster than him. The girl thought that since her new acquaintance moved faster than Tyrion, they should stay away from him. The angry aristocrat began to leave the cafe and ordered them to step aside. The guy swore under his breath that it was a great shame in front of commoners, so he decided to take revenge on all of them. At the same time, in the cafe, Jeremy thought that he had very good moves, which meant that Princess Viola also liked him. That same evening, the offended aristocrat asked his assistant if it was really that product. He lamented whether these commoners in the Winter Castle really had no brains, since they decided to stick their noses up so high, to which he received the answer that he was no better. Tyrion was sitting on the doorstep, and the guy started asking him who he was and dared to contradict him. The boy explained that he was a mercenary, a devoted dog of his mistress from the Beradu house. Getting up from the porch, Tyrion wondered why he had come to the cafe late at night, to which he asked how a mercenary dared to talk to him like that. The boy reminded him that he treats him exactly the same way he talks to him. The aristocrat said that in that case, he would simply kill him, and Tyrion said that they were in a winter castle. The angry guy ordered his guard to immediately kill or knock out the enemy, and then drag him out of the castle and kill him there. Tyrion was able to quickly stop the attacker's blow, causing his sword to break into 2 pieces. Both the aristocrat and the man defending him were amazed that for the second time that day they were losing a duel. Tyrion declared that they said they would kill him, so it was simple self-defense. With a quick movement of his hands, he skillfully hit them in the neck, after which they fell to the ground. 2 people couldn't get up, and their opponent asked how they dared to fix their gaze on the owner's favorite cafe. The woman said that she didn't even know how to thank the person who saved her business. Tyrion asked her to give him 10 homemade egg tarts, after which he assured that this would completely satisfy his mistress. He was already imagining how happy she would be, and the woman said that she could bake him at least 100. Finally, the boy asked her to make them tasty, to which the woman replied that she would fulfill his request immediately. The next day, the girl enjoyed the egg tarts, thinking that the hostess had baked them especially for her, but they were even tastier than those sold in the cafe. Viola said that the boy could sit next to her, to which he asked if the dog could really sit at the same table as the owner. The Duke's adopted daughter sternly said that it was unpleasant for her to look up, so he should sit down. Tyrion calmly apologized to her and then started kneeling on one knee. Viola thought that this was not what she meant at all, so she immediately felt uncomfortable. The girl noticed that the boy looked more and more like Paul, who was always stubborn, but he reminded her even more of her brother, because he also loved sweets. She quietly suggested to him that he should try at least one dessert, as he had done a good job. Tyrion asked again if the dog could really share a meal with his mistress, and then assured that he was happy to be by her side. Viola asked him if he really didn't like sweets, to which he replied negatively, but she noticed that his nostrils dilated and he swallowed. Getting up from her chair, she declared that she didn't like dogs that lie to her, after which she stuffed one of the tarts directly into his mouth. The boy thanked her, to which she told him that he should speak honestly with her. Tyrion couldn't help but think that he had never tasted them before, but now he was delighted with the taste. The girl reminded him that a person must think a lot, but a dog does not have to. She said that the dog can like it or not, but he shows joy when he is happy, and says he's hungry when he's hungry. Viola said that the dog has no need to think so much about the feelings of others, and the boy thought that he shouldn't pretend to be a person because his owner was right. So he needed to prove to her that he could change. The next day, he brought a small vase with flowers, talking about preparing this gift because he saw her looking at the flowers along the way. The girl looked at the gift in disbelief and realized that he had simply brought her field daisies. Zenon asked him if he knew what meaning these flowers had, to which he replied negatively. Viola said that they refer to sincere love, a prediction, or the revelation of a secret. She couldn't say that the talisman was the daisies that Paul gave her, saying that if she kept them with her, then luck would definitely smile upon her. Now she held the vase in her hands, recalling that incident and realizing that not even her beloved knew the meaning of the flower. The girl understood that he was not at all the one she once loved, and the butler, meanwhile, said that a special magic had been cast on the vase, so it was quite expensive, to which Tyrion said that he had been saving the salary they had. I paid him for 3 years. Viola angrily commented that it would be better to spend that money on weapons or armor. She added that he must know his place and behave according to his position. She understood that she should not give in to him, and meanwhile, he said that now he would behave more carefully. 2 days after the incident in the cafe, Heron personally executed the offenders, saying that recently there have been many rats in the Winter Castle. The Duke personally cut off the head of Selton, the only son of Viscount Seal, after which the severed head hung on the south gate of the Winter Castle. So part of the aristocracy began to be outraged, but at the same time, common residents thanked and praised the Duke for caring so much about them that he even cut off the aristocrat's neck. The rumors gradually distorted and turned into a version according to which Viola sent her dog Tyrion to kill the Viscount's son. The girl, of course, knew absolutely nothing about this, but every day there were more and more people who supported her and praised. One evening, her adoptive father invited her to his office, but remained silent for a long time. He asked her what she thought was the reason why he called her to his office. Viola decided to answer the question with a question and asked why he killed the Viscount's son. The man explained that it seemed to him that this was exactly what she wanted from him. His father cryptically asked her if she was finally going to take action. The adopted daughter understood that he was very wrong, because he still believed that she was chasing the heir's position. But in reality, he wanted to intimidate him, because now the Duke was the head of Beratu. The girl said that she wanted to warn everyone and show them what will happen to those who neglect the Beratu family. She added that after this incident, many will remain silent, and those who had something against it will continue to resist more. So in this way, he will be able to determine who is an enemy and who is an ally. Heron asked her if she really believed that those who remain silent are her allies, and those who are dissatisfied are her enemies. The girl replied negatively and said that she believed that the way to solve the problem was correct, but it did not comply with the laws. Viola said that those who remained silent were cowardly people, and those who resisted were crazy. Having lost all fear, she added that there were no allies among them, so the Winter Castle remains just a winter castle. The adopted daughter said that if she left someone in her circle, then it should be a madman, pure and simple, who had no relation to Viscount Seal's family, so she would take them under her wing. The man asked her if she meant that she would become the head of Beratu. In fact, Viola planned to put her older sister Medea in this position, but she said the opposite. And then she said that she had heard about the Viscount's family and that he loved his son very much. In the original story, Selton was killed by Vincent, and the Viscount, who had lost his beloved son, began to attack the Winter Castle, although he understood that the outcome was not predetermined in his favor. While he was tied up, Heron asked him why he attacked them if he knew he would eventually die. Anyone could do a stupid thing, but after the Viscount's death, the Duke spared no expense to help and support his family. But it turned out that the widow was pregnant and named her son Binglas, which meant revenge. Later, this boy really became a powerful mage and the enemy of the entire Beratu family. And Viola absolutely could not allow this. Therefore, the girl now explained that the Viscount, who loved his son, would certainly take action, and most likely they would ask the Emperor for protection, but there was no benefit in this, so His Highness did not react in any way. The Duke reminded her that the Viscount had a moral duty, to which she replied that his son was the first to break the rules of the Winter Castle. Heron explained that this brazen man was trying to take away his only joy in this place. In response to her questioning expression, The man explained that she really loved those egg tarts. Viola was a little stunned, so she silently confirmed her conclusion. She added that, in any case, she supposed the Viscount would try to attack the Winter Castle. The Duke asked if even death would not stop him, and having received an affirmative answer, he said that then they should let him die with honor. The girl asked to entrust this matter to her to prove her skills as a white bear, as in the Storm Fortress, after which she asked to be sent to the Viscount's estate as an ambassador. Rumors about Viola continued to acquire new details, as everyone was surprised at how a 12-year-old girl could be sent as an ambassador to the Sela estate, adding that she was actually a witch. Everyone around her whispered that at the age of 7, she killed thieves and ate raw human flesh, and at the welcome dinner, she drank demon blood. But on the continent, such incredible rumors spread that the girl's blood flowed in the opposite direction when she heard them. The imperial ambassador, Selina Hyrels, told Emperor Nelak Freud Skullivan that there were many rumors surrounding the princess, but that the people of the duchy liked her because they believed she acted out of concern for them. The man asked, surprised, if she was really only 12 years old, to which the woman replied affirmatively. The emperor asked how long he had been observing her, to which the ambassador replied that he had been following her since the welcome dinner, which was 5 years ago. He said that Viola, thanks to her brilliant appearance, quickly gained Baratu's recognition, and also became the owner of the land on which the Golden Road was built, which brought her good profits. Selina suggested that it might have been an accident, but she didn't believe it at all, because the girl threw all the money she had there. The emperor asked her to choose her words, to which she replied that there was no one else in the room except them. Sitting next to him, the woman reminded him that she could only afford to behave this way next to him. The embarrassed emperor explained that she actually came to him with a report. Selina asked if there was a law prohibiting holding hands during a report. She said that if he doesn't like it, then they can pass that law, because he is the emperor. To which he replied that he did not say he did not like it. The ambassador bought it and said that he was extremely cute, to which Nelek asked her to return to the report. The woman said that the girl has a highly developed observational ability and intelligence, because she cleverly solved the problem in the Storm Fortress. Looking at the embarrassed emperor, Selina revealed that even Prince Jeremy was interested in her. The ambassador tenderly asked if His Majesty was listening to her, to which he replied affirmatively. She rested her head on his shoulder and said that a lot depended on how Viola handled the Seal Viscount's case. She said that if her conjectures were correct, as soon as she arrived at the Viscount's estate, he would already be dead. The woman believed that the rumors would spread quickly, and if luck turned against her, the girl would become the main suspect in the Viscount's murder. The next day, Tyrion, Sino, and Viola began preparing for the journey to the Viscount's estate. The butler tied her boots and said that they would have to travel a long time through mountainous terrain, so they should tie them well. The girl said that he didn't teach her this, because he simply transmitted the information unilaterally. Even in the real world, she had never learned to tie her shoelaces, and now she didn't understand why the butler was using his mana to do this. Viola noticed that she would always have him for this, which greatly surprised the man. Sino looked at her in surprise for a long time, while his words slowly sank in. He stood up and said that he was very happy that she allowed him to be close, so he always tied her shoelaces and then put her on the horse. The girl thought that she had learned to ride a horse a little, but it would be much more convenient in a carriage. But unfortunately for her, it was difficult to reach Viscount Sill's estate by carriage, and the other way took about a month, so they decided to go through the mountains. The butler tried hard to warn her that they would probably be attacked on the way. Viola understood that her father's nickname was the Duke who killed hundreds, which meant he earned at least several hundred enemies. It is for this reason that all Baratus have been exposed to danger since childhood, and their task was to learn to deal with it. The girl realized that she didn't like this arrangement at all, so she decided to take Hickson with her. At that moment, her older brother Vincent suddenly attacked her, but Tyrion managed to block his blow in time. The boy had also grown, but still couldn't break through the defense, so he stepped back a couple of steps. The girl confidently stated that if he wanted to kill her, he must first deal with her dog. The older brother said that if he didn't have responsibilities, he would have left with her. After which, Vincent waved goodbye to him and ran in the opposite direction to take care of his business. Viola tried for a long time to understand why he came to her, because it was very strange. After 3 days of travel, they were the subject of the first attack by robbers. Hickson said that he had a feeling that everyone was professionally trained. And the butler said that the attacks happened faster than he expected. The teacher asked if the girl had managed to make enemies, to which she replied negatively. Viola thought that someone sent specially trained robbers to carry out frequent attacks in order to stop her. Suddenly, an idea occurred to her, and she ordered everyone to stop and lay down their arms. The girl explained that the purpose of the attacks was not murder, but a simple delay. The Duke's daughter suggested that most likely, by the time they arrived, the Viscount's property would be dead. She explained that trained warriors are trying to interfere to delay them on their way. Tyrion asked who could organize such a thing, to which she replied that it could be those who are trying to isolate Baradu. Bella believed that the culprit was the Hurricane Group, which kidnapped Hickson's daughter, and Jeremy, so the Baradu clan almost broke off relations with the Fallel clan. But this time, they tried to pit them against Viscount Seal's family. Now she believed that the question was whether they could kill the Viscount's family by then. She supposed that this was impossible, because it would not be possible to kill so many people silently in 1 or 2 minutes. The butler asked if they would use any special method to arrive on time, to which she replied that they would most likely use a deadly poison that took effect after some time. Zenon asked if she meant that after a certain time, the poison causes death, to which the girl replied affirmatively. Viola said that there are 3 types of poison, of which there is no evidence left: the 7-voice poison, flammable poison, and the 3-day paradise poison. Hickson asked when she had time to learn about poisons, to which she replied that she was actually a white Baradu, so she should study well. She said that the 7-voice poison is usually used in cold areas or in winter, so it will not be effective now. Then she said that flammable poison was too expensive and rare, but if they acquired a large amount of poison that could kill the entire Viscount's family, they would leave traces behind them. Viola suggested that they would most likely use a 3-day paradise poison, which relaxes and improves mood, and after 3 days, the person dies in their sleep. My stepdaughter reported that it was very easy to make, that the price was quite affordable, and that it left no marks. Zenon said that, in addition to being effective and cheap, this poison is also easily excreted from the body, so it is often used as a hallucinogenic narcotic. Viola firmly stated that if we were talking about Viscount Seal's family, then things here were different, because Princess Baradu was heading towards him. The girl explained that after the loss of her son, the Viscount was not in the best condition, and the poison would be used on everyone except a few ingenious knights, so when they arrived, they would kill everyone with a sword. She added that this was the best way to shorten the time of the murder and adapt to the limited time. And Hickson wondered if all this was done to blame them. Viola replied affirmatively, and then asked Tyrion to gallop as fast as he could without stopping, because she was going to the Viscount's estate alone. By nightfall, the guy had already entered the estate, where he observed the situation, but he was warned that inside there would be people with a normal appearance whom he should be careful of, since there was a high probability that they were the ones who would attack him. Adding poison to the servants, Tyrion thought his mistress was right, because there weren't many people. Of the remaining 8 servants, he managed to kill more than half because he understood that they were to blame for everything. Rounding the corner to the next victim, the guy suddenly stopped because a dagger flew past him, which left a small wound on his shoulder. The guy executed another fake servant, after which he realized that it was a trap. Covering the wound with his hand, he went deeper into the estate, believing that this would not work. He was determined to deal with everyone, because it would be better for his mistress. Tyrion went deeper and deeper into the castle, because he had lost too much blood. The guy was slowly losing consciousness, but still, he managed to destroy everyone on the estate. Clinging to the wall, he thought that he still had to complete the task his mistress had assigned him. Opening the door to the room, he saw the Viscount lying on the bed, after which he entered. The man lay motionless, but as soon as he quietly said his name, he immediately turned to the other side. The Viscount told him to leave, after which he asked why he had come to him in the middle of the night. Tyrion wearily apologized to him and told him that he would leave him alone now. As soon as he turned to leave, the Viscount sat up on the bed and pulled a dagger from under the blanket. In an instant, the man was already flying towards the wounded Tyrion, who didn't seem to hear him. The guy reacted at lightning speed, and then plunged the dart directly into his opponent's neck. The man trembled, couldn't say anything, and fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Tyrion thought that everything had happened exactly as his mistress expected. Viola warned that if the real Viscount seal was lying on the bed, he would get up. And if he wasn't real, he would try to hide his face and tell him to leave, to which the guy would have to react that he understood. And then the species seems to be about to leave, but then he has to attack him first. The next step was to find the real Viscount and tell him everything, so the guy continued eating while standing. With the last of his strength, Tyrion broke the wall behind which strange sounds were heard. He was right, and the Viscount was tied up there, whom he informed that the princess would arrive at the estate in a few hours. The guy told him to mix lemon, vinegar, and aluminum powder in a 1-to-1 ratio to make an antidote because everyone was poisoned. Tyrion immediately fell to the ground because he believed that he could complete the task, which means that his mistress should praise him. As he said, Princess Viola arrived a few hours later, accompanied by Higson and Sino. From the threshold, she smelled blood and then saw Tyrion's lifeless body. She felt the nurses running around him, like the day her beloved Paul died. Now before her lay an almost dead Tyrion, whom the local doctors were diligently trying to cure. The story seemed to repeat itself, but only one question tormented her. Who did this to him? Upon meeting the Viscount, the first thing she did was cut off his ear, which greatly disconcerted the man. His gaze was filled with hatred and malice, and then he asked her how she dared to touch his dog. The man said that it wasn't him at all, after which she asked who the culprit was. The Viscount calmly explained that the guy fought with his opponents, after which he was seriously injured. The girl involuntarily thought that it was because of her that Tyrion was suffering, but she couldn't even imagine that he could be so seriously injured. Viola was beside herself with rage and indignation, because in the end, everything turned out so tragic. She sternly said that if her dog didn't wake up, his whole family would be destroyed. Once calmed down, she sat on a chair, and her companions were heatedly discussing something among themselves. Then, the butler suggested that they begin compiling a report to send to the Duke. Viola was worried that she had gotten too emotional, but then realized that she could use magic to sew him up completely. The girl remembered the same day her friend died, so she lost her mind for a while. When the butler asked her why she did this, the girl couldn't find an answer. The man said that she should have assumed that Tyrion would not be harmed, and he also knew very well that it was not the Viscount who hurt him. Recalling the scene where they bandaged the poor man's ear, Zenon asked again why she did it. Viola looked at him sternly and said that this was a warning that he was causing her serious trouble. Hearing the cherished word warning, the butler smiled and thought that his conjectures were correct. He said that in this way she made him her debtor, because she let him live. But she still punished him for violating the Winter Castle's order. Higson asked if he really thought so, to which the butler replied affirmatively. The man explained that his mistress was simply angry because her dog was injured. Everyone witnessed the scene where she ordered Tyrion to go to the Viscount's estate alone. The teacher thought that he thought she was a bloodthirsty princess and also cold-blooded, as everyone said about her, but now he realized. Zenon kept insisting that the princess evaluate the situation rationally, but his interlocutor turned out to be not too wise, because his mistress tries to profit from everything through subtle calculations. Higson quickly agreed with him, but saw that Viola's eyes filled with anxiety. Noticing that the butler was writing something, the teacher decided to help him, as he was going to become a good person. So he suggested writing that thanks to Viola, Syl's Viscount was saved from certain death. While saying this, the man was still thinking about how to make sure Viola's mask didn't come off. The butler asked him if he was sure he should write to the Duke so directly about this. Higson reported that Viola did two completely opposite things, and since she doesn't have a split personality, it seems very confusing, and it is necessary to inform him of this somehow. Then, the man suggested that the main survivor of the story would interpret this behavior in some other way. After some time, the main maid of the estate Delphi approached the Viscount and told him that she had come to accompany the man to the living room, where hot tea was being prepared. And cookies. The girl also politely asked him if everything was all right with his ear, to which he replied that the cut was so clean that everything healed in a day. The maid asked if Mrs. Viola really just felt sorry for him, to which she replied that she never thought that at 12 years old one could have such skills. Delphos asked if everything was really that serious, to which the man replied that even the priest was surprised. He added that the servant explained to him that the girl could only be compared to Princess Medea. That's why she was appointed ambassador. To her question of why he did this, the Viscount suggested that by doing so, he wanted to leave her a message. That is, a warning that she was a representative of the Beratu family, so she dared not do anything against it. Leaning on the chair, the man said that it also seemed to him that she still felt sorry for him. Delphi asked if the knight was not drawing too hasty conclusions about her. The Viscount said that Viola was known as the cursed Beratu, but as a human, she wanted to become the white Beratu. He supposed that all this was a subtly calculated plan born in her head. Seal said that most likely she exists between the bloody Viola and the human Viola to achieve the desired result. After talking with the maid, he arrived in the hall, where Princess Viola was already waiting for him. The man asked what had happened at such a late hour that she decided to meet with him. Viola explained that he probably knows what happened to him, but if he doesn't guess it, then she is disappointed in him. In fact, none of that happened. Only that after talking with Hickson, she realized how she should talk to him. But the Viscount, meanwhile, said that his dog would soon get better and his ear would heal in a couple of days, all thanks to her clean cut. The man looked at her with interest and asked if she had done it on purpose. The girl replied that she would not have used force if she had acted intentionally. The Viscount said that this is exactly what he thought, after which he decided to talk about his conjectures. He supposed that it was not Princess Viola sitting in front of him now, but Miss Viola, who had come to apologize. When she heard these words, she glared at him, which made him shut up immediately. The man felt a powerful aura, as if she was ready to blow his head off right now. Wipe your hands with a handkerchief. Viola said that she always thought he was a quite rational person, but now she cannot understand the whole situation. She asked if his son really deserved the death penalty, to which he replied that in the end, everything ended with an attack on his life. After which she asked why the relevant rules were not followed, and he was immediately sentenced to death. The Viscount asked if all this was because his son invaded the Beratu family. Then she asked if the Beratus were really angry, because the Viscount's man invaded the Duke's family. So they killed him. She herself replied negatively to his question, after which Syl asked why this happened. Because he needed to hear the truth. The girl said that the reason was that her father didn't like him. Such words greatly discouraged the man, so he jumped onto the ground and started asking what all this meant. Viola explained that her father wanted to preserve his reputation, so he took on the mark of a tyrant in his place. The Viscount asked what this had to do with his reputation, to which she replied that the reason was a violation of the Winter Castle's rules. Having said this, she immediately clapped, calling her faithful butler Zenon. The man gently entered the living room, holding a precious box in his hands. The butler opened the box, and she said that her son's blood was poisoned by dark magic, and that, if he had been in his right mind, he would not have caused this scandal in the Winter Castle. She explained that dark magic clouds a person's mind and makes them seek entertainment. And instead of allowing emotions to take over the mind, a person gains access to powerful magical powers. The girl said that if he cannot cope with the mana, then his body could explode. Viola said that Sultan was in a state where he could explode at any moment. The adopted daughter said that her father first had to protect the inhabitants of the Winter Castle from the living bomb, and then take care of his reputation, so he ordered his son to be executed. The girl looked at him sternly and asked what he was doing while such changes were happening to his son. She asked why her father was forced to take on the stigma of a tyrant and worry about his good name. Viola demanded an answer to her question about whether her father's choice was wrong, to which the trembling man replied that the Duke did everything right. Covering his face with his hands, the Viscount continued to tremble with fear, but said that he knew everything all along. The girl did not expect such a turn and wondered why he was pretending not to know. Realizing the painting that was above the fireplace right behind him, Viola quickly realized everything. All members of his family were captured in the photo frame, and at that moment, the girl realized that he just wanted to be a father. The man ignored the beliefs of the aristocrats and did not punish his son for using dark magic. The Viscount explained that he always wanted to be a strong support and a reliable father for Sultan. He said that the boy went too far and committed an offense, after which he asked for forgiveness. Viola didn't understand whether parental love for children was natural or not, because she never learned this in the real world. That's why he didn't want to know if it was okay to love his children or not. He said that the chosen method was not entirely correct, but he could not deny his noble intentions. The girl said that her son, in turn, trusted him, which caused a stir in the Winter Castle. Slowly approaching him, His adopted daughter told him that perhaps he was not the best father, but that he was undoubtedly a loving father, so he was now giving her a message from Baratu. Viola firmly and confidently promised that they would not hold him responsible for this incident. She added that he had already received the greatest punishment he could receive in his life. The man fell to his knees in front of her, as a sign that he was very grateful to her, to which the Duke's daughter said that she understood his feelings and paternal choice. In return, she asked him to explain whether it was possible to understand Duke Heron Bateru. The girl said that her father is a great ruler who governs the Winter Castle, and he is also a shield that protects humanity from the snow. She added that at the same time, he is a man and a father of many children. Viola concluded that this was why he offered to preserve his honor. The Duke's daughter said that he did not talk about it, because if her father started talking, then the honor of his family would shatter on the rocks, so everything she said was just her decision. The girl explained that she decided to make a decision in his favor, because she understood the situation like no one else. She explained to him that if he accepted her words, their families could maintain friendly relations. But if he did not agree, their clans would become enemies and then he could declare war. Tears began to well up in the Viscount's eyes, and the girl continued to say that in this case, they could not preserve their honor. The man burst into tears and said that he was grateful to her for opening his eyes, that they were blind before. Deep down, he was grateful to her for calling him a loving father. After 2 days, Zenon told her that he would contact the Duke and inform him of the situation. He explained that he would provide an official report only when he returned to the Winter Castle, to which she asked him not to inform her of every action. The butler explained that he wanted to show her his best side, after which she asked him if he liked the performance. Zenon, embarrassed, said that he could not judge this, but the girl asked him to try. The man said that the Viscount had no choice, but Miss Viola made him have to accept her choice. The butler concluded that a more excellent result could not have been achieved, so he immediately sent reports on the completion of the task. In his letter to the Duke, he said that the lady put on a mask of cold sanity and also touched the Viscount's emotions, and persuaded him to join her side, thus again demonstrating her skills as a white barat. The butler wanted to show him the report before sending it, because if he had read it, he would have praised her, but the girl refused. The man imagined how happy she would be just seeing how he praised her in a letter. He imagined that she would tell him that he was the best butler there was. Suddenly, he felt a strange aura heading towards the princess's bedroom. Prince Jeremy knocked on the window of Viola's room, even though it was on the 7th floor. The girl let him in, and he began to untie the rope, thanks to which he was able to descend from the roof. Viola asked why he showed up without prior official notice, and at 11 in the evening. The guy said he got to the roof around 6, then started thinking about how he could suddenly appear. And then he went to get a rope, after which he climbed back onto the roof, but the sun had already set. Trying to interrupt him, the Duke's daughter asked him why he had come to her, because he could have simply warned her and walked through the door. The cheerful boy explained that he was going to give her a surprise that she should be delighted with. She reminded him that this could be a big problem diplomatically, to which he replied that this place was far from politics and diplomacy, so everything would be fine, except that his father would scold him. Jeremy said he was going to visit a historical site that was nearby. The boy added that he would really like her to keep him company. Looking at her intently, he asked if she would deign to accompany him to the ruins. To her question about what kind of ruins they were, he replied that he did not know the exact name, but they were called the laboratory of some mad mage. Viola knew that this was an unusual place, which is also described in the novel. In this place, it was possible to conclude a contract with a spirit, even if the level of communication with it was not the highest. In the story, Jeremy signed a contract with a spirit that later became the king of wind spirits. The girl thought that she would also like to sign a contract with one of the spirits of the place. The boy reminded her that it was a big secret, so they should be careful. Viola asked him why he told her that secret, to which he replied that they were friends. The adopted daughter thought that if she went with him, they would definitely become friends, but she would quickly get tired. Jeremy said that she was very clear that she didn't want to go with him, and the girl replied that it was better for her not to contact him because a social event was approaching soon. The boy said, perplexed, that he hadn't even thought about it because he just wanted to become friends with her. Viola asked him to come on an official visit next time, it would be kinder. The boy asked her if she knew that she looked very cute, to which she replied that he had unusual tastes. Accompanying him to the exit door, she told him that she would rather agree with him, to which he suggested that they often told him he was older than his age. Upon opening the door, the adopted daughter saw Tyrion, who was looking at her curiously. Viola asked him what he was doing here, to which the boy replied that he had come to make a report, that he didn't have time to tell after completing the task. He was about to say something else, but suddenly, all his attention was captured by a mysterious stranger inside his mistress's room. Jeremy greeted him cheerfully and told him that they already knew each other. His dog said that he was not particularly happy with this meeting, and then asked if they had a relationship in which they could address each other by their first name. The uninvited guest said that it seemed to him that this was the case, to which Tyrion explained that it was not the case at all. The girl asked why Tyrion suddenly got so angry. The boy apologized, embarrassed, but thought that he seemed to have gone unnoticed. But his mistress could guess. Viola said that she didn't need him to apologize because she only asked why he was angry. Tyrion explained that Mr. Jeremiah does not respect order or rules, and also behaves in a manner unbecoming of an aristocrat. The uninvited guest said that the boy should stop talking like that because it was a surprise. Jeremy assumed that Tyrion was overwhelmed by jealousy and therefore did not understand what he was saying. Hearing a strange word, his faithful dog asked him if he had understood correctly, to which he replied affirmatively. After thinking for a while, Tyrion explained that he also thought it was jealousy. Bella immediately realized that the habit of clenching shoulders and the corners of the lips when angry belonged to Paul. Every day, he looked more and more like his deceased lover in the real world. The girl realized that this man had completely different feelings for her, because Paul always considered her a sister, not a girlfriend. The Duke's daughter thought it was better that they were so different. Tyrion asked if the master really knew his desire, to which he replied that his funny dream was to become a devoted dog. The boy confirmed this, and said that some faithful dogs have a temper that makes them jealous of their owners. He added that this could be regulated through training, but he had never done anything like that. So he showed jealousy. Jeremy asked if that was why he was jealous of his mistress. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he liked people with convictions and also believed that people have no right to evaluate the beliefs of others. Touching him on the shoulder, Jeremy declared that he supported him in his dream and beliefs. Viola was surprised, thinking that these words appeared several times in the novel. She remembered very well that the prince said these words when a strong spirit of competition awoke in him. The girl still wondered which part of Tyrion's beliefs he was talking about. At that moment, Jeremy said that they would go to the ruins together in 3 days. Noticing the look of dissatisfaction on his dog's face, he added that since he was older, he would address him by his first name, and then reminded him that they should meet the sweet Viola in 3 days. Viola remembered that she hadn't told him at all that she was going somewhere with him. After some time of leaving, Tyrion sat in front of her and asked her to forgive him for not showing his best side. The girl noticed that he behaved as a true dog should, and there was nothing wrong with that. Viola said that since he had done the task well, she was willing to praise him. The boy immediately began to reach for his mistress's exposed hand to receive a dose of petting. The Duke's daughter gently stroked his head, while Tyrion shyly knelt in front of her. The butler who approached them asked how the guy knew that Mr. Jeremy was in the room. Viola asked him if he really found out about this, to which the man replied that the guy stood in front of the door and did not enter. Tyrion decided to tell them that she smelled him, so he immediately went to her. He explained that every person has a different smell, and Mr. Jeremy emits a special smell of mana. The girl realized that none of this had been described in the novel, and this was the first time she heard about the special smell of mana. Zenon immediately decided to find out if any smell exclusive to him came out. The boy said that the butler's smell changes every day, so he doesn't like it. When asked why, Tyrion explained that the man was very suspicious and cunning. The butler assured him that they had known each other for 5 years, and that was all he could say about him, which he couldn't help but hurt his heart. Zeno curiously asked what smell came from Princess Viola. Tyrion said that she gives off a smell that he always misses, because he has known it since he met her. The butler noted that he and the lady had only met 5 years ago, to which the boy said that he recognized her smell long before. Viola asked how he could do that, to which he tried to assure her that he was not lying at all. He said that when he smelled her scent for the first time, it immediately seemed familiar to him. The boy added that he felt like he was living to meet her someday. Tyrion explained that her smell seemed to tell him this, which is why he wanted to be close to her so much. After his words, the Duke's daughter couldn't sleep for a long time, lying in her bed. She was touched by his words that she had a smell that he missed and that he lived to meet her. Viola decided that in the real world, she had barely survived the breakup with Paul. And now Tyrion, who was his copy, was saying these words to her. She knew that Tyrion could achieve anything if he wanted to, and even now he is trying to become her dog. That's why they imitate the puppy with all their might. It is for this reason that he acquired a new ability, smell, which was not in the original story. The girl understood that the owner is absolutely everything to the dog. That's why he smelled his mana. The Duke's adopted daughter couldn't sleep due to her severe headache, but she knew she had to do it if she wanted to meet the Viscountess. In the dark of night, when she finally fell asleep, the butler approached her and quietly covered her body with a blanket so that she wouldn't catch a cold. He looked for a while at the little Princess Viola, who was snoring peacefully. He thought that the meeting with the Viscountess would take place in the morning in the Sunrise Hall, and the dress code was yellow. Zenon debated which of the 38 dresses would be most suitable for this occasion and mentally went through each outfit in his head. The butler remained standing by her bed, and his mind filled with images in which she could appear before the Viscountess. The next day, he quickly offered her several outfits with previously thought-out looks, so it wasn't difficult to get ready in time. Realizing that he had brought a lot of clothes, she thought that the butler had discovered a new world for himself. After putting on a relatively simple dress, she thought that she had been wearing outfits for 5 years, but she still couldn't get used to it because they were too bright and uncomfortable. Sino took her to the Sunrise Hall before opening the door for her to enter. The Viscountess quickly noticed that someone was entering the Sunrise Hall, so she got up from her seat. The woman greeted Viola, the Duke's adopted daughter, and told her that her name was Alile, and that she was Viscount Seal's wife. Viola also greeted her, as was customary in aristocratic circles. The butler helped the girl sit at the table, after which the woman asked how her guests slept, to which she replied that everything went well. The Viscountess said that they would not need servants, so they could attend to their own affairs. The Duke's adopted daughter followed her advice and also told the butler that she wanted to have breakfast alone with the Viscountess. The two men left the room, after which the woman asked how the girl knew that she wanted to talk to her. Last night, Viola secretly sent a letter to the Viscountess saying that she knew the woman was expecting a child, so she wanted to talk to her alone. The girl looked at her angrily and asked if she really thought that was all she knew. She added that she also knew that the father of this child was not Viscount Seal, but another man. Hylel dropped her fork and said that it was her mistake, after which she bent to the floor to pick it up. The woman explained that sometimes she is so clumsy that many of her husbands say she looks cute. The Viscountess said she was curious to know why she wanted to meet her in person, but the reason was very absurd. She added, trying to stop the tremors throughout her body, that the girl had made a terrible mistake, and she was thinking of making that problem public, because she had not only insulted her, but also dared to mock the Viscount's family. Viola was not afraid, and jokingly told her that she had a devoted dog. The girl said that he had an excellent sense of smell, but suggested that the woman was probably hearing it for the first time, because she kept it carefully secret. The Viscountess stated that she was not interested in the Duke's daughter's secrets, but that she should explain why she was insulting her. And Lael kept trying to understand why the girl was speaking so calmly, and Viola, meanwhile, counted that her dog said that every person has their own mana smell. She added that Tyrion told her that 2 different smells came from her, and thus she found out that the woman was pregnant. The Duke's daughter said that the most interesting thing was that between them, there was the smell of another person. The boy, of course, did not tell her any of this, but she found out the Viscountess's secret from the novel, and now she simply used his smell as an excuse. Unable to bear it, the woman stood up and said that she was trying to confuse her with her slander, so they would have to end breakfast, and next time she would see her in a less pleasant environment. Viola supposed that judging by the mana emanating from the child, his father also had exceptional mana. She said that it didn't look like a war aura, and that the Chidu was not the lowest possible. The girl offered to tell her the name of the one whose child she was carrying in her stomach. The woman stopped, and the Duke's daughter continued to say that the man was from a family that lived in the mountains, specifically from the Louis Barton family. Falling into despair, the Viscountess screamed at the girl to stop talking now. Alile covered her face with her hands and realized that she knew everything and that it was over now. Once in control, the woman asked why she had come to threaten her and what she wanted from her. She said it was a simple mistake, because she never intended to do such a thing. To which Viola replied that she could call it a mistake, but that didn't change her guilt. The girl reassured her by telling her that she had not come to threaten her, after which she swore in the name of Beradu, to which the Viscountess stated that only the head of the clan could do this. Viola confirmed that she was indeed forbidden to do this, but if she only mentioned it, she would be removed from the list of heirs, which means that now both of them knew each other's weaknesses. The Duke's adopted daughter asked the poor woman if she would trust her now. Returning to the table, the Viscountess asked what this was. If not a threat, the girl explained that she had met with Viscount Seal, and he seemed to her an intelligent person. Incorrect. Remembering how her husband told her that only she existed for him, the woman confirmed her words about him. Now Viola overwhelmed her by asking if she really thought that he also knew nothing. She added that the Viscount greatly values his family, so he would not attack Berada, knowing that he would die, because otherwise his wife would be left alone. The girl asked him to tell her the whole truth and ask for forgiveness, because only a person can correct their mistake themselves. The next day, around midnight, the adopted daughter was sitting on a chair in her room, and she thought that there was still no news, although she had a hard time admitting the trap. She supposed that the Viscount would forgive his wife, because he was precisely that person. Getting up from his chair, he heard a soft sound outside the door and wondered who it could be at such a late hour. Upon opening the door, she came face to face with Sil's Viscount, who smelled of blood. Viola immediately tried to calm down and not lose her temper, and also not to provoke him. The troubled man held a blood-stained knife in his hands and said that he only wanted revenge on his wife. His gaze was empty and lifeless, and the girl couldn't believe she was so wrong. Viola didn't believe he could kill his wife because he loved her too much for that, so he was willing to die himself before she died. Taking a deep breath, the girl tried to calm down and then asked him how he wanted to do it. The Duke's daughter asked him if he really wanted to punish her with his own death. She reminded him that they had already lost one child, so they could imagine how painful it was to lose loved ones. The girl asked him if he really wanted revenge on her for everything, because it didn't seem like it. Viola confidently stated that she actually didn't want to take revenge on his wife. His words that he was going to take revenge on himself left the man in a state of shock. The adopted daughter suggested that the man blames himself for the fact that his wife cheated on him, since he reproaches himself with thoughts of what would have happened if he had loved her more, if he had pleased her more, or if he had given her a more fun life. Viola perfectly understood that he believed that she would not have cheated on him then. Now the girl told him that it was not his fault, so he should not blame himself, because it was his wife who first took the oath of fidelity, and not him at all. She did not allow him to interrupt her, and stated that despite this she could not punish or expel her. The Duke's daughter explained that he loved this woman too much, so he could not do anything. Noticing the throbbing blood on his hand, Viola realized that he needed urgent help. She realized that the blood on the knife and on his hand was not the Viscountess's, but his own. While picking up her bloody dagger from the floor, she managed to ask him how exactly he guessed that it was she who persuaded his wife. In response to his statement that it would be better if he kept it more secret, the girl said that he could only start moving forward when he faced the truth. And although it was difficult for her to forgive her at this moment, it would take time. Viola handed him the bloody dagger and reminded him once more not to blame himself. And even if his wife mustered her courage and asked for his forgiveness, the choice was still his. The man obediently bowed his head and said that he would do his best to forgive her. Viola said that she promises not to tell anyone about this incident so that his reputation is not threatened. She swore again in the name of Beradu, to which the Viscount said that he could not do that, to which she replied that now he knew one of her weaknesses. Seal continued to ask why she was helping him so much and what she was trying to achieve. The girl explained that she just wanted his family to follow a bright path, and also supposed that the Viscountess's son would have magical powers. The man realized that she was investing in his wife's son in advance, although she was not entirely sure of this. The Duke's daughter looked at him cheerfully and decided that, after all, he was very smart. Viola declared that she was going to become the future guardian of this unexpected child. After he left, the girl happily lay down on the bed and thought that she had succeeded. She managed to avoid enmity with the Seal clan, so Bengas will not be born now, and she also managed to become the guardian of the future Archmage. Even the Viscount expressed his respect for her and said that she was like a mentor to him. He added that, although it would take a long time, she had set a direction for his family's journey. The Duke's daughter thought that she could maintain strong ties with the Viscount's family for a long time. After some time, the butler entered her room and told her that he had brought strawberry lemonade. As soon as she tasted it, he said that he had replaced the paralyzing poison with a lethal one, so its taste became milder. The man said that next time they would try to increase the dose, and the girl thought she was very happy that poisons did not affect her. The next day, her stomach twisted, so she remained sitting in her room the whole time. Hickson, who approached her, could not stop laughing because his mistress started having diarrhea due to the poison. The girl realized that she had drunk too much strawberry lemonade, which is why she had a stomach ache. And the teacher, meanwhile, said that at such times she looked like a child. He handed her roots and told her that this medicine would cleanse her body of poison and calm her stomach. After tasting one of them, she confidently declared that the taste was disgusting, to which he commented that everything that is healthy is usually not tasty. Zenon asked if it was the roots of the warming herb, to which the man replied affirmatively. It was a rare plant used for medicinal purposes because it instantly absorbed human heat, causing a person's death due to hypothermia. When he said that he had found this herb on the way, she realized that he was lying, because that herb could not grow there. Otherwise, there would be many victims. But then she noticed how much he was trembling. Then she realized that she had been wearing it long enough. The Duke's daughter asked him to bring her something tastier next time, and he noticed that, since she felt better, they could radiate tons. To his question about where he was going, the man replied that he was going to ask the Viscount for forgiveness. Before reaching the estate, Hickson vehemently insisted that he did not like Viscount Seal at all. The girl could not understand how this could happen, so she asked again how it was possible that they had never met the girl. But the master had already managed to confess his feelings to her, after which he managed to hit the Viscount. The man explained that he was too young, and when she asked him if he apologized for it, he replied that a lot of time had passed. Viola said that even though she still remembers how it was for him then, who is worth going, and apologized to him. Now she grumbled that he should forget his pride and sincerely ask for forgiveness until he received it, because an apology is needed not to calm one's own soul, but for a person to forgive him. Hickson quickly left his room and headed to the hall, where the Viscount was already waiting for him. The man apologized for hitting him many years ago, and Seal said that he did nothing because he saw no point in it, because responding to violence with violence is behavior inappropriate for aristocrats. The Viscount put down his teacup, got up from his seat, extended his hand to the master, and told him that all the past should remain in the past, because they had bad thoughts in their heads, but that now they can let it go. Hickson was in no hurry to shake his hand, but then he did so and said that he was very sorry for his son. After a while, Sil said that he wanted to ask something about Princess Viola. He said that, in his opinion, she has excellent judicial qualities. The Viscount reported that people said that the girl was the first to help Hickson when he was in a desperate state. He added that now she had come to the estate to establish relations with him. The man said that he wanted to become the guardian of the child and said that he had incredible magical abilities. The teacher asked him if he would really have another child, and then realized that he had not been born yet. But his mistress somehow found out. Seal did not answer, and Hickson asked him if he had thought too much about the damned princess, because, although she was a white Baratu, she could not have such abilities. The man assured him that it was just an excuse, so that her help would not seem like strange behavior to him, since she was not God to understand exactly what abilities a child in the womb had. The Viscount realized that he had just opened his eyes to everything that was happening, because all this time he had been covered by a veil. The master assured him that the girl was a true Baratu, but deep down she was kind and sweet. When he asked if he was crazy for reasoning so strangely, Hickson laughed and confirmed his guess. Suddenly, the butler knocked on the room and said that he had come to report riots on the castle grounds. He explained that due to the appearance of Sir Jeremy, there were 3 incidents of carriage collisions. After catching his breath, the servant continued to say that there were 6 cases of damage as a result of collisions and fights. When the Viscount asked how this could happen, the man replied that it was a culture among young people. He said that people gathered to show him their affection, and they were also called fans. The Viscount began to frantically ask what was happening on the estate. The servant said that the boy was waiting for a beautiful lady, and it seemed that he was talking about Princess Viola. At the same time, the girl received a letter saying that he would be waiting for her in the square. She understood that if he appeared in the square in her image, then the fans would begin to flock there, and the clash would be inevitable, and the square would turn into a real battlefield. While folding the paper, the Duke's daughter suggested that it would be better not to go there. Suddenly, the sheet shone, and new words began to appear on it, so she decided that he had cast a spell on the letter. After some time, other words appeared. The secret message said that if she did not appear in an hour, he would begin to sing odes to Viola Barat. So she immediately asked the butler to bring her the mask. She decided that she should put on Sabin's mask so that no one in the square would recognize her. Once assembled, Viola headed to the square and Tyrion and Sino walked with her. While traveling in a carriage, she asked the butler if the Viscount's estate was really so large that so many girls could gather in it. Looking at the square, where it was impossible to crowd, Zenon confidently declared that everyone came from the neighboring county. Even though the three of them were disguised, they still looked like themselves. The butler wondered if it was really necessary to use an armored carriage. And horses, wear masks, and invite the guards in advance to meet Sir Jeremy. He said it would be easier if they told everyone that she was Viola Baratu, to which the girl replied that the name wouldn't help her. She ordered them to be very careful and make sure that nothing happened, because she did not want to spill unnecessary blood. Zenon immediately said that he understood her very clearly and would do as she wished. The man was the first to get out of the carriage, after which he offered his hand to his mistress so she could get out. Passing through the crowd, Viola felt a wild, strong, and intense energy emanating from the fans. Approaching the subject of her sigh, she asked if he had foreseen the situation in advance. Jeremy got up from the fountain and was surprised that she still responded to his call. He said he was very happy to see her, so he didn't even know what to do with himself at that moment. The girl explained that she could do it so that he really wouldn't know where her body went. The Duke's daughter added that this place would become the field of their only battle. The adopted daughter pulled out a dagger and pointed it at him, to which the boy asked if she really meant that same battle. He asked her why she had to fight him, to which she replied that he had underestimated her too much. And her family, the boy sighed resignedly and thought that it was not at all as she imagined. Jeremy declared that he simply wanted to explore the ruins with her, to which Viola explained that they hadn't promised anything of the sort. She added that she did everything possible for her to appear in the square, because she expected that in front of all the people who admire him, she would act according to his instructions. The prince tried to justify himself, but the girl severely asked him who he took her for. The people began to whisper who she was, who dared to challenge Sir Jeremy to a fight. And the boy at that moment thought that he could not talk about Berata in front of everyone, so he fell into his own trap. The Duke's daughter threateningly ordered him to quickly draw his sword to fight her. The crowd began to shout at him to show them his skills, and then put this impudent girl in her place. The guy hesitated and asked if they could go somewhere else, because he didn't think the area was suitable for a battle. They moved to a more spacious place, where no one could prevent them from quietly fighting each other. At that moment, Viscount and Hickson approached them, who also wanted to know who would win. Seal asked if everything would be fine, to which the teacher replied that the girl was smart, which means she had some kind of plan. Jeremy asked if he could apologize to her, because there was no audience now. Viola remembered that she was a member of the Baratu family, and then asked him if he really didn't remember what she said. When leaving the cafe, she asked him to visit her when he was ready to show his true nature. Now the girl stated that he did not show it, but used strange techniques to force her to dance to his tune. The boy apologized again, to which she told him that apologizing would not silence the matter. After taking a certain number of steps away from him, Viola turned around and said that Baratu did not interfere in cases where a legitimate battle resulted in injuries, or even death, so there should be no problems. Jeremy tried to convey to her that this was not what he meant when he talked about the battle. He thought that fighting a lady was too much, and the girl decided that this was his weakness. Jeremy had never fought a girl before, so he probably had the stereotype that knights should protect ladies. But then he would lose to Medea and change his mind on this matter. Viola asked him if he really couldn't fight her because she was a girl, after which she explained that at that moment she was more of a fighter than a lady, which meant that he was trying to insult her. Tyrion intervened in their conversation and asked if he could fight in her place, because it seemed to him that their strengths were not equal. He explained that the lady is much stronger than him, so there is no need for her to cross swords personally with Sir Jeremy. The guy asked if the enemy would run away, afraid of Lady Beradu's faithful dog. Tyrion thought that Jeremy had not liked him from the first time they met. He reasoned that he also saw the boy coming out of the ladies' bathroom in the middle of the night. His faithful dog was burning with anger, but he thought that usually aristocrats or warriors participated in duels, and he could only hunt. Jeremy immediately realized that next to her was a real fighting dog that could tear his throat out. The boy thought that at first he just wanted to be friends with Princess Viola, but now he couldn't back down. He believed that not only his rival could communicate closely with the beautiful young woman. Tyrion slowly approached and said that he liked the sparkle in his eyes. Jeremy said that now he would have to fight for real, because in this case he could not retreat. His faithful dog asked what the boy meant by such unforgivable words. Jeremy looked angrily at his opponent and also angrily replied that it was none of his business. After exchanging banter, the two boys began their duel to show Viola which of them was stronger. Hickson immediately noticed that both young men fought quite well. He added that, even considering that Jeremy was fighting with a different sword than his own, he still thought that Tyrion would be inferior to him. The girl said that her faithful dog should win because he fought instead of her. Tyrion gradually began to breathe heavily, so he realized that he was at the limit of his capabilities. Viola called him and asked if this was all her house dog was capable of. The Duke's daughter said that he should watch closely, because his opponent had a habit of tensing his thumb before striking, and this knowledge would help him distinguish the real from the fake. She told him that he should feel a special rhythm, because it was not just sensations, but he should fight by reading the beginning of his actions. The girl explained that at this moment, all the enemy's blows begin with a lunge, and the reaction to them determines future actions. Therefore, if you step back a little, in 9 out of 10 cases, his sword will cause a deep wound. Jeremy looked at her with surprise and could not believe that she had read his habits, that he didn't even suspect. He understood that she was the true Beradu, and that in a few years she would surpass him in strength. Tyrion listened to her attentively and decided that he should try to do what she told him. His opponent brandished his sword again, rushing forward quickly, trying to hit him. The boys began to fight each other even more intensely, because no one wanted to look weak in the eyes of the girl. Tyrion waited for the moment and then struck Jeremiah's sword at the right moment. The opponent's sword broke in two, and the guy fell to the ground because he had exhausted all his strength. Holding the hilt of a sword in his hands, the guy couldn't understand who finally won their duel. Hickson approached and informed him that it was a draw between them because both had made a mistake. Jeremy said that he had heard that the guy had mastered the sword only a few years ago, but now he was holding the hilt of his favorite sword in his hands. He added that it was not surprising that Sir Hickson took him as a student. The prince thanked the girl and told her that thanks to her, he found out about his bad habit. She said that he had heard her conversation with the dog and thought that Medea had seen all these tricks. But now Jeremy owed her a favor. Viola said that her storm sword, like Tyrion's, has a powerful aura and requires a lot of mana. The girl suggested that Jorg's meditation method could help him with this. Usually, court ladies used this method, so it made Hickson very amused. Viola understood that in the future, this method would be mandatory for Jeremy. The boy asked her if she was really laughing at him for fighting to a draw with his dog, to which she replied that she respects any kind of battle in which they put all their strength. The girl thanked him for fighting with all his might with his faithful dog. He looked at her tenderly and told her that this time he would take those words seriously. Jeremy added that anyway, thanks to her, he learned about his bad habit today. So in the fight with his dog, they scored the same, but they can consider that he lost to her. The boy bowed his head, after which he tried to sincerely apologize for his behavior, and then said that he just wanted to be friends with her. A bright aura emanated from him that slightly discouraged the Duke's daughter with its beauty. Having regained her senses, she immediately asked him if he would really apologize only with words. Looking into her evil eyes, Jeremy suddenly felt an aura of fear and hatred. The girl said that she knew his desire to make friends very well, and although he did not choose a very suitable method, she would go with him to the ruins. Viola also added that she had a condition related to the fact that whatever they find there, the right to obtain it will remain with her. Getting into her bed at night, the Duke's adopted daughter thought that from the beginning she was not going to refuse him because she wanted to have a bodyguard spirit. Having made herself comfortable, she was glad that in a few days they were leaving on an expedition, and also that she managed to obtain consent for the right to be the first to choose what they would find there. In return, the boy asked her for the opportunity to contact her informally to make it easier. He said that if she refused him this, he would formally ask Duke Beratu for her hand in marriage. This declaration greatly frightened everyone on the battlefield. Viola had no choice but to accept his conditions because she had no desire to marry so soon. The girl did not imagine that he would start threatening her with marriage because he was not interested in such things before. She was already falling asleep, but she kept thinking about how marriage to the heir of the Storm Fortress seemed very tempting. But she should not forget that she should not have gotten involved with Jeremy because of the difference in status. At the same time, the boy was sitting in his room and polishing his favorite sword until it shone. Tyrion entered his room and asked him why he was staying in such a squalid place. The boy did not like his tone, so he asked what he meant. If the place was really old and rundown, he reminded him that most people live in such places, because his guest had recently been among the same people.
네,